Ladies and gentlemen, gather on radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of Old Town Radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, cracking static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Subscribe for more videos.
You, finding life rather dull, dreaming again of exotic places, wishing you were somewhere else, we offer you escape.
Today, with the performance of John Daner as Isherwood Williams, Escape brings you one of the most unusual and terrifying stories of recent years. George Stewart's powerful novel, Earth Abides.
If you should awake some morning, tomorrow morning, let's say, if you should awake to a man-dead world where virtually all of human life had been destroyed from the face of the earth, leaving behind only buildings, bridges, machines, if you should awake to such a world tomorrow morning, what would you do? Where would you go? This is the year 3. My name is Isherwood Williams. It's 3 years since I returned from the lonely mountain country of Northern California to find that mankind had virtually vanished from the earth. Some unknown virus had scourged him from his high place among animals. His great cities were tombs. His entire civilization was crumbling. I toured the emptiness that had once been called America. From the silent towers of Manhattan to the Golden Gate Bridge, I saw in all 10 human beings still alive. In the 4th month after my return to San Francisco, I saw a light on Nob Hill. It was there I found Em, who became my wife. Year 1 passed. We called it the year of the baby. Year 2, we called the year of the rats. Now it was year 3. Em, the baby, and I were struggling for existence amid the fast-decaying wealth of San Francisco.
Oh!
All right, now be careful. Careful, Em.
Isn't it funny? It always makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong.
What?
Not breaking into the biggest food store on Market Street.
Not wrong, Em. There's no private property anymore. This city, this grocery store, it's all ours now.
But Ish, look. Look at this place.
The rats left their mark here, all right. There's the answer to their death. They ate all the food they could get at, then they ate each other.
Oh, Ish, how horrible.
It's a familiar pattern, Em. A species grows, dominates the earth for a short time, then dies. Oh, come on. We'll take a look at the bottles and the canned goods.
Ish, look, the labels are gone. They're eaten off.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to try to guess at the contents by the shape of the can.
Well, the bottles are easy. Here, look. Bottles of real lemon juice.
Fine. This should be corned beef.
Look at it all. Tons of it. We could live on just this forever.
No, Em. We can't be scavengers forever. That's why the rats died. Em, we've got to grow things. We've got to bring something new into the world. Oh, come on. Let's get some of this stuff home. During that year, Em and I found whatever we needed for ourselves and the baby in the empty, silent stores of San Francisco. We lived on the spoiling supplies of 1 million people. One evening, just after dusk, I suddenly noticed a strange, wavering glow in the sky over the downtown area of the city. I called Em to the window. There was a smell of smoke in the air. Fire, Em!
Ish.
San Francisco is on fire!
Ish. Isn't there something we can do?
No. If there were, must be 3 square miles of flame.
What started it, do you suppose?
We'll never know. Oily rags in the basement, some gasoline explosion could be any one of 1,000 causes.
Will it reach the house?
No, I don't think so. Wind's blowing it away from us. It'll burn itself out in a day or two.
We'll come away from the window.
Em. Em, do you smell gas?
I don't know.
Smells like it to me.
Open the door to the hall.
Yeah. Hey. Hey, the hall is filled with it. Hey, we've got to get out of here. Gas line must have burst. One spark in this place will blow up like a bomb.
Baby, I'll get the baby.
All right. We'll be safe from the fire escape. Hurry, Em. Here, I'll take the baby.
Be careful.
I'll just hang onto the rail and walk slowly. Come on. We started down the fire escape. In the distance, the flames were gutting the heart of the city. Parts of Chinatown were already gone. Kept going down to street level, and then we started running. Any second, a spark could blow the building to dust, and we ran, our breath tearing in our throats. Back against the wall, Em. The shock wave. Em, you all right?
Oh, my God.
It's all over, Em. We're going to be all right. We moved to another section of town that had been spared by the fire. The days passed, days and the weeks. Em and I were growing tired of the canned foods and wanted some fresh vegetables and fruit. But we needed a car. One day, Em and I found a Jeep in a garage. In the storeroom, I found new tires to replace the rotted ones the Jeep had been standing on.
Will it work?
Well, after 2 years, hard to say. I'm no mechanic.
All the cars to choose from, and we picked something like this. I always wanted a convertible. Maybe a Cadillac or a Packard.
This is more useful and more durable. Besides, it's all we need. All right, Em. Let's try it. Step on the starter. No. All right, now try it. Oh, come on. Come on, start. Oh. Good, come on. Good. Oh, come on.
Ish, you did it.
One night, several months later, Em shook me awake.
Ish.
Huh?
Ish, wake up. There's something outside moving around.
What?
Right by the window.
Give me the hammer.
Be careful, Ish.
I'll be all right.
I'll come with you.
Now, stay here. I'll be right back. Who's there? Who's there? girl. Come here. I won't hurt you. Come here. What are you doing?
Eileen. My name is Eileen.
Where are you from?
Eileen. Hungry.
Well, come on inside.
Eileen. Eileen. Oh, I've been looking all over for you. Eileen, where have you been? Okay, mister. You can put that hammer down. I ain't going to hurt you.
Oh, sure. Sure, well, come on inside. Em, somebody's here.
Just Eileen and me. She's my adopted daughter. About a year ago, I found her on Main Street in Los Angeles. She was starving. Can't forage for herself, Eileen can't, so I got to take care of her. She can't think so good.
Well, how long you been here?
About 2 days, wandering around the city. Nice city, this San Francisco. Wished I'd have visited here when it had people. Reckon I really could have had myself a time.
I'll get you two something to eat.
Well, that's mighty nice. By the way, I sure am an impolite cuss. If my name's Ezra, I don't believe I caught yours.
Isherwood. This is M.
Well,
Hello.
I'm happy to know you. Eileen, looks like we've met up with some real nice people.
Ezra and his new daughter Eileen stayed with us, made their home in the house next door. Now the year 3 has passed. We called it the Year of Ezra. November, the year 4. A woman came a week ago. She had dark hair, dark eyes. She was alone. Ezra has taken her for his wife. June 9th, the year 5, our second son was born this day. We named him Joey. April, the year 6, 2 men and a woman have come. George says he's a carpenter. Harry worked in a bank. Well, he'll have to learn a trade. The woman is called Mabel.
Ish, you better come with me.
Well, what's the matter?
The water. It stopped running in the faucets.
Maybe it's just a broken pipe in your place.
No, I checked, and it ain't just my place. I've checked all the houses around, and there ain't any water running in any of them.
Maybe it's a water main under the street.
I don't think so. You know what I think?
What?
I think the water stopped way up in the mountains someplace. Ish, San Francisco's going dry.
In 2 weeks, not a drop of rain. Ezra, we can't go on boiling the water forever. If we're going to live, we've got to get out of here.
Yeah, but there's still all them canned goods.
That's what's wrong, Ezra. We've been living off the old instead of building something new. Look, we've got to forget that water ran out of faucets and vegetables come in cans. We've got to start growing things ourselves.
We will when the time comes,
Yeah.
I reckon.
You better come quick.
What is it, Em?
Eileen,
What's the matter with her?
she must have been drinking polluted water.
Typhoid.
Well, what does the book say, Ish? What are we going to do?
Isolate the others. Mabel can nurse Eileen.
What do we do for her? What's the treatment?
You can't shorten the disease, it says. All you can do is help make it less severe. Now, don't worry, Ezra. We'll do our best.
Eileen, she's so helpless. She don't understand.
Yeah, but you move in with us. If this thing spreads, it can wipe out all of us.
Well, Ish, another case.
Who is it?
George,
Move him in with Eileen. Get another bed in there.
you won't have to.
What do you mean?
Eileen's dead.
This is the year 6, a year of disease and death. I went to the drugstores, walking the misty, dark streets of the city armed with my medical text, my hammer. I raided the dusty shelves and the long, warm refrigerators of the pharmaceutical departments. The wonder drugs had long since rotted in their vials. Some sulfur was still potent, and I used it liberally. Yet case after case of typhoid broke out. Some lived, most died, including our firstborn. Our little community, upon which I had pinned the hopes of a new birth of mankind, had dwindled from 12 persons to 7. 5 adults, only 2 children.
You've got to get some sleep, Ish.
How many of us are left, Em? Count them for me.
Ezra, George, Mabel. My second son, Joey, and Ezra's boy. You and I.
Oh, Em. Em, what's the good of starting again? We're being exterminated from the earth, every small being of us, so things can become green again.
There are 7 of us, Ish. Once there was only me, and once there was only you. Alone and separated. There are still 7.
Oh, Em. Em, what would I do without you?
Go to sleep.
Well, you won't make the mistake a second time. Won't be any looking back. You'll forget the trains that used to run, and the tall buildings, and the soft food. We'll go back to the earth. Back to the earth, Em. Back to the earth. We left San Francisco, we few survivors. We packed only the essentials, the machines, the conveniences. We left to the sun and the wind. From this time on, we'd work in the soil. The decay of the old times was behind us now. We went south and east until we came to a watered land, green with growing things. This would be our Eden. Here, without the memories of a dead people about us, we would begin mankind again. Come here, Joey.
Yes, Daddy.
Joey, here, sit down here next to me. I want to ask you some questions.
Sure.
Now, first of all, what year is this?
Oh, that's an easy question. The year 15.
Joey, did you do your reading today?
Sure.
You like to read.
Yeah.
Joey, there's something I want to tell you. You know, there were once a lot of people like us on Earth. Millions. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, I read about them. They could fly.
That's right. Well, someday there'll be millions of people again. And they'll fly again. Years from now. But after I'm gone, there won't be anybody to show them the way. That's why I'm depending on you.
What am I supposed to do?
Learn, read, study. You're going to lead them someday, Joey, after I'm gone. Don't let them go back. You don't understand.
I think I do.
Oh, well, you will. Oh, look. I want to show you what I made this morning.
What is it?
It's called a bow. The guns won't be good much longer. The powder will get rotten. Guns will get rusty. You can hunt with this, kill animals for food. Here, look here, see? I carved it out of willow. Then I strung strips of calf hide from one end of the bow to the other. And now watch this. See here, this is the arrow.
That's fun. Let me try.
All right, here.
Like this?
That's right. Now pull back. Hard. No. Hard. There. Now, let go.
Boy, that's swell. Can I take it outside and play with it?
Sure, but be careful with it.
Hey, Billy, look what I got. Hey, Billy!
It took thousands of years for man to pass from the spear to the bow and arrow. I've just done it in 5 minutes. This is the year 19. I have gray hair. It's odd to think of myself as an old man. Well, I'm not really 51. There are 19 numbers in a smooth piece of rock in the meadow that I chipped in with my hammer and chisel. My hammer. What would I do without my hammer? Everything is going along well. Quite a farmer now. Community is growing. There are 45 of us. Strangers that drifted in. Babies born. Maybe man is something you can't quite kill off. A stranger named Charlie came in today. I don't like him. He's gruff and hard. And his eyes... I don't like his eyes.
Sure, 3 men at a time.
Gee, Charlie, how'd you do it?
With my bare hands. Came at me all at once. I grabbed 2 of them and banged their heads together. They cracked like coconuts. Then the other one I knocked down and stepped on his face. Wasn't much left of him after I got through.
Gee.
It's time for bed, Joey.
Oh, can't he tell one more, Dad?
Maybe some other night.
Okay. Good night, Dad. Good night, Charlie.
Good night, Joey.
Will you come tomorrow night?
Maybe. Great kid you got there.
What did you do in the old times, Charlie?
Oh, a lot of things. For a while I was a stickman in Las Vegas. Used to be a fighter, too. A lot of things. You name it.
You intend to stay?
Sure I intend to stay. Why not? No other place to go. This is the only good-sized group of human beings I've seen. And believe me, I've been around. Sure, I'll stay.
Everybody works. It's the only way we can live.
Listen, you. If I want to stay, I'll stay, and I'll stay on my own terms. I don't ask anything from anybody. I live my own way. You better understand that right now.
And you better understand something before we go any further, Charlie. I've been elected to leadership in this town, and we aren't a bunch of independent individuals doing what we please. We're a community, working together. Either you accept that, or get out.
We ain't gonna get along, Mr. Isherwood Williams. And I'm staying. Good night.
Gunshots! Ish, what is it?
I don't know.
Don't go out there, Ish.
Ish, he's roaring drunk.
Where is he?
Right outside.
Yeah. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Come on out!
Ish. Ish, don't go.
Well. The great Isherwood. Howdy, Isherwood.
Put down that gun, you crazy fool.
Let go.
Down.
Let go of me, you.
Ish, are you all right?
Never mind me. Get that gun away from him. Get George.
Yeah. Where's George? Bring George. Let's see George take this gun away from me. Hey, George, come on and try to take this thing away from me.
Hey, what's going on here? Charlie, give me that gun.
Nobody's taking my gun away. It's mine.
Charlie.
What's mine is mine. Stay away.
Give me that gun.
Stay away, George. Stay away. I told him to stay away.
George. George!
He's dead. All right, you. You've done enough damage with that thing. Hand it over.
There's only one answer. Death.
Death. You mean kill him? Murder him?
No, it's not murder, Em. You, Mabel, and Ezra and I, we're the government now. We've been elected. Council of 4. There isn't any government but us. It's not a matter of punishment. It's protecting the community from a menace, and that's what Charlie is.
But he was drunk.
All the more reason he might do it again.
Afraid so, Em. We can't take the chance.
We're like a jury.
Let's vote. We've got all the facts.
The vote's been called. Any questions?
Ish, is it right? Is it right to take a human life?
To save many lives, yes. Em, it's got to be right. We'll take a voice vote. You first, Mabel. What do you say?
Death.
Ezra?
Death.
Em? Well, how do you vote, Em?
Death.
It's unanimous. We'll carry out the sentence tomorrow morning. The Council of Four had made its decision. This was not killing in passion or rage or hatred. This was the deliberate and sane elimination of an enemy. Early in the morning, we tied Charlie to an oak tree. Ezra took Charlie's revolver. Charlie stared at him with childish disbelief. He gasped, slumped into his ropes, his mouth red with blood, his eyes swollen in death. The power of the new state was born.
Grandfather? Is it the new year now?
Yes, Carl. New Year. Here, carry my hammer for me.
No.
It won't hurt you. My hammer. Here.
No, I don't want it.
Why not?
It's magic.
Magic? My hammer?
Aunt Phyllis says your hammer's magic. She says you're magic.
Carl, it's just a plain, ordinary hammer. No. Carl, don't be afraid.
No, it's magic. You're magic.
Dad.
Hello, Joey.
Carl, go and play.
Sure, Dad. Goodbye, Grandfather.
Joey, what's the matter with them? They say I'm magic. My hammer is magic.
You're a legend, Dad. You're the only one left out of them all. Ezra, George, Mabel, Mother M, all gone now. Only you. The hammer's a symbol. Symbol of leadership.
Yes, that's the way things happen.
You're the only one that's lived through from the old times.
The only one. The only one. Joey.
Yes, Dad?
I'm old. Very old, and I can't see very well. Did I make the numbers clearly?
Yes, Dad. 48. The year 48.
It's all begun again. Life. Generations and generations. Oh, Em, if you could have lived to see your faith come true. And once there were only the two of us, alone and separated. I want to see the old once more before I die. Just once more. The bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge.
We're here, Dad.
How does it look, Joey? Tell me. How does the Golden Gate Bridge look?
It's old and rusty, but it's wonderful. It's beautiful.
Is there a car? Small car on the bridge?
Yes, Dad, it's still there.
Can you still see buildings across the water?
Only a few, Dad. It's mostly overgrown. But the hills behind the city are beautiful today.
Good. Joey, here. Here's the hammer.
Yes, Dad.
You're the new leader now. The hammer has always been the symbol. Pass it on to the best of them. And, Joey, don't let them make a god of you. Let knowledge be the watchword. Oh, will you understand, Joey?
I understand, Dad.
Know the earth, Joey. Know the earth.
Dad. Men go and come. But the earth abides. Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. You have just heard Earth Abides by George Stewart, especially adapted for Escape by David Ellis. John Daner was starred as Ish with Peggy Weber as M. Featured in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Parley Bear, Jeffrey Silver, Paul Frees, Lou Krugman, and Larry Dobkin. The special music for Escape was arranged and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. Stay tuned now for Make Believe Town, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, where you spend an hour with Frank Sinatra every Sunday afternoon on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Atomic Age Adventures. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Dimension X, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for mind-bending tales that will transport you to distant galaxies and alternate realities.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X. The rocket drove through space like a silver fish in an endless tank, the stars in flat velocity swirling by. Inside her case, tiny, finite specks of humanity controlled the tremendous power that impelled her so relentlessly toward the other galaxies. Who were these men? What mad, fantastic need and desire had caused them to abandon Mother Earth and venture to the ends of the universe?
Captain Hollis.
What is it, Stone?
Magnetic storm, dead ahead, sir.
And the aperture?
About 100-mile gap between elements, sir, but shifting rapidly.
Switch on the radar screen. Let's have a look.
Yes, sir. There are asteroids in it, Captain.
I see that. Thank you, Stone.
Sir?
What?
Any change in course?
What for?
The storm, sir.
If I decide to change course, I'll issue the order.
At the rate we're approaching, it'll be too late to issue an order.
Mr. Stone, do I need to remind you who's master of this ship?
Look, sir, there are 25 other lives to be considered besides your own. Those asteroid ships are our course.
That's enough, Stone.
It's not enough, Captain.
Return to your post.
Captain, for God's sake, don't be pig-headed about this. There's a magnetic storm dead ahead. Are you going to risk the lives of all of us just so you can hang your hat on some lousy interplanetary record? We know this means a lot to you. Sure, you can be fleet admiral if you beat those Asiatic ships to Venus. That's fine, but we value our lives.
I happen to value my life just as much as any man aboard this craft, Mr. Stone. But I wasn't brought up to be a lily-livered dare-nothing. Now get back to your post, or I'll have you court-martialed. Well, Mr. Stone?
Okay.
Okay what, Mr. Stone?
Okay, sir.
Impudent young pig.
Maybe he's right with us.
Well, you stick to being ship's doctor. You're good at that. I'll navigate this fish.
You're the captain. Only I'd hate to pile up on some little asteroid, especially when a simple thing like changing course.
Simple thing? Do you know what a change in course would mean?
The slightest deflection would throw us 1,000,000 miles off at this speed. It'd take days to get back on the vector. By that time, one of the Asiatic ships would have landed on Venus and claimed the whole blasted planet. We're in a race, Charles.
Well, suppose they did claim Venus. There's nothing but rocks and jungle anyway.
It isn't that. It's the idea of someone beating us.
You know, Louis, I always get a little bit jittery when men are willing to die for symbols.
You're a cynic.
Maybe.
Get Mollis. Get Mollis.
Hollis, what is it, Lester?
Captain, the radar tracking shows a foreign object dead ahead.
What?
Check your screen, sir.
Good Lord, the whole blasted storm has shifted dead on. Engine room.
Mission chamber.
Fire up your starboard cyclotrons.
Aye, sir.
You can't make it in time, Louis. Listen to that radar bounce.
Shut up. Now hear this. Now hear this. Condition red. Fasten your spacesuits.
Forward cyclotron at capacity.
Open the fission chamber. Emergency blast.
Aye, sir.
It did off.
You think we'll make it?
We've got to make it.
Suppose one of those asteroids decides to shift.
Will you shut up?
It doesn't sound good, Louis.
Another 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
Louis, the meteorite.
Good God!
Look out!
Hello? Hello, anyone? Can you hear me? I can see you floating out there. Can you hear me? For God's sake, answer if you can. I don't want to just float out here alone.
Stone, is that you?
Who is it?
Captain Hollis.
What happened?
We struck an asteroid. Ship blew up.
Is anybody else alive?
I don't know. I can see some spacesuits floating in space not far from me, but I don't know if they're alive.
Maybe they just don't hear us.
Their radios are working, they do.
Hello? Hello, somebody?
Doc, is that you?
Louis?
Yes,
Thank God. Anybody else alive?
Stone.
Hello, Doctor. Oh. Are you all right? Okay so far.
That's 3 of us, anyway.
Louis,
Yes?
we seem to be moving away from each other. Yeah, that's right. I can hardly see you now.
It's the momentum. We were all thrown in different directions. Since there's no friction, we'll pick up speed.
Isn't there some way we could stick together at least?
I'm afraid not.
If there's no friction, then there's nothing to stop us.
That's right, Stone.
But then we'll just keep falling. Maybe forever.
Not forever. You'll fall until you get into one of the gravitational fields of some planet. After that, you'll fall toward the planet.
Mother in heaven, what a way to die.
Nobody's going to die. Those Asiatic ships will be along this way. We can radio to them when they get in range.
Aren't you forgetting something, Louis?
What's that?
The commanders of those other ships may not be quite so willing to run through a magnetic storm. They may have altered course. If they have, they won't come within 1,000,000 miles of us.
We'll have to take our chances on that.
It's a long way down. A long, long way down.
Let's have no talk of that kind, Stone.
I don't want to die.
Stone, I said, can it?
Can it yourself.
What?
You heard me. This is a mutiny of one. Don't try to put your rank on me now, mister. You'll be 10,000 miles away in another hour.
So help me, I'll have you court-martialed when we're picked up.
Let's not kid ourselves. Nobody's going to be picked up. I've got a few things to get off my chest before we lose contact with each other. Don't let it drop.
Let him talk.
Thanks. Your ship was a bad ship, and you were a bad captain. I hope you break when you hit the moon.
Thanks for the goodwill, Stone.
That isn't all. I believe there are different kinds of deaths, Captain. Just as there are different kinds of lives. Yours should be pretty interesting because you've been dead for years. Stone!
Let him.
When was the last time you had an honest human feeling, Captain? I'll bet you don't even remember when. I don't think you're capable of any kind of strong feeling. Do you have a wife, Captain? I'll bet she won't miss you one bit. Children?
I have a son, little boy.
Maybe he'll grow up to be a hero like his daddy. A tin hero with a piece of stone where other men have hearts.
Are you quite finished?
I've said it. Well, so long, Doc. So long. I'm headed for the sun. So falling into the sun. I'm going to take a quicker way out. No, Stone, don't be a fool. I'm going to smash the faceplate on my helmet and let the oxygen escape.
Stone, don't do it. We're going to be rescued. Stone.
See you all in some other universe? God have mercy.
He was headed for the sun. I can barely see him now.
Looks like Mercury for me. How about you, Lewis?
I'm headed for Earth. Funny, isn't it? That I should be going back to Mother Earth this way. I'm nothing but a human meteor, Charles. When I hit the Earth's atmosphere, I'll burn like a match. Charles. Charles, can you still hear me?
I can hear you. It's getting fainter now. We must be several thousand miles apart.
We should be able to talk for another 20 minutes or so at the speed we're falling away from each other.
What are you thinking about, Lewis?
I was thinking about Stone. What he said.
Don't let it get you.
You know, in a way, he was right.
He was insane. The shock knocked him off balance.
No. Each of us dies in a different way. Each of us has his own life to look back on. Huh?
What's that?
I don't know. It sounds like Lester.
Hello? Hello, Lester. Can you hear us?
I don't think so. It's possible that the sending unit of his radio is working, but the receiving unit is damaged.
Singing good stuff to keep up his nerves.
Right there. Hello? Hello? Anybody alive? This is Engineer's Mate Harry Lester. Hello? Mother of heaven, ain't there somebody that talks to me at least?
Lester, can you hear me?
Hello? Listen, anybody. If you can hear me, this is Engineer's Mate Harry Lester. We had an accident. We were... Oh, what's the use?
He doesn't even know we can hear him.
Poor devil may have forgotten to switch on his receiving unit.
Well, there are three of us again anyway.
It isn't much comfort. Maybe Stone's way is best.
Don't be a fool. They're going to be picked up.
I doubt
We
it.
must. I must. I've too much to accomplish in life to die like this. A fellow like Stone or Lester, they come a dime a dozen. But I was in line to be commander of the whole fleet. You know what that means, Charles? Commander of the hemisphere.
No, I don't know what it means. I never wanted to be commander of anything but myself. And I never even came close to that.
Helen was counting on it. Stevie, too, in his own little way.
It's hardest for Helen. Steely's too young to understand.
He'll know. He'll know his daddy went out with a ship. Like a man. They'll give him a medal.
Lewis, I'm beginning to think that maybe Stone was right about you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing.
No, Charles. I want to know. We've shipped together a good many years. You never told me what you really think of me, whether or not you've envied my success. I'd like to know now. We've nothing to do but talk anyway.
I've never envied anything except the fact that you're falling back to Earth, Lewis. I've admired you as I admire some sort of perfect machine. But that's where it stopped. You know the trouble with you, Lewis?
Well?
You can't cry.
What?
You can't cry.
Well, men don't cry, only children.
That's what I mean, Lewis. You can't cry.
I don't know what the devil you're babbling about.
Well, skip it.
Now, look here. There's one thing...
I had a wife on Mars. I had a wife on Jupiter. And I had a wife on Venus. Every one of them had money and treated me swell.
What's he babbling about?
I don't know. He seems to be reminiscing about his life.
I had some nice times, I did. Oh, Roxy. She didn't know about any of them others. Roxy. Married 15 years and she still looks like a schoolgirl. And there's a boy, too. I wonder what he's doing now. Like he's not in some mischief. I remember when I kissed him goodbye. I said to him, I says, now, my son, take good care of your mom and don't get fresh with the girls. He'd slap me if he didn't wink at me and smile that winning smile of his and say, all right, Dad, take care you come back well. All in all, we miss you terrible much. Oh, well, Eddie, Lister, you can't complain. You've had the best of it and some to spare.
Simple soul.
Too simple.
I envy him.
Why?
Because he has all that to hang on to. Women always frightened me. I ran from them. Always wanting them and jealous of men like Lester for having them. And jealous of him for being able to spend money without fear and for as much happiness as he could have in his own wild way. Haven't you ever wanted that?
Don't be a fool.
The difference between us and Lester is that he lives in the present. He gets into the experience of the moment. You and I, Louis, we live in the past and in the future, but never in the present.
Could we change the subject?
I thought you wanted to talk.
Well, let's talk about something else. Charles? Charles? Charles, are you there? Charles, answer me.
I just switched to my auxiliary battery. I'm sorry.
Well, don't do that.
Afraid to be alone?
I've never been afraid of anything in my life, and you know it.
I wonder.
It's a long way back down.
Why doesn't he shut up?
Louis.
What?
Louis, I got myself into a meteor swarm. Some little asteroid.
Meteors?
I think it's that Myrmidon cluster that goes out past Mars, then swings in towards Earth once every 5 years. I'm right in the middle of it now. It's like a big kaleidoscope. All kinds of colors and shapes and sizes. God, it's beautiful, all that metal. I'm going with them. They're taking me with them. Well, I'll be doggone. Remember when you were a kid, Louis? Held a kaleidoscope to your eye, gave it a twirl? That's what I'm part of now.
Keep talking. I can barely hear you now.
They're taking me off, Louis. So long.
Charles! Charles, don't leave me alone like this. Charles! Charles! Lester! Lester, can you hear me?
Oh, it's a good time. I got drunk once and gambled away $1,000.
Why don't you shut up?
Then there was the time Roxy and I made love on the sand down at Old Gate Bridge.
It's all over, Lester. It's just as if it never happened.
And Eddie, you've no regrets, really.
What good does it do you, you fool? When the thing's over, it's not good anymore. You're no better off than me. Look at what I've accomplished.
Roxy.
You floating there languishing over some skinny, misbegotten slut of a wife.
Roxy.
My wife is beautiful. Understand? Beautiful. Like marble.
Well,
like chiseled marble.
You'll find herself another man. She'll have some more good times.
No, she won't. She'll be faithful to my memory. Helen, you will be faithful, won't you? You'll never forget me.
It's a long way.
I won't listen. I'll switch off my radio. There, that's better. You're alone now, Captain Hollis. Alone with yourself. And your thoughts. And your memories. Going back to Earth like a human rocket. And remembering.
Louis, is that you?
Yes, Helen, it's me.
I missed you.
Have you?
Didn't you know?
But I thought... we quarreled.
Oh, I've forgotten about that.
I had some trouble, Helen.
We won't talk about it. You're home now. That's the important thing. Stevie is so excited.
Stevie, where is he?
Right here, darling. Stevie? Steve? Daddy!
Hello, son.
You're going to stay with us this time, aren't you, Daddy? You're going to stay home and we'll go fishing and play ball together, just like you promised.
Stevie.
I'm collecting seashells, Dad. I've got a whole collection of all different colors. Would you like to see them?
Yes, I would, son.
I'll go up and get them. I've got them in my room. Don't go away, Dad. I'll be right back.
I won't go away. He's, quite a little guy, isn't he?
I'm glad you're finally getting together with him.
What? What do you mean, Helen?
You've always seemed so, well, detached from him. Steve is a sensitive little creature. All he ever wanted from you really was just a little affection and respect, Louis. Just a little respect for the things he felt and wanted.
I've been a good father. Nobody can ever say I haven't been a good father. Certainly not you, not after what happened.
Don't get defensive, Louis, please. I'm trying to bring us a little closer together.
I've given him everything a boy should have. Toys, boxing gloves. I've taught him to hunt and take care of himself.
Yes, you've done all those things.
Well, then.
It's just, well, sometimes when he's come to you, he feels so alone. All he wants is for you to put your arms around him and reassure him, that's all.
He's going to be a man. I don't want him to be soft.
What is it, Louis? What is there about being soft that you despise?
Sissy's are soft.
Christ was soft.
Now, don't start that business again, will you?
I'm trying to make you understand, please.
I understand what you're trying to do. You're like all of them. They want to make you a woman. Like them. They want to drain you of your manhood so they can control you. Manipulate you.
You won't understand, will you? You won't trust me or anybody else, including yourself.
Now you're talking belly-wash again.
Oh, let's not build that wall between us, Louis. Not this time. I had it all planned when you came back. We'd go down to the beach. Remember the spot where we used to swim? In the moonlight, you can see the water all luminous and green. And then we could have picnic supper there, just you and Stevie and me. Stevie could sleep on the blanket. We could go for a swim. Maybe we could recapture it, Louis. It wasn't always like this. Maybe if we went back.
I'm sorry, Helen. I'd like to, really. But, well, I'm shipping out tonight.
Tonight?
I've got a new command, a new ship. Having lunch with the Admiral this afternoon.
But you said you'd stay.
This is an important thing, Helen. This is the most important thing that ever happened to me.
More important than going for a swim.
You don't get a chance of being fleet commander every day. You can go for a swim anytime.
Yes, but we never do.
Now, look, honey. Ever since I was a cadet, I've been pointing toward this job. It's big. If I'm a success, you can name your own ticket. Big house up in Connecticut. Chauffeur. Finest schools for Steve.
I want you, Louis.
Now, don't be unreasonable.
Don't you be unemotional.
What?
I said don't be unemotional.
I don't understand.
No, I don't suppose you ever will.
Let's not quarrel. Why do we always end up quarreling? Well, it's almost time now.
Louis, let's try once more.
Goodbye, Helen. Say goodbye to the boy.
All right, Louis. Goodbye.
Helen. Where are you, Helen? Helen? Oh, no, I must be going out of my mind. The whole thing was nothing but a dream. If only I had someone to talk to.
Captain Hollis, is that you?
Lester?
Yeah.
No, it's just another part of the same nightmare.
Captain Hollis, can you hear me?
Why must I be tortured like this?
Captain, if you can hear me, for heaven's sakes, answer. I found a tube loose in this receiver. I can hear you talking to yourself.
Lester, is it really you?
Yes, sir. Thank heavens, Captain. Are any of the others still alive?
Stone went to the sun. Dr. Carter went off with a meteor swarm. The others are scattered all over the universe by now. I'm headed right for Earth. I'll be in the orbit soon.
Well, it's good to hear your voice, sir. I was going insane all by myself here. Seems like I've been singing and talking the old bloody night.
We heard you. I'm glad we can reach one another.
Yeah, me too, sir.
Are you really glad, Lester? I should think you'd hate and despise me.
Why, sir?
I could have saved us all by changing course.
Well,
The way I see it, Captain, you did what you believed in. That's the way each of us has to do.
Thank you, Lester.
Yeah, how long do you figure we got, sir?
Not long, I'm afraid. At least not me.
It's a terrible thing, ain't it, Captain? I mean, knowing you're going to die and not being able to do anything.
At least you've got pleasant memories.
Me, sir? No, never mind the hell of beans. I should think you'd have some good thoughts to remember yourself.
I never lived, Lester.
Sir?
It's true, I never lived.
But you were wise.
We were strangers. We never knew each other.
A son?
A son. Lester, would you believe it if I told you I've never put my arms around the boy and let him know how much I loved him?
Oh, it's hard to believe, sir.
It's true.
It's odd that you talking like this, Captain. I always envied you your position. You were commander.
I thought so, too, but I know better now. My whole life was nothing but a running away from my own feelings. I had everything I really wanted. All I had to do was reach out my hand. There was Helen, Stevie, pleasures. And I turned my back and looked at the stars. When they came to me filled with their love and their warmth, I ran. I fled to the stars and to the ends of the universe. It was all so wrong. How do things like that happen to us, Lester?
I don't know, sir.
We were going to be divorced, Helen and I.
Oh?
Stupid, idiotic.
Or maybe you'll be picked up, Captain. There's lots of spaceships taking off from Earth. Maybe one of them will reach you before you hit the atmosphere.
If I dared to hope. We aren't that lucky, Lester. Not many get a second chance.
Well, keep
I
hoping.
can see you now, Lester. Mother Earth, big and green and rich. Won't be more than a few minutes at this rate. Oh, if there was something.
Captain, you still there?
Yes, I can feel the friction starting now. I'll burn in a minute. I'll be scattered like ashes all across the land. Funny, that's a useful act, isn't it? To help other things grow?
Oh, now don't talk like that, Captain.
I'm sorry, Lester. You're a good man. I hope they rescue you.
Well, I believe you're a good man, Captain.
Maybe, Lester. Maybe I am after all.
Oh, you just got a bit twisted somewhere, that's all. It wasn't your
No,
fault.
no, it wasn't my blame. Funny.
Sir?
I feel a sense of calm now. Almost relief. Did you ever get out of a cold shower and feel like a new man? Clean and ready for breakfast and a new day? I have a feeling like that. It's a beautiful old earth, Lester. Good to go home. I wonder if anyone will see me.
Captain.
Down to the beach tonight?
I don't know. I just wanted to see the ocean and the stars. Are you cold?
No. Mom?
Yes, darling.
When's Dad coming back?
I don't know, Steve. I don't know.
Mom?
Hmm?
What's the matter between you and Dad?
Matter? Oh, nothing you'd understand.
Don't you love each other?
I suppose in a way we do. It used to be quite different. Long ago, when you were a tiny, tiny baby, your father and I used to come down here and swim at night. I was the first girl he ever loved. And then somehow, something happened. He got frightened or something, and we sort of lost each other.
Oh.
Come here, Steve.
What's wrong, Mom?
Oh, I just feel a little chill. Perhaps we'd better be getting back. It's almost your bedtime.
Okay, Mom. Mom! Look up there! A falling star!
Yes, I see it.
It fell right this way. Did you see it, Mom? A falling star!
Make a wish, son. Make a wish.
You've just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of... Dimension X is presented transcribed each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street & Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X has presented Kaleidoscope, written for radio by George Lefferts from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Joe DeSantos as the captain, Leon Janney as Lester, and Joan Alexander as Helen. Your host was Norman Rose.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Dimension X. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into X-1, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for mind-bending tales that will transport you to distant galaxies and alternate realities.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
In just a moment, X-1. But first, how does one man get himself into so many impossible situations? Well, this is a question you'll probably ask yourself tomorrow night when you follow another hilarious misadventure of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Yes, Gildy's eye for the ladies and his impulsive temperament managed to entangle him in a web of riotous circumstances. Be sure to join the romantic water commissioner, his neighbors, Judge Hooker, Mr. Peavy, and all the loyal Gildersleeve household as they romp through another episode of The Great Gildersleeve tomorrow night. And now stay tuned for X-1 on NBC.
X-1 salutes our Philadelphia station. Its new call letters, WRCV.
Countdown for blast-off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X-1.
Tonight's story, Skulking Permit, by Robert Sheckley.
August 16th, year 2204. 2. Central Colonial Administrative Authority, Alpha Centauri Sector. From Colonial Contact Inspector 37. Subject, Planet New Delaware. Following the procedure outlined in manual for contact with lost colonies, open communication by interstellar radio with New Delaware. This is the first contact established in 200 years. And proceeding on overdrive for personal investigation. Situation on New Delaware appears unconventional, to say the least.
Hi there. Hi, Billy.
Hi, Tom. Got no time for talking this morning. Got to get this sign up.
It's a real pretty sign. No aliens allowed within city limits. What's an alien?
Beats me. The mayor told me to put it up. He says to me, Billy Painter, you're chief of police, so I want you to paint me a big sign and set it right in front of the town hall.
Aliens. Aliens. Oh, it's a real pretty word.
Billy Painter, I thought I told you.
Take it easy, Mayor. I put the sign up.
It's not that, it's the church.
I painted it just like you told me.
I know, but you painted it wrong.
I painted that church with a nice bright red. What's wrong with that?
I looked it up. It's a little red schoolhouse, not church house. Churches are supposed to be white.
Can't keep track of them all. Schoolhouse, church house, jail, post office. Got along fine enough in New Delaware for 200 years without them.
I know, but we need them now, and we haven't got much time. Where are the carpenter boys?
I saw Sam and Marv over at Ed Beer's Tavern.
Well, Billy, you go down there and tell them that they've got to build us a little schoolhouse, and you paint it red. It's very important.
Mayor, when do I get a police chief badge? I read that a police chief always gets a badge.
Make yourself one. Now go on.
All right, then.
Oh, it sure is hot here. I don't know why the inspector couldn't have come in winter. Oh, Tom Fisher.
Yeah?
Tom, I've got a job for you, a very important job.
Well, now, look, Mayor, I'm on vacation. Fish won't be back in these waters.
No vacation, not now. He's due any day. Tom, how would you like to be a criminal?
I don't know. What's a criminal?
Well, come over to my house and I'll explain. I've got to appoint a criminal, and it looks to me like you're it. You don't mind sitting right next to the interstellar radio, do you? I'm waiting for a call.
Thought that thing was broken.
No, it wasn't broken. My father told me always to leave the monitor on recording in case. Just didn't seem to be anybody calling, not for 200 years. Not since that war back on Earth. Oh, it's time now. You just listen to them. They said that they would call just at this time.
New Delaware, do you hear me? New Delaware, come in immediately.
Yes, we hear you. He's very touchy.
This is Colonial Inspector 37. As I told you in my broadcast yesterday, there's been no contact with the outer colonies for some centuries due to unsettled conditions here. But that's over, except for a little mopping up. Now, New Delaware is still a colony of Earth and subject to her laws. Do you acknowledge that status?
Oh, yes. We called a town meeting last night and talked it all over. We're still loyal to Earth.
Excellent. That saves us the trouble of sending an expeditionary force to reconquer you. However, as Colonial Contact Inspector, I will be obliged to make a personal investigation to make sure that you conform fully to the customs, institutions, and traditions of Imperial Earth.
Imperial? That's funny. All the books talk about Earth as a united democracy.
Well, a lot can change in 200 years. And, of course, there's been a war.
Do you hear me, New Delaware?
Oh, yes, sir, we hear you.
You realize, of course, there is room for only one intelligent species in the universe. Man. All others must be suppressed, wiped out. We can tolerate no aliens. I'm sure you understand, General.
I'm not a general. I'm a mayor.
You're in charge, aren't you?
Yes.
Then you're a general. I'll be sure you're running an Earth colony, General, with no radical departures from the norm, such as free will, free speech, free elections, or anything else on the proscribed list. It is impossible to administer an empire where everyone does as he pleases. Get your colony in order, General. I will call to inspect you in exactly 1 week. That is all.
Well, you see how it is, Tom. Now, Tom, about your job. I'm appointing you town criminal.
I don't see why there has to be a criminal.
That's a very important part of Earth society. All the books say so, Tom. The criminal is as important as the postman or the police chief. He works against society. If you don't have people working against society, how can you have people working for it? How can there be any more important job?
I don't want to do it.
Now, be reasonable, Tom. Put yourself in my position. This inspector comes and he meets Billy Painter, our police chief. He asks to see the jail. Then he says, no prisoners? How can I hold my head up and tell him that we don't have any crime? No crime, he'll say. But Earth colonies always have crime. Don't you see that, Tom? Right there, the whole thing falls through. He'll see that we're not truly Earth-like. We're faking it. We're aliens. And you heard what he said about being rough on aliens.
Well, yeah, but why me?
Can't spare anyone else. And you've got narrow eyes. Criminals always have narrow eyes.
Well, they aren't that narrow.
Tom, please, we're all doing our part. You want to help now, don't you?
Oh, I suppose so.
Fine. You're our criminal. Here, I've got this paper all made out for you, just to make it legal.
Skulking permit.
Know all men by these presents that Tom Fisher is a duly authorized thief and murderer. He is hereby required to skulk in dismal alleys, haunt places of low repute, and to break the law.
What's the law?
I'll let you know as fast as I make them up. All Earth colonies have laws.
Oh, well, what do I do?
You steal and kill. Look, I'll give you a couple of books on it. Steal as much as you like. One murder should be enough. Don't overdo it.
It don't sound sensible somehow.
Well, you can work up to it, Tom. Why don't you start off easy, like by haunting a place of low repute?
Hello, Tom. I hear you're our official criminal now.
That's right. I have a beer.
How's it going?
Well, I've been studying. I can't put my finger on it yet.
Hey, did you get the weapons Mary Carpenter sent over?
Yeah, a hatchet, a spear, 2 knives, and a blackjack.
Uh-huh.
I stuck myself with a spear, Ed. The whole thing ain't sensible to me. I can't figure out what's the purpose of crime. What do people get out of it?
Here's the beer. I tried a new route this time. Tell me how you like it.
Very dry. Less filling.
How come you ain't out thieving now, Tom?
Oh, I'm planning. My permit says I have to haunt places of low repute, and that's why I'm here.
Well, this ain't no place of low repute.
You serve the worst meals in town.
I know. My wife can't cook. But there's a real friendly atmosphere here. The folks like it, Tom.
It's all changed, Ed. I'm making this tavern my headquarters. It's now a criminal lair.
Try to keep a nice place, and a lot of thanks you get.
Hi, Tom. You steal anything yet?
Oh, well, not yet, Mary, no.
I'll have a Paracula, Ed. Don't worry, Tom. You'll catch on. If anyone in this village can learn, you can.
Sure, we got confidence in you, Tom.
Why don't you steal something right now, Tom? Go ahead.
Well, suppose I could.
I brought some geefers in my basket. They're real ripe. You could steal those.
Well, they are nice-looking geepers, Mary. Real tasty.
Go ahead, Tom. Steal it.
Well, These are nice-looking geepers. Mind if I take one out at the light and look at it?
No, Tom, you go right ahead.
Now, just a minute there.
Hi, Billy. What do you have?
I'm on official police business. What were you doing with that geefer, Tom?
Just looking at it.
I don't think you were just looking at it, Tom. I think you were planning on stealing it. You're a suspicious character. I think I better lock you up for further questioning.
No, Billy. What are you doing?
I'm doing my duty, Mayor. Tom here is looking mighty suspicious. The book says...
I know what the book says. I gave you the book. You can't go arresting Tom, not yet.
But there's no other criminal in the village.
Oh, Billy, don't you understand? This village needs a criminal record. Acting suspiciously isn't a crime.
All right, but I was just trying to do my job. I'll still get you, Tom. Remember, crime does not pay.
Hey, that's a real slick way of putting it, isn't it?
I thought it was kind of catchy. I read it in the book.
Well, Tom, go ahead now. Steal something.
Well, I'm not in the mood anymore.
Well, better get to it soon, and don't forget the murder.
Is it really necessary?
Oh, I wish it weren't, but this colony has been here for over 200 years, and we haven't had a single murder. Not one.
I suppose we should have one. No, I'll take care of it.
Good boy, Tom. We're counting on you. Billy, I want you to paint up a couple hundred signs saying private property, no trespassing, violators will be prosecuted, and a dozen saying speed limit 35 miles an hour.
Why? All we got is those quag horses, and they won't go faster than a walk.
Never mind. You got to have a speed limit. It's civilized. Well, that's the last of the signs, Billy. You might as well get some sleep.
Aren't you going home, Mayor?
No, I've got to get out to Fred Farmers. I appointed him postmaster. Since nobody ever sends letters around here, I promised to help him write all those letters.
Well, good night, Mayor. I guess I better be making my rounds.
Yeah, good night, Billy.
Who's that? Tom? Tom Fisher? You out thieving? Who's there? Don't move, or I'll shoot. Hey, Tom, come back.
Hey, what's going on out there? What's all the racket?
It's the town criminal, Ed. I think I heard him robbing your house.
Yeah?
He's made his getaway now, but don't you worry. I'll get him yet.
All right, but get him in the morning, will you? Some of us are trying to sleep.
Morning, Marv. How's the schoolhouse coming?
Fair. Would have come along better if I had my saw.
Your saw?
Yeah. I left it leaning against my door last night. Wasn't there this morning, Tom.
Oh, yeah, your saw. Well, you know how it is, Marv. I had to practice some skulking last night.
Yeah, sure. Say, do you suppose I could use the saw for a while, just for an hour or two?
Well, I don't know. It's legally stolen, you know.
Well, I'd give it back. I wouldn't keep anything that was legally stolen.
Well, it's in the house with the rest of the loot.
Okay, I'll go borrow it then.
Tom, I've been looking for you.
Morning, Mayor.
Did you steal my bronze plaque?
I certainly did.
Oh, well, I was just wondering. You did it just in time. You see up there?
What?
Up there, the black dot near the rim of the sun.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I'll bet it's the inspector's ship. You got your murder planned? Time is running short, Tom. The inspector may land any hour now. That darn radio's been yapping at me something about a revolt at Deng 4, and all Earth colonies are to prepare for conscription, whatever that is. So let's get that killing over with.
I don't know, though. Murder...
Now, look, Tom, criminals on Earth commit dozens of murders a day and think nothing of it. All this village wants of you is one little killing. Is that too much to ask? Now, who will it be, Tom?
Oh, I guess I'll kill George Waterman.
Why?
Why? Why not?
What's your motive?
I thought you just wanted a murder. Who said anything about a motive?
We can't have a fake murder. On Earth, every murderer has a motive.
Well, I don't like the way George walks, never did, and he's noisy.
No. That might be good enough for a crime of passion, but you're a legal criminal. Tom, you're ruthless, cold-blooded, and cunning. You can't kill someone just because you don't like the way he walks. That's silly.
I better think the whole thing over.
Well, don't take too long. Oh, and Tom, don't forget to leave clues. They're very important.
Have another beer, Tom.
I don't mind if I do.
Hey, how do you like the way I fixed the tavern over? I hung up dirty curtains, you know. That makes it a dismal retreat. Because I figured if this was going to be your headquarters, it ought to be a real criminal's lair. How do you like the bloodstains on the floor?
That's only Billy Painter's rootberry red paint.
Oh, I know, but it looks like bloodstains. Hey, how's the murder coming?
Oh, not so good. No, I've been thinking about it, Ed. You realize I'm supposed to kill somebody? I'm supposed to make somebody cease to exist. I mean, like, take Marv Carpenter. Here he is today working on a schoolhouse, big fella. Now, if I kill him, well, he wouldn't work anymore. I've been trying to imagine it. Marv Carpenter lying on the ground with his eyes glaring open and his mouth twisted and never going to hold a piece of wood in his hands again or never going to sing a song or have a beer or anything. Well, it just made me kind of sick. I mean, I could go on with the thieving, but murder...
Yeah, I know, but, Tom, it's your job. It's for the good of the village.
Murder. I better have another beer. Hey, what's that?
That must be the inspector's ship landing. Come on, let's go see.
Perimeter guard, advance. Set up portable generators and rocket launchers. All personnel restricted to immediate area of the ship. Sidearms to be worn at all times. And guards at battle station.
Welcome to New Delaware.
Thank you, General. I'm the inspector. This is Mr. Grant, my political advisor.
Is this the capital of the colony?
Well, I'm afraid there's only this village on the whole of New Delaware.
Only one? Now, Grant, I told you when we surveyed the planet we were wasting our time.
Patience. There's always an advantage in every situation.
If you gentlemen are ready...
Ready?
You're going to inspect our village, aren't you?
Inspect? I can see it all.
Why, of course, General. We're ready. Let's inspect your village.
You see, we've got it all. Jail, post office, church, little red schoolhouse. Oh, we're very normal, very earthy.
Grant, I have my efficiency rating to think of. This place is worthless. No smelting, no heavy industry, no atomics, no taxation, no... They don't have anything.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Inspector. If you'll excuse us, General.
Of course.
I'll be downgraded at the next colonial board. Why, this place is a utopia. It's subversive. We ought to blow it right out of the sky.
No, don't be despondent, Inspector.
But this whole trip is a total waste of time.
Not entirely. New Delaware has a very important commodity for us.
What? You saw them? Hulking peasants? Nothing but farmers.
Yes, strong, healthy farmers. Good cannon fodder.
But...
Oh. Ooh, let me take over. General.
Yes, sir?
How many able young men are there in the village between the ages of 15 and 60?
Why?
You see, General, Imperial Earth is engaged in a war. The colonies in Deng 4 are revolting against the authority of Mother Earth.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
We need good, healthy fighting men. Our reserves are depleted.
We wish to give all loyal colonists a chance to fight for Mother Earth. We're sure you won't refuse. Most colonies welcome a little conscription. Cleanses the blood, reduces crime.
Crime? Oh, I thought that would come up. We've taken care of that. I appointed...
Now, you see, Grant, 60, 70, perhaps 100 recruits. Not such a waste of time coming here at all.
Perhaps not.
Sergeant, detail a squad of 50 men armed with portable heat generators to post a guard in the village. All right, Mr. Mayor. Suppose we go talk this problem over.
Tom? Tom, you out there?
Yeah. I've been skulking out here all day. I'm hungry.
Well, I brought you supper. The mayor sent you a message, Tom. He said to hurry up at the murder. He's been stalling the inspector and that nasty little Grint man, but they're going to ask him. They're sure to.
All right. And I'll get around to it tonight. Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Tom. What are you doing?
Well, you said there had to be a murder, so
Now, wait. I didn't mean me. It can't be me.
Well, why not?
Well, for one thing, somebody has to talk to the inspector. He's waiting for me. Someone has to
Billy
show him
Painter
how to...
can do that. You think a knife would be more fatal in the heart or in the throat? Well, nothing personal, of course.
Wait. If there's nothing personal, then you have no motive.
Oh. Well, I guess I could think of one. I've been pretty sore about you appointing me town criminal.
It was the mayor who appointed you, wasn't it?
Well, sure.
Then look, I'm not a mayor anymore. I'm a general. Look, it's stars, gold braid.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, you missed the ceremony this afternoon, Tom. Inspector said I had to wear a general's uniform. It was a very friendly ceremony. All the Earthmen were grinning. They were winking at me and at each other.
Oh, congratulations. But you were the mayor when you appointed me criminal, so my motive still holds.
Yes, but killing a general isn't murder, it's mutiny.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's just that I've read up on it, and you haven't. Well, I better get back. The inspector wants a lot of the men that he can draft.
Are you sure this murder is necessary?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Just not me.
No luck, huh, Tom?
I just can't do it. Ed, I can't kill anybody in the village. I grew up with them. I've worked with them. I've drunk root beer with them. I don't have any motive for killing any of them.
I know, but you do have to commit a murder, Tom. You don't want to let the village down.
But I can't kill the people I've known all my life.
No, I suppose not.
Wait a minute. I got an idea. Ed, suppose I kill the inspector.
Well, what's your motive?
Oh, it would be a very terrible crime. I'd be killing for glory, for fame, for notoriety, and it'll show Earth how earthy New Delaware really is. Why, they'll say crime is so bad here that a criminal actually killed their inspector on the very first day.
Tom, that's just the sort of thing a master criminal would do.
Oh, you think it's a good idea, huh?
I think it's great, Tom. But how are you going to do it?
Well, one of those soldiers got drunk on a bottle of your Keebler juice and dropped his gun. I picked it up.
Oh, is that a gun?
Yeah, you push this button here.
Hey, look out!
I'm sorry, Ed.
Now I'll have to get the carpenter boys to fix that hole in the roof.
Oh, well, I'll be careful.
Did you kill the soldier?
Of course not. No point in killing the wrong man. Well, I better get going. I'll wait for him on the path between the mayor's house and the ship.
Good luck, Tom.
Thanks.
Up, 2, 3, 4. Keep in line there. Ah, what a sloppy crew. All left feet.
Well, it's a nice night's work. With those landing parties dying like flies, we can use every new man we can get.
Don't say that.
What, are you afraid the mayor will hear me? Don't be ridiculous. It's a completely passive population. Sheep-like, obedient.
Look at them. No two of them in step.
Well, what do you expect from backward agrarians? Wait till those sergeants get hold of them at the base. They'll whip them into first-class fighting men in no time.
Halt! Stand and deliver!
What's that? Why, it's Tom.
Hands up, Inspector.
Huh?
I got you covered. Now, the rest of you drop your guns and move out of the way.
What? Now, see here.
Now, go on now, drop those guns.
Now, what's the meaning of this?
And who are you?
Tom Fisher. I'm the town criminal. I'm going to kill the inspector. Now, please move out of the way.
Criminal? So that's what the mayor was prattling about.
Now, I know we haven't had any murders in 200 years, but I'm changing that now. Now, move out of the way.
Well, I suppose I'd better get out of the line of fire.
No, wait a minute, wait.
Now, don't move. I know just how to do it. I've been thinking about it. Now, I'll push this button, and you'll die. You'll fall down on the path, and your eyes will open, and your mouth twisted, and no air going in and out of your lungs, and no beat to your heart, and I can't do it. Here's your gun. Take it. I don't want it.
Quick, after him. Sergeant, take a squad and search the forest.
Take it easy, Inspector. This whole planet is forest. 10,000 men couldn't find him if he doesn't want to be.
But I'll have him hanged on the spot.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Sergeant, have the entire ship's company turned out. General, I want all your people out looking for him. Shoot on sight. Kill him instantly.
Oh, we couldn't do that. Although we appreciate the compliment.
What? That man's
He's a criminal. That's what I'm trying to explain. I appointed him. We had to have one.
You what?
You mean you had no criminals?
Well, I'm afraid not. Oh, I'm terribly ashamed. You see, we knew how uncivilized we were, and that's why we did it. I'm dreadfully embarrassed that Tom couldn't handle the job.
Well, why did you give the assignment to that particular man?
Well, I figured if anyone could kill, Tom could. He's a fisherman, you know. Pretty gory work. Oh.
And he wasn't able to kill the inspector.
Well, we just haven't had to kill anything for 200 years except fish. The only animals on New Delaware are small grass eaters, and they're not good to eat, so we never kill any of them.
Then the rest of you would be equally unable to kill?
We wouldn't even get as far as Tom did.
I want that man found.
Forget about it, Inspector.
What?
We'd better get away from here. You want men in our army who can't kill?
Oh.
Think of it. A morale problem. The possibility of infection. One man in a key position endangering a key ship or maybe a whole fleet because he can't kill. It isn't worth the risk, Inspector.
Yes, sir. I see what you mean.
Order your troops back to the ship. We'll take off at once.
Tom, you can come out now. Tom, they're gone.
He's hiding around here somewhere, Mayor.
Yeah. Tom!
Here I am. I'm sorry I bungled it.
Well, don't feel bad about it. It was an impossible job.
I'm afraid it was. I thought that just possibly you could swing it, but you can't be blamed, Tom. There's not another man in the village who could have done the job even as well.
What are we going to do with all those buildings, Mayor? The jail, the post office, the little red schoolhouse, the church?
Well, I think we'll build a playground for the kids with swings and slides and sandboxes for them.
Another playground?
Surely, why not?
Well, I guess I won't be needing my skulking permit anymore.
No, I guess not. Oh, well, we did our best.
I had the chance, then I let you all down.
It's not your fault, Tom. Look how long it took Earth to get civilized. Thousands of years. And we were trying to do it in 2 weeks.
Well, we'll just have to go back to being uncivilized.
Yeah.
Well, we better get back to the village. Looks like rain.
Well, soon I'll start fishing again. Say.
What is it, Tom?
Oh, it's too late now, but it's too bad I didn't think of it before. I might have been able to go through with it.
Think of what, Tom?
I think I could have done it. If I'd only had the sense to think of the inspector as a fish. Well, it's too late now. Guess he's just a big one that got away.
You've just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features an unusual story by James E. Gunn, Cylana, a story of what happened when crime suddenly invaded a crimeless society, and where the only way to catch a thief was to manufacture a thief. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Skulking Permit,
a story from the pages of Galaxy, written by Robert Sheckley and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Dick Hamilton, Wendell Holmes, Joe DeSantis, Joseph Boland, Alan Hewitt, Bill Quinn, Mandel Kramer, and Ruby Dee. Your announcer, Jack Costello. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Let's visit Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of X-1. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Space Patrol, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for a combination of sci-fi and law enforcement.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are at the Saturn City spaceport, following a man they believe to be a cousin of Prince Baccarati.
That's Vincent, all right, sir. In the back, he looks just like Baccarati.
All right, huh? Let's close in. Just a minute, Benson.
Yes?
I thought you promised to stay on Saturn.
Oh, did I, Corey?
Commander, it's Prince Baccarati. Get him, Hap.
All right, Malengo, use your ray gun. That does it, Malengo. Get them aboard the ship. We'll give them a one-way trip to Planet X.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Spies from Planet X. Say, gang, have you met the twin Space Patrollers who've just moved in down the block a ways? A couple of real swell fellas and supercharged all the way. Well, now's your chance to meet them. Here they are.
Hi, Captain Tuco. I'm Space Patroller Tommy Smith. And I'm Space Patroller Danny Smith.
Man, oh man, am I seeing double? You look alike and you talk alike.
And we eat alike, too. We had our bite-sized checks today. How about you?
Did I have my bite-sized checks today? Did I have a big bowl full of rice checks or wheat checks? The best-tasting cereals from here to the outer orbit of Pluto? Well, you bet I did. I'm supercharged just like both of you. Now, Space Patroller, did you power up with that bite-sized checks nourishment this morning? You know, no other cereal, flaked or puffed, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. That's why Rice Chex and Wheat Chex are official cereals of every Space Patroller in the universe. So, gang, take a tip from these supercharged twins, and every day before you blast off for school or play, have yourself a power breakfast with
Bite-sized Rice Chex. Bite-sized Wheat Chex.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Spies from Planet X. In recent weeks, Buzz has successfully thwarted attempts by Prince Baccarati to sabotage United Planet's defenses. Space Patrol intelligence has been convinced that Prince Baccarati, former ruler of Neptune, was holed up in his fabulous castle on the remote Planet X, recouping his strength. But a Space Patrol agent has reportedly seen Baccarati in Saturn City. In response to this report, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are speeding toward the planet Saturn.
Commander, if that really is Baccarati, he sure got a lot of nerve.
All we know is that this man reported to be Baccarati has been dealing with the Zakra Importing Company at Saturn City.
Zakra Importing?
A small outfit, practically a one-man operation. Run by Emil Zakra. Seems to specialize in knickknacks and curios from the different planets.
Well, do you think knickknacks would make Baccarati come all the way from Planet X and risk getting caught?
I can tell you more about that, Happy, when we talk to Mr. Zakra. A few hours later, Buzz and Happy walked down a small side street in Saturn City. Most of the shops are closed for the day, except one shabby little store in which a dim green light casts a weird glow over shelves of dusty vases, statues, and carvings. A replica of an outmoded spaceship hangs above the door. On it, in luminous letters, are the words, Zakra Importing Company. Here we are, Happy.
I don't see anyone inside. Maybe they're closed.
Try the door.
It's open.
Somebody must be here. Let's go in.
Look at the dust. I wouldn't say business was exactly booming.
Anybody here? Let's try the back room.
Uh-oh. Commander, look. The man on the floor behind the counter.
He's still breathing. He'll be all right. Somebody struck him with a blunt knife.
Is it Zakra?
I don't know. Somebody's coming to behind this curtain, too. It's Baccarati. Hold it, Baccarati. Huh? You came back to finish the job, I suppose.
Job? What you're talking about? His voice, eh? His voice is different.
But he looks like Baccarati. What's your name?
Baccarat.
Huh?
I'm surprised to hear that name after all these years. Most people know me as Vance and Thomas Vance.
Are you related to Prince Baccarati?
My cousin. An unfortunate family resemblance.
I see. Now take a look behind that counter and see if that man resembles anyone you know.
Hey, Doctor, what happened?
You thought perhaps you could tell us.
Why would I?
What are you doing here, Mr. Benson?
I was to see Doctor on business.
Were you expecting your cousin?
No, I should say not.
All right, Benson. We're going to get Mr. Zucker to a doctor, and we'll have a little talk at Space Patrol headquarters. While Cadet Happy scans the files for information on Thomas Benson, Commander Corey at Saturn City headquarters questions the man who bears such a striking physical resemblance to the evil Prince Baccarati.
And you know absolutely nothing of your cousin's whereabouts. Nothing, Commander. We haven't had any contact since he was forced to leave Neptune. We were never very friendly, even as boys.
And your home is on Neptune. You're just visiting Saturn.
Yes, a business trip. He's been here about a week.
I've completed the check, Commander.
Thanks, Happy. That'll be all, Mr. Benson, for the time being. Oh, you plan to be in Saturn City for a while?
Why, yes. Yes, I do, Commander. I'm at the Alcor Hotel.
Good. I may want to talk to you some more.
Call me any time. Good night, Commander.
Good night.
Yeah. That isn't the craziest thing. That guy's a dead ringer from Baccarati, but he sounds different and acts different.
What did you find out, Happy?
He's Thomas Benson, engaged in the manufacturing business on Neptune. First cousin of Prince Baccarati.
Why?
Changed his name from Baccarati to Benson, and this will kill you, sir. At Prince Baccarati's request, to save the family from embarrassment.
Oh?
Yeah, the prince didn't want to be disgraced by a cousin who worked.
Does Benson have any criminal record?
No, sir. Spends his spare time collecting little statuettes, mercury jade, mostly.
Well, what about Zakra?
Well, he'll pull through all right, sir, but he's still in a coma. He hasn't got a record either.
I was hoping this cousin might be an important link in Prince Baccarati's spy ring. Somehow, Baccarati manages to get information to and from the United Planets and Planet X.
Yeah, and with the space patrol channels being monitored the way they are, and Planet X almost blocked.
There's a leak somewhere, Happy.
Well, it sure isn't Benson. Why, in a whole week, Benson's Space Patrol guard didn't see anyone get through to Benson that didn't have proper identification.
Space Patrol guard?
Yes, sir. Benson asked for special protection around his home in Neptune City a couple of weeks ago.
Why do they want special protection?
Well, he told the Neptune City chief he'd received an anonymous threat. Well, after a week, the chief figured it was just a crank and called the patrol off.
Why didn't you mention that before, Happy?
Well, chief, sir, I guess I figured it wasn't important. If Baccarati's cousin was spying for the prince, he wouldn't ask for Space Patrol protection, would he? Or would he?
Well, we're in Saturn City, Hap. I think we'll keep an eye on Thomas Benson. Meanwhile, far out in space, avoiding the regular space lanes, a space cruiser races toward Saturn. In it are Prince Baccarati and his scientific aide, Dr. Malengro.
Your disguise is excellent, Your Highness. If I hadn't helped you make up, I'd swear I'd never recognize you.
We'll pass the casual inspection. And since the Space Patrol has no reason to suspect that I'll be on Saturn, we'll have no trouble.
Suppose your cousin Thomas doesn't have the jewels with him on Saturn.
Of course he's got them. That's why he left Neptune and came to Saturn to hide the jewels. I know those threats would worry him, and when a man like my cousin is frightened, he doesn't trust his own judgment from one minute to the next.
In trying to find a safer place for the jewels, he practically brings them out into the open.
That's right. He thought it would be clever to conceal millions worth of jewels with a dealer in worthless junk like Zakra.
But evidently, Zakra knew nothing of the gems. I'm sure your agent could have made him talk.
My men bungled there. You should have known my cousin wouldn't trust a small shopkeeper with that much treasure. What Thomas had in mind probably was to conceal the gems in various bric-a-brac without Zakra's knowledge. My agent should never have struck Zakra. At least not until he was sure Thomas has completed his arrangements.
Yes, Excellency. Now your cousin will be frightened away.
We'll get the jewels all right, Malonga. I've got to. I need them to pay off my agent. And to buy information, I need to keep ahead of Commander Corey.
Of course, Your Highness.
We're 5 minutes out of Saturn today.
You've made excellent time from Planet X, Your Highness.
We won't have much to spare. Knowing Thomas the way I do, he's probably getting ready to leave Saturn to look for another place to hide his jewels.
Yes, Happy. I just picked up some information about Thomas Benson. His booked passage on the Space Queen for Neptune for the night.
And he told me he was staying here on Saturn so long.
Well, let's get out to the spaceport and find out why Thomas Benson is suddenly anxious to return.
At the Saturn City spaceport, Thomas Benson nervously paces back and forth in an almost deserted wing of the big terminal building, unaware that 2 men are watching his every move.
Attention, please. The Space Queen will blast off for Neptune in 20 minutes. Gate 9 is now open. Passengers are requested to board the ship immediately.
Just a moment, Thomas. What's your hurry?
Well, I don't believe I know you. If you don't mind, I've got to get aboard.
Don't you recognize your own cousin?
You?
That's right. Your royal relation, Prince Baccarat. Now, if you'll be good enough to hand over those jewels.
I haven't any jewels.
Now, come, Thomas. At my father's death, you received quite a fortune in precious gems, and I want them.
But they're mine. He willed them to me.
He willed them to Baccarati. You have renounced our noble name. You're no Baccarati, you're just plain Thomas Benson. Now I need those jewels to restore the name Baccarati to its former luster in the solar system.
You're mad.
All geniuses are considered mad by the ordinary. And the stupid. I can put those gems to good use, Thomas. Now, hand them over.
You don't think I'd be carrying them with me?
Perhaps not. And you're anxious to get back to Neptune. Therefore, the jewels are still there. Very well. I'll take you to Neptune in my ship.
Oh, you can't. You're wanted by the Space Patrol if they catch you.
They won't catch me. You didn't recognize me, my own cousin. And Commander Corey walked within 20 feet of me while he was following you.
Corey? You here at the terminal?
Yes.
Good. You can't possibly take me away with Corey here.
Oh, and he knows who you are. He doesn't think you're Prince Baccarat.
He knows who I am. And if you try to force me...
I have an idea. Get into this vacant room over there. We'll change clothes. And I'll remove this disguise. Hurry up. Or will I have to use it?
Attention, please. Gate 9 will close in 1 minute. Passengers bound for Neptune on the Space Queen must board the ship immediately.
What happened to Benson, sir? Did he fall?
He may have. If he leaves the terminal, he'll be followed.
Imagine. I'll see whatever gate. Is that Benson?
All right. That gate leads to the private cruiser blast-off ramp.
Yes, that Benson's pulling a fast one, huh?
Come on, Hap, let's follow him.
He's heading to the big private cruiser. It's in the shadow of this freight loading platform. All right, come on, let's close in. Just a minute, Benson.
Yes?
I thought you promised to stay on Saturn. Step over here into the light.
Anything to oblige, Corey?
Commander, it's Prince Baccarati.
Get him, Hap. All right, Malenko, use your ray gun. Neatly done, Malenko. Now, help me get Corey and the cadet aboard my ship. After we get the jewels, we'll give the commander a one-way trip to Planet X.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
That was an F-86 Sabre jet fighter in actual combat in Korea. I'm George Welch, Chief Test Pilot of the Sabre jet at North American Aviation in Los Angeles. The Sabre is 37 feet long, weight 8 tons. The wings are swept back at a 35-degree angle, and their span is 37 feet. Top speed of the Sabre jet is more than 650 miles an hour. I was lucky enough to make the first flight in the F-86 Sabre jet. The first time up, for the 50th, every flight is important. That's why I have to keep in top shape. I like to eat good food with lots of energy in it. Rice Chex and Wheat Chex meet that test, and they taste exactly right. I think you'll like them, too.
No other cereal, puffed or flaked, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex.
And now back to the Spies from Planet X. Prince Baccarati donned a disguise and came to Saturn to steal a fortune in precious gems from his cousin Thomas Benson, who closely resembles the evil prince. Thinking they were following Benson, Buzz and Happy were overpowered by Baccarati and Dr. Malengro, and now are captives in the prince's private cruiser heading toward Neptune. In the compartment with them is their fellow prisoner, Thomas Benson.
I'm telling you the truth, Commander. I was only going back to Neptune to protect my troops. Why didn't you tell me that before? I realized I should have told you everything, but I didn't want to bring my cousin's name into it. You see, I managed to live down the fact that I'm a Baccarat. I wanted to avoid unpleasant publicity.
Come and outside the door.
Get only with my hands free.
Take it easy, Hap.
Ah, gentlemen, are you enjoying the trip? Well, Baccarati, going to a masquerade? I've resumed my disguise. You see, we'll be landing on Neptune in a few minutes. After my cousin gives me the jewels from his vault, I shall remove my disguise and return to my ship as Cousin Tom.
You're going to leave me in Neptune City, then?
Yes. When I have the jewels, you'll be of no further use to me, cousin.
Why do you need the jewels, Baccarati? I understood you were rich.
Yes, but it costs quite a bit to maintain my spy system on the United Planets, Commander. And you must admit, it's quite effective.
It has been so far, Baccarati. Frankly, I don't see how you do it. I mean, maintain contact between Planet X and your agent.
I might as well tell you, Corey, since there is nothing you can do about it. I have a robot receiving station on Saturn's 8th moon.
Funny we haven't picked up any messages from it.
Not at all. You see, there are no transmitters at the station, merely receivers. But what good does it do for a robot just to receive messages? They're recorded on tape and automatically indexed electronically for the agent they're intended for.
And your spies visit moon number 8 in spaceships, get them information and instructions, and go back to work.
Exactly. An occasional innocent-looking prospecting ship visiting the deserted moon never arouses suspicion.
Very clever, Baccarati.
Thank you, Commander. Now, Cousin Thomas, I'll release you. We're about to land, Corey. You and the cadet will remain in the ship till I return. Dr. Malengro will see that you're out.
A few moments later, two men of almost identical size and build get out of a surface car in front of a handsome dwelling in Neptune City. They enter the building and proceed to a large room. Nervously, one of the men presses a button in the wall, and the panels slide silently.
You can feel, Thomas. Now open the safe.
I can't remember the combination.
I have a few tricks that will jog your memory.
It's a very sensitive electronic combination. What? I'm so nervous. I don't think I can...
Just try it and quit stalling. Open it.
if you'll say that in your box.
Open it up. Not that I doubt your honesty, of course. Are you sure this is all of them?
Yes.
All right. I'll be running along now, Thomas. First, I'll take the precaution of using this ray gun on you. After all, I couldn't have you spreading an alarm till I'm safely on my way back to Planet X.
Removing his disguise, Prince Baccarati boldly returns to the Neptune City spaceport, boards his ship, and blasts off. Now, an hour later, with Dr. Malengro at the controls and the ship headed toward Planet X, the Prince taunts his prisoner, Commander Corey.
You see, Commander, everything is working fine. You're out of jail.
What did you do with your cousin, Baccarati?
Oh, he'll be all right in a few hours. You know, for years I hated the idea that Thomas looked like me. It offended my sense of individuality. Now I'm glad of it. Oh, the approach warning. Something's wrong.
Space Patrol ship approaching at 2 o'clock, Your Highness. What are your orders?
Space Patrol ship? Confound it. Thomas couldn't have put an alarm in this quickly. Hurry, come out front with me. Get moving.
See it, Your Highness?
Of course I see it. That's why I brought Corey out here. We can use him to persuade the ship not to fire on us.
Excellent idea, Your Highness.
Wait. That's a robot scout ship.
That's right, Baccarati. It's sending out electronic information on your position and vector.
I'll fix that, Marengo. Use the proton gun.
At once, Excellency.
Hurry up. That's it before it can relay our vector. Stand right where you are, Corey.
I got it, Your Highness.
Lone Troop 6. Good work, Marengo.
It certainly is. Now there won't be any doubt that the patrol ship will come after you.
What do you mean?
When that robot ship stops sending a space phone signal, a squadron will immediately come here to investigate.
Marengo, change our vector.
Where to, Your Highness?
Any place but toward Planet X. You know, that's where Saturn moon number 8. I can hide out there till we learn it's safe to return to Planet X. Come on, Corey, back to your compartment. Change vectors, huh? Where's he taking me?
Wants to hide out on moon number 8. A smart move, huh?
Yeah. What's that in here? It's the jewel box.
I managed to pick it up while Baccarati was excited over the space patrol ship.
That's swell. So what good are they going to do us?
I don't know. Except it'll worry Baccarati when he misses him. Now, stand up.
Yes.
There's a locker under that seat. See if we can get it open.
As long as the weapons in here, we... Got some spaces, looking tools.
How many spaces?
3. And here's an combo port. Hey, we could cut our way out of the compartment and rush Baccarati and Malengro.
They're armed. If we failed, it would be our last chance.
With these spacesuits, maybe we could get out of the ship. I know, through the cargo loading tube.
Happy, get those suits out. I'll go to work in the door with the atomo torch. Take the spacephone out of the third suit.
There's no sign of a ship in the viewscope, Your Highness.
Good. And we toned them up. If we can reach moon number 8, we'll be in the clear.
Commander Corey calling all space patrol units to the Neptune, Jupiter, Saturn sector.
Listen, Corey.
How did he get his space?
I don't know. The locker. He got into the locker. Those extra spaces. Come on, we got to stop him.
Commander Corey to all space patrol units. Prince Baccarati is heading for the Saturn moon number 8 in a private cruiser. Be careful. The ship is armed with a proton gun.
They're gone. They're out of the compartment.
Your Highness, they must have left the ship, the cargo chute. They've escaped.
Wait. Back to the control compartment. Hurry.
I'm unable to give the registry number of Baccarati's ship, but it's a Class B cruiser. His vector is approximately 40 degrees sun-regulus orientation.
Confound it, Malengo. He'll have every ship in the universe after us.
Look out the starboard viewport. There they are.
I knew it. They're floating along with the ship.
Now, what is Mr. Corey's call? Perhaps they haven't heard him yet.
But they will, soon enough. The proton gun. That will fix him.
But, Your Highness...
Get out of my way. We got to stop Corey. And that proton gun will do the trick.
Your Highness will only...
Attention all space patrol units. This is an emergency.
This will silence him.
Commander Corey calling all units. This is an emergency.
Please, without a trace.
That will take care of Corey from here.
If we can't continue to moon number 8, Someone may have heard his face again.
We'll change vector again. Perhaps we can proceed directly to Canada. The space patrol will be... Oh, no.
What's the matter, Highness?
The jewel. Where is the jewel box? I had it in my hand a while ago.
That's what I was trying to tell you, Highness. You put them there on the edge of the control panel when that robot ship appeared. Corey must have taken them when you weren't looking.
My treasure. Corey had it when the proton gun blew him up. My jewels disintegrated. Why didn't you warn me?
I threw your hand.
You idiot! I have to think of everything around here. Now what are we going to do?
You won't need those jewels now, Buckarati.
Corey!
Take care of Malingro, Happy. Yes, sir.
All right, Buckarati. Are you going to be sensible, or shall I fix it so nobody will mistake you for your cousin? You will. I've had enough. You can cover it, Happy. Yes. I said you were in those spacesuits. Sure you did. I didn't want you searching the ship for the space phone I was really using, so I used 2 suits as decoys. We're heading for moon number 8. You're going to show me that robot receiving station, Buckarati.
A few hours later, Buzz sets Buckarati's cruiser down on the rocky surface of Saturn's moon number 8. Then he and Happy hold ray guns on Malingro and Buckarati as the 4 men clad in spacesuits step out on the airless satellite.
Keep moving, Buckarati. Stand at the foot of this big cliff, Corey. You and Malingro go first. Watch your step, Happy. That's quite a drop. Move along, Malingro. You're in my way. Your Highness. Buckarati, grab Malingro. He's falling. Oh! Grab that ledge. He's got it, sir. All right. Steady now, Malingro. I've got hold of your arm. Hang on to me. Yes, sir. All right, now. Pull. I've got you, sir. Now, just relax, Malingro. You're all right. There. Sorry, mess, Malingro. So watch it next time. You know, it looked to me as though Buckarati pushed Malingro instead of trying to help him. Where is Buckarati? Smoking rockets, he's gone. I forgot all about him, trying to save Malingro. Happy, he's timed up and headed for the ship. You watch Malingro. I'll go up after him. Yes, sir. Oh, we're too late. There he goes. Get that. Buckarati's willing to kill this guy to make a getaway, and Malingro says, good luck. I have an idea Buckarati won't get very far. Space patrol ships will be showing up pretty quick. Commander, the proton gun. Buckarati can blast us to bits. Not without the proton firing sound. I removed it from the gun right after the fight. I took that along with the jewels. Oh, boy, that sure saved our lives. Come on. Let's get down to the receiving station. With that information, we can round up Buckarati's spies in a few hours.
An action preview of next week's exciting adventure in just a moment. Hi, Space Patrollers. It's the day of the big parade on Terra, and just about every Space Patroller and his little brother have turned out to watch the fun. Man, it sure is a swell parade. Now, hey, wait a minute. What's that coming down the street now? Why, it's the Space Patrollers Drum and Bugle Corps number 5, all the way from Venus City, Venus. Wow, just listen to those supercharged bugles and hear those supercharged drums. One thing for sure, these Space Patrollers had their bite-sized checks today. And how about you, gang? You know, the best way in the universe to start off the day is with a big bowl full of bite-sized rice checks or wheat checks. Because no other cereal, flake, or puff contains so much energy in such concentrated bite-sized form. Yes, sir, you're packing in plenty of vitamins and minerals with every delicious bite you take. And that means Energy Plus for you. And remember, Space Patrollers, September is Better Breakfast Month. Getting a good, big breakfast every morning is important because you haven't had anything to eat for hours and hours. So before you march off for the day, have yourself a better breakfast, a real Space Patrol breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have trapped one of Prince Buckarati's spies in a sub-basement in Jupiter City.
No use, Happy. We can never break it down.
That's right, Corey. You can't escape.
Coming from that speaker up there. Sirkin, listen to me.
You listen to me. I'm getting off this planet, Corey. Prince Buckarati tipped me off that a guided missile has been launched toward Jupiter City. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Be sure to join us again next week for the thrilling story, Target Jupiter, when wheat checks, rice checks, and Good Hut Wilson again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kobach, Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Dick Beale. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hut Wilson again present Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
Thank you for joining us
This
for
is
another
ABC
thrilling episode of
Radio
Space
Network.
Patrol. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even
This
more
is
unforgettable
ABC
adventures.
Radio Network.
Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Inner Sanctum, our next featured program. Get ready for chilling suspense as you delve into a tale of psychological intrigue and spine-tingling horror that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Wendy Barry. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door into a gay little world of homicidal maniacs, vampires, ghosts, werewolves, and assorted forms of sudden and gory death. Friends, if you ever walk through a cemetery at midnight and see a girl whose hair is on fire and is carrying her head under her arm, you know what to tell her, don't you? Just say, keep a cool head on your shoulders, Toots. And run like crazy.
I suppose you think that kind of advice will help her.
Why, of course, Mary. What else could you say to a girl whose hair is on fire? Wait, I know what you'd tell her. You'd say, my dear, why don't you cool off with a glass of Lipton's iced tea?
I declare, you sure think of Lipton's at the strangest times. But you know, folks, come to think about it, this is a strange time of year. The days are hot, and yet the nights are apt to be a bit chilly. Yes, this is the time when people keep cool with a refreshing pitcher of Lipton's iced tea while the sun's on the rampage, and then later, after sundown, a hot cup of Lipton seems to taste just right. And do you know the reason why Lipton's, hot or iced, is always so welcome and satisfying? Well, it's because Lipton's has that famous brisk flavor. That word brisk, B-R-I-S-K, means that Lipton tea tastes fresh and full-bodied. It's never flat or wishy-washy. That's right, folks. You just don't know how good tea can be till you've tried Lipton's.
And now, friends, get ready to try a new kind of Inner Sanctum story. It's called The Murder Prophet, and it's an original radio play by Milton Lewis, who copied it from a tombstone. Yes, and our star tonight is that glamorous Hollywood movie star, Wendy Barry, who plays the role of Claudia Dale. All right. Clear the floor and give your flesh room to creep. Ready? Now let's hear Claudia tell us the story in her own words.
At exactly midnight, I saw him for the first time. My headlights picked him up when he hailed me along a lonely stretch of road near my home. I wouldn't have stopped, but The storm was so fierce, I felt sorry for him. I drew up to the side of the road.
Thank you.
Going far?
No, not far.
Where to?
I'll let you know.
Oh, what's that?
Where?
There on the side.
Tombstone.
Oh, there's a cemetery where I picked you up.
Yes, Birch Lawn.
Cigarette?
No, thank you. I don't smoke.
He said nothing for a few minutes. In the reflection of the dashboard light, I saw his face for the first time. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, mouth set in a queer grin, a skull barely covered with a thin layer of milk-white flesh. With a start, I realized he was staring at me.
I've seen you before.
Oh, I don't think we've met.
No, I know you.
Are you sure?
Yes. I would never forget someone so beautiful.
Oh, really?
You're Claudia Dale.
Why, yes.
You're married to Howard Dale.
That's right. But I don't seem to place you.
No, you wouldn't. I know quite a lot about you.
Do you really?
Your first husband was Willard Banks.
How did you know that?
He died 8 years ago, a suicide.
Who are you?
You don't know me. Be careful, you're speeding.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
You're trembling.
How do you know so much about me?
I just know.
Oh, really? I suppose you have second sight or some such rubbish.
It is not rubbish.
Then tell me where I'm coming from.
Pittsfield.
You guessed.
You went there to visit a sick friend, Martha Wollstone.
But you couldn't guess that.
You're going too fast. You're losing control.
No, I'm not. I'm quite all right. I can go fast if I choose to. I shall go as fast as I wish.
Would you care to know more of yourself?
No, I do not find your little trick particularly amusing. Besides, What else do you think you can tell me about myself?
Your future.
Oh, nonsense.
Your husband is dead.
Howard?
Murdered.
Oh, you're lying.
You'll find his body on the floor near the piano of your living room when you get home. There are 2 bullets in his head.
Get out of here. Get out of this car. Get out. You hear me? Get out.
Very well. It happens that this is where I wish to go. Good night, and thank you, Mrs. Dale.
He vanished into the shadows on the side of the road. And then I noticed something white and shining queerly in the spot where he disappeared. I looked closely. It was another tombstone in another cemetery. I raced madly for home, fighting the hysteria that seized me. The nightlight was burning in the living room. It couldn't be true. Howard would take me in his arms and kiss me when I stepped into the house. I rang the bell. No answer. Somehow I managed to get the key in the lock. I ran into the living room. Howard!
Don't move.
Oh, who is it?
Right behind you. I've got a gun.
Oh, a gun.
Do it in the body.
Who are you?
Turn around.
Oh, you murdered
Keep
him.
quiet.
Oh, don't come near me.
Sit down.
Don't touch me.
I said sit down.
Oh.
Sorry I had to slap you. We're losing control. You don't have to scream for the police. Here's my badge.
You?
Detective Sergeant Quinn. Homicide.
Oh, well, I thought you were.
Yes, I know. Drink this.
Thanks.
Feel better?
Yeah, much.
Who is he?
My husband.
Sure?
Positive. When was he killed?
About 20 hours ago. 4 yesterday morning.
How do you know?
One of the bullets went wild. Hit that clock on the mantel. Where were you yesterday morning?
Pittsfield. I stayed with a sick friend, Martha Wollstone.
Here, look at these things. I took them out of his pocket. They all his?
Yes. Where's the snake ring?
There were no rings.
But he had one. It was quite valuable. He was never without it. I gave it to him.
All right, now look. Did he wear it on the 3rd finger of his left hand?
Yes.
There's a mark, but no ring.
When did you come here?
I drove in behind you. You left the front door open.
I think I know who killed him.
Who?
A man I met on the road coming here. He knew my husband had been murdered.
You did, huh?
He even said his body would be near the piano.
When did you see this guy?
Oh, 10, 20 minutes ago. Picked him up on the road.
Where?
At Birch Lawn Cemetery.
Where'd you drop him?
At another cemetery near here. He seemed to walk behind one of the tombstones. Oh, I know it sounds mad, but it happened just as I said.
What's his name?
I don't know, but he looked like a human cadaver. Like a man who's dead and... Oh, you don't believe me.
Why'd you kill your husband?
What? What are you saying?
You heard me.
Well, I told you I was in Pittsfield.
Why'd you go there?
Martha was ill.
Were you there at 4 yesterday morning?
Well, of course.
Don't lie.
Stop shouting at me. I told you who killed him. What are you trying to do to me? Isn't it enough to come home and find Howard like that without you trying to... Oh, in heaven's name, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Not a scotch, lady?
No, thanks. Here, keep the change. I'm leaving.
Sit down, Mrs. Dale. Don't go yet.
You?
Yes. Won't you please sit down?
Yes.
Didn't expect to find you here.
Nor I you.
Are they making it difficult?
It's a nightmare.
You told them about me?
Yes.
You shouldn't have. They wouldn't understand.
Did you kill him?
Would you care for another drink, Mrs. Dale?
No. Who are you?
I'll tell you later.
Why'd you come here?
To talk to you. I knew I'd find you here.
Yes, you knew.
You're not so skeptical now.
No. What did you want to tell me?
That you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen and that I love you. I've loved you since I first saw you 7 years ago. When you came here to live with your husband.
Is that why you...
Why I killed him? Is that what you meant to say?
Yes.
I am not an ordinary man, Mrs. Dale, but I'm not a fool. Now, on this card, you'll find my name, address, and telephone.
Do you really believe I'd phone you?
Yes. There will come a time when you shall want love. Good night, Mrs. Dale.
Good night. Hello? Operator, get me police headquarters and hurry, please.
Yes?
That's him, Detective Quinn. That's Garth Dragman.
Thank you, Mrs. Dale. Do you mind coming down to headquarters, Mr. Dragman?
Not at all. Did she tell you that I murdered her husband?
Yes.
I thought she would. I'm not angry, Mrs. Dale, and what I told you earlier this evening still goes. I'll come along right now, Mr. Quinn.
I didn't sleep a wink that night. Twice I got out of bed and drove to police headquarters. The lights were blazing in Quinn's office. I went in the third time. I couldn't bear waiting.
Oh, Miss Dale.
Well?
Glad you stopped by. We checked everything Dragman said. Seemed he was in the same bar and grill where you met him tonight when your husband was killed.
You believed him?
Naturally. Bartender and several regular customers backed up a story. Seems they all left together after the place was closed to play poker.
Well, what about the things he said to me in the car? How could he know about the murder before you or I?
That I don't know. Perhaps he does have second sight. Odd-looking fellow, isn't he? You can't arrest a man for murder because of that.
He's criminally insane, I tell you. I know he is.
My dear Mrs. Dale.
Oh. What's the use? I loved Howard. I loved him to the point of insanity. Otherwise, there was no accounting for the things I did when I left police headquarters. I was determined to find the man who murdered my husband. It was towards dawn when I made up my mind what to do. I went to Garth Dragman's home. I was about to ring the doorbell when...
Don't ring, Mrs. Dale. The door is open. Come in.
You were expecting me?
Yes, I was expecting you. Do you still think that I killed him?
I don't know what to think anymore.
Do you want me to find the person who murdered him?
Yes, more than anything in the whole world.
See, I have strange gifts, Mrs. Dale. And I do believe I understand the mind of a criminal. That mad impulse to crime, that strange, twisted desire to take a living being, a creature of arrogance and power, and make it a corroding, lifeless mass of flesh fit for worms. You're shocked? Crime is a shocking, evil thing. And only a man with the brain of a genius can succeed at it. And only a man with a greater brain can trap a successful criminal. I'll find your murderer for you, Mrs. Dale, on one condition.
What's that?
That you marry me.
I felt my body turn to ice. I knew I was talking to a madman. I was sure I was talking to the man who'd murdered my husband.
Oh, shucks. It's not so hard to predict a murder. I can do it. It's easy. I predict that there'll be at least one murder every week on Inner Sanctum.
Good gracious, yes. You might say it's worth a character's life to appear on this program.
Oh, don't feel sorry for them, Mary. Don't forget they can always make a comeback as a ghost on next week's show. In fact, I predict that Claudia's husband will be around one of these Tuesdays.
All right, now it's my turn to make a prediction. And I predict that during the coming fall and winter, more people will drink Lipton tea than any other brand.
Oh, you said that last year.
Yes, and it came true then just as it will now. Folks just naturally seem to prefer Lipton's. If you'd ask a tea expert to explain this preference, he'd say it's because Lipton's has a brisk flavor. You see, that word brisk, B-R-I-S-K, is a technical word. Brisk means that Lipton tea always tastes fresh and tangy. Yes, full-bodied and vigorous, never flat or insipid. So, folks, even if you're not a regular tea drinker, you should try Lipton's. That brisk flavor makes all the difference in the world.
All right. Let's get back to the other world now. The world of creeping, crawling horrors. I'll bet you think that Garth Dragnet can't really foretell murders. Or do you think that Claudia doesn't have the courage to trap this homicidal Romeo? Or is he the killer? We'll let our star, Wendy Barry, in the role of Claudia, tell you. Go ahead, Claudia. Shock him into the shakes.
2 weeks later, I married Garth Dragnet. He was the strangest man I ever knew. He would disappear for days at a time, and then suddenly turn up without warning. He had all the money he wanted, yet I never knew where it came from. There was a closet in his room which was always kept locked and bolted. I knew from the way he acted about it that the closet contained the answer to all the things I wanted to know about him. One night while he was away, I obtained tools and tried to force the lock.
Good evening, Claudia.
Oh, Garth.
You didn't expect me back, did you?
No,
I knew you'd try to open that closet someday.
Well, why do you keep it locked?
So that no one but myself shall know what's in there.
Not even I?
You in particular.
But, Garth,
You'll not attempt to open it again, will you, Claudia?
No.
Forgive me for striking you. I'm not quite myself tonight. I sometimes do things I regret when these moods come upon me.
He sat down. He seemed terribly exhausted, completely spent. But there was a strange, wild light in his eyes. He seemed like a man intoxicated with some strange drug that few men know the taste of.
You do forgive me, don't you, Claudia?
Yes, of course.
See, it's something that few people know, Claudia, but a person who has extraordinary powers carries an extraordinary burden.
You mean your gift of prophecy?
Yes, I didn't want to mention it. It seems to upset you so.
It doesn't frighten me any longer.
Did you read in the newspaper about a woman's body being found in the river? She'd been murdered, garroted.
Yes, it was in this evening's paper. They don't know who she is.
I can tell you who she is. Josephine Ford. The stupid girl, Claudia. I could have told you that she'd be murdered 3 days ago.
How do you know these things?
Because I see them. Sort of vision. Now I'm seeing another vision. It's a house, 346 Harbor Street. Near the waterfront, a young woman lies in bed reading. She's very attractive. In an hour, she'll be dead. When the police come, they'll find her body decapitated. The criminal did this to destroy her identity.
But who is the criminal?
What difference does it make? He'll never be caught.
Garth, while you were gone, Martha Wallstone telephoned. She's ill again. She asked me to come up immediately.
Why didn't you go?
I was waiting for you to get home before I left.
You want to leave immediately?
If you don't mind. It's really an emergency.
You may go, Claudia. I shall go to sleep. I'm extremely tired.
It took only a few minutes to get to the waterfront. I found the house at 346 Harbor Street. I went in. The lamp in the bedroom was burning. I looked at the bed. I fainted.
Hey, Mrs. Dale. Think you can sit up now?
Detective Quinn.
Yes. Hardly expected to find you here.
I came because Garth Dragnet predicted this would happen.
Oh, Mrs. Dale.
You still don't believe me?
You're a strange woman, all right. You accused this man of killing your husband, and then you married him. I suppose you're going to accuse him of this murder, too.
Yes, this and heaven only knows how many others.
Miss Dale, do you realize that you haven't got a single piece of evidence to back up your contention?
I'll get the evidence tonight. Will you let me have a gun?
No.
Will you be near my house? I'll need protection.
Oh, after all.
What must I do to convince you what he is? I've risked my own life. I'm willing to risk it again. He's a monster. You're going to wait until he murders me before you believe what I say.
All right. I'll give it a try. I'll come back to your house with you. If you want me for an emergency, smash the window pane.
We drove back together. I dropped Detective Quinn on the corner. The house seemed deserted when I came in, but I wasn't taking any chances. I went to the kitchen, got a knife, hid it in the folds of the long-sleeved gown I was wearing. I went into Garth's room. He wasn't there, but the closet door was open. What I saw in there nearly made me ill. Clothes. Garth's clothes. Some of them soaked in blood. I forced myself to examine them. Then I found something that made my heart beat faster. A little jewelry case.
I'll take that, Claudia.
Oh, Garth.
Give me that jewelry case,
Oh, no.
please.
No, don't take it.
Thank you.
Garth.
Get away from that window, Claudia. Go on.
Oh, don't shoot, Garth.
You were so anxious to see what's in that closet. Well, now you have. And perhaps you'd like to see the latest addition to my collection. It's in this box.
That box?
Yes, Claudia. A hat box.
Garth!
Sit down, Claudia.
What are you going to do?
Tell you who killed your husband.
You?
No. You.
You're insane.
I've written out a confession for you to sign.
What'll happen if I don't sign it?
Well, I credited you with more imagination. Would you like to hear it?
Yes. Yes, read it, please.
Sit over here, away from that window.
Yes.
I, Claudia Dale, murdered my first husband, Willard Banks, for his insurance by administering poison.
My first husband?
Yes, Claudia. See, I mean to make this document strong enough to send you to your death if I wish. I've got all the details here, just how you murdered your first husband, how you killed your second. Shall I go on?
No. You know it's all a lie.
Will you sign it?
Of course not. Just what is your game anyway? If you want to kill me, why don't you shoot? You've been very successful before. There's no reason you shouldn't succeed again. Go on, shoot.
You put me in a very difficult position, Claudia. You see, you have found out certain things about me. Things that could cost me my life. I will not tell you again to get away from that window, Claudia. I should prefer to see you live because I love you. But I shouldn't hesitate to murder you.
You love me?
Yes.
You haven't taken me in your arms once since I know you.
The right time had not arrived.
What do you consider the right time?
When I feel that you understand me. When I feel that you, who murdered two men, understand the deep, and strange cravings and desires that race in my blood.
You really believe I'm a murderess?
Of course. That's why I love you.
Then the time is now
The time?
to take me in your arms.
Claudia.
He still held the gun. He wasn't more than 2 inches from me. I turned my lips up to him. I twisted my body to get out of the range of his revolver. When I felt his lips touch mine, I slowly let the knife slip into my hand. Slowly, caressingly, I drew my hand up towards his neck. Then I plunged the blade in.
Gloria!
Detective Quinn, hurry!
I'm coming. What happened?
I killed him. And here's the proof that he murdered my husband. I found it in the jewelry case he had in his pocket. It's the snake ring that was missing from my husband's body. Now do you believe me? That's the whole story. I realize that you, as the district attorney, must know all the facts. There they are.
Thank you. There are a few points in the story that interest me particularly. First, the confession that he asked you to sign.
What about it?
The confession says that you went out in Pittsfield at 4 a.m. when your husband was killed. You gave your friend Martha Wallstone a sleeping pill, drove her down here, shot your husband, drove back to Pittsfield, turned Miss Wallstone's bedside clock to 4:15 and wakened her. And you gave her the medicine. She thought it was 4:15 and went back to sleep.
Garth was very clever at things like that. He had extraordinary brilliance of the insane.
And just one question. Was that the way you murdered Howard Dale?
I? Oh, but Garth murdered him. The ring proves it.
You never had the ring. You put it in the jewelry box.
I can't believe what you say. Garth was a homicidal maniac. He predicted the death of the people he murdered.
My dear woman, don't you know yet?
Know what?
Garth Dragnet was a detective working out of my office. That's how he knew about those deaths. He was put on the case because we suspected you of murdering your first husband as well as your second.
A detective?
Yes. And you're going to die for killing him. It's extremely daring and clever of you to murder him. But you never would have gotten away with it if he hadn't kissed you. He kissed you because he fell in love with you. That poor fool.
Well, friends, that just goes to prove that you should never pick up hitchhikers who come out of cemeteries at midnight. And I bet you've guessed the moral for our story. It's taken from a famous quotation that Harry the Hangman uttered during a nightmare. Never steal the rings of people you murder on account of that's robbery.
My goodness, you call that a moral. That's one of the most immoral things I've ever heard you say.
All right, Mary, I'll take it back. Now, here's one you really like. There's many a slip twixt the cup and the Lipton. That's why teaspoons were invented.
That's very clever. But I guess the reason they're called teaspoons is because people drink tea so many times during the day. Yes, folks enjoy that brisk Lipton tea not just at mealtime, but between meals as well, such as when friends drop in for a visit. That's why it's a good idea always to keep a good supply on hand. So, folks, ask for Lipton tea in the larger, more economical size packages.
And now here's a cheerful little thought. You can let a man murder you once, but you'd have to be a stiff to let him do it again. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Puzzle for Wantons by Patrick Quentin. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a woman with canary yellow eyes, murderous eyes. Everyone she looks at, she wants to kill. And you know what? She keeps a harpoon in her house. Well, well, you never know what's going to harpoon next. And now I'm afraid it's time to close the squeaking door. So, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, it's wonderful how little time cooking takes these days. Now, when I was a girl, my mother used to spend half a day making a pot of chicken noodle soup. But now we have Lipton's noodle soup mix. And when you use Lipton's, you just empty the contents of the package into boiling water, and in no time at all, soup's on. And what delicious chickeny tasting soup it is. Yes, Lipton's has an old-fashioned homemade flavor, and it's brim full of tender golden egg noodles. So, folks, don't forget to ask for Lipton's Noodle Soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Inner Sanctum. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as you escape our next featured program. This exciting thriller will keep you on the edge of your seat as you experience captivating moments of action, suspense, mystery, and science fiction.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Afraid to face the tax collector tomorrow? Fed up with high prices? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape.
You have shipped aboard a South Sea schooner with a ghost of its dead captain in command. A ghost who shoots guns, resurrects the dead, creates a terror from which you cannot escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape across the limitless horizons of the South Seas in Alfred Noy's version of a classic legend of blue water, The Log of the Evening Star.
Tahiti, French Oceania, June the 19th. The sailing schooner Evening Star, reported missing since the 1st of April, today was discovered 100 miles west of here, drifting about in a dead calm, with all sails set, but not a soul on board. The ship, when found, was well stocked with food and water, and all three of her small boats were still present. The sun-baked body of the ship's cat was lying in the bow, and the mess table in the crew's quarters had been laid in preparation for a meal which was never served. Otherwise, everything aboard seemed to be in order, and no solution can be offered to explain the whereabouts of the 12 persons who sailed on her from San Francisco. It appears that the fate of the Evening Star will remain permanently one of the weird and unsolved mysteries of the sea.
My name is Harper. I'm first mate of the South Sea schooner Evening Star. I'm writing this because I believe it my duty to make some record of the terrible things which have just occurred. Events I can't possibly enter in the ship's log. I can't, of course, be certain that this account will ever come to light, because I'm not likely to live another 24 hours. I guess I should have been able to see it 3 weeks ago, on the day we sailed from San Francisco. But I didn't. I remember I was standing on the deck of the Evening Star, talking to Cato, the cook, while we waited for Captain Burgess to come aboard. We were due to sail in a half hour.
Where you think we go on this trip, Mr. Hopper?
Oh, I don't know, Cato. Marquesas first, then Tahiti, maybe on to Australia.
It's good to leave port. It's better on open sea.
You said it.
Will seem very strange this trip without Captain Dayrell.
Yeah. We'd had the same gang together for over 2 years. Some Kanakas, and the crew, you and I and Burgess. Dayrell. Hard to believe he's been dead 4 months now, isn't it?
Yes. Captain Dayrell was proud man. Was good captain. It's too bad he died.
Yeah. Well, Burgess will make a good skipper, too. He was all right as first mate.
Why he no come on board yet?
Captain Burgess? Well, I don't know. Just can't bear to leave that new bride of his, I guess.
You have seen her, Mr. Hopper? You know her, maybe?
No, I haven't. He's been staying down on the coast somewhere ever since he got married a couple weeks ago. I don't even know who she is.
New wife, new command. Oh, he's a lucky man.
Cato, I got a strong hunch you're a sentimentalist down underneath.
Oh, it's possible, Mr. Hopper. It has been said...
Hey, Cato. There's Burgess now, coming down the pier.
Oh, is somebody with him, too?
Yeah. Guess she's come down to see him off, huh? At least we'll get a chance... No, that's Mrs. Dayrell.
Yeah, maybe she go on ship, too, just like old time.
No. She wouldn't want to sail on the ship her husband died on. I wonder... No.
Mr. Hopper, look. 3 birds fly around the mast.
Yeah. I see him, Cato.
It's very bad sign. Very bad.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but...
Mr. Hopper, is everything in order?
Oh, right, Captain Burgess. We can sail any time you want. How are you, Miss Dayrell?
Why, just fine.
Dayrell? Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Hopper, even though you're already acquainted with the lady, I'd like to present my wife.
Your wife?
We were married 2 weeks ago, Mr. Harper. I'm sailing with you on this trip.
Well, that's fine. I'm glad to have you aboard, Mrs. Burgess, I mean. Well, it'll be like old times.
Old times, Mr. Hopper?
Well, I mean, all of us together and everything. Well, congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Look, I brought Satan along, too. He wouldn't miss this trip for anything.
Yeah, he's right at home. How are you, Satan? Would you like to look over the clearance papers, Captain Burgess? I got them right here.
No, thank you, Mr. Hopper. I'll assume they're in order. We'll sail as soon as as soon as my wife's trunk comes aboard.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in the cabin if you want anything.
Cato, would you take Satan and give him something to eat? I think he's hungry.
Yes, Missy. I'll take him right now. Come on, Kitty. We'll go find something to eat.
Well, Mr. Harper, we're all together again.
That's right, Miss Burgess. We've even got Satan on board.
Yes. All of us, except my husband.
Your husband is down in the cabin, Mrs. Burgess. You mean we're all here except Captain Dayrell? Well, once out at sea, things straightened out a little, the way they always do. After a while, we got so we could think of her as Mrs. Burgess instead of Mrs. Dayrell. And after that, it wasn't so awkward. Captain Burgess stayed to himself quite a bit. But all in all, it was a fairly pleasant 3 weeks. Up until yesterday afternoon. I was standing in the bow, smoking, watching a school of dolphins skip out of the water when Mrs. Burgess came up behind me.
Mr. Harper, I wonder if I could speak to you a moment.
Of course, Miss Burgess.
I'm terribly frightened.
You're frightened? What about?
Is he around anywhere?
Is who around?
My husband. I don't want him to hear me.
What? Now, Mrs. Burgess, I can't listen
No,
to that.
please, you're the only one I can turn to. We're all in terrible danger, you know.
Danger? What are you talking about?
Mr. Harper, do you have any reason to think my husband may be not quite himself?
Not quite himself? In what way?
Do you think he may be insane?
Of course not.
Yes, but you don't understand.
I understand one thing, Mrs. Burgess. I'd better get back to my duties.
I quite agree with you, Mr. Harper.
Captain Burgess.
I believe you really should stay in the cabin, my dear. It's far too windy for you up here in the bow.
Yes, I was just going. I'm going right now.
She has a rather delicate throat, Mr. Harper. Catches cold easily. Used to be a singer, you know.
Yes, sir, I know.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course you do. But don't pay too much attention to anything my wife might say, Mr. Harper. She's upset. Just don't pay any attention to her.
Something was wrong, all right. No question of that. But I couldn't figure what. I couldn't think of any terrible danger. It seemed more likely it was Mrs. Burgess who was not quite herself. Well, anyway, the whole business didn't make much sense, so I shrugged it off and forgot about it. For a couple of hours. It was just at dusk. Most of the crew was below decks. I was sitting on the after hatch, scratching the ears of Satan, the ship's cat. The sun was just dropping past the horizon, and Satan was purring, meowing. Everything was pretty peaceful. Until I heard those voices coming from Captain Burgess' cabin.
He acted, you told him.
No, really, I didn't. I wouldn't tell anybody. You know I wouldn't.
It wasn't a matter of eavesdropping. They'd even forgotten anyone might hear them.
You don't mean it. You're only saying it.
I mean it all right.
Then you don't care about me. If he were alive, I'd still be with him.
You can say that when you know about the thing that's here on board with us?
Oh, it's your imagination. I told you that.
Imagination, eh? Is that what you told Harper? Is it?
No. Don't!
Answer me!
Let go,
Look out, Satan.
This is what he wants me to do.
Captain Burgess! Captain Burgess!
Yes, Mr. Harper. What is it?
I wondered if you wanted Cato to bring your dinner here to the cabin, sir.
No, Mr. Harper. I'll eat at the wheel.
Yes,
Going
sir.
aft now. Tell him to bring it up right away.
All right, Captain Burgess.
Mr. Harper, listen carefully. You've got to help me.
All right. How?
Meet me on the afterdeck as soon as it's dark, in an hour if I can get away from him.
Did you want something else, Mr. Harper?
No, sir. Nothing else, Captain.
And suppose you go about your duties.
But your wife, sir. Doesn't she want something to eat?
She does not, Mr. Harper. She's indisposed. She does not wish to be disturbed. Is that perfectly clear?
Now I was convinced that there was danger aboard the Evening Star. I had a feeling that something deadly was stirring itself and coming awake below decks. The first night shadows were bringing a terrible, threatening tenseness. I felt that I ought to scream to keep from laughing. Yet there was nothing to laugh about. I was quite certain that if I hadn't knocked on that door, Captain Burgess would have killed his wife. But why? Well, I hadn't found any sensible answer by the time Cato brought a tray of food to my cabin.
Good evening, Mr. Harper.
Oh, put it there on the chart table, will you?
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
How's it look on deck, Cato?
Oh, that... I do not understand you, Mr. Harper.
I mean, well, is it dark yet?
Oh, it's get dark soon, I think. And I think, too, tonight is not good night.
What do you mean by that?
Is something bad on board ship, Mr. Harper. I no understand what. I no see it, I no hear it, but inside I sense it all the time grow bigger.
Well, that's your imagination, Cato.
Is imagination bother you too, Mr. Harper? This morning, 3 birds fly over ship together. All day I burn much incense. Again, tonight, 3 birds fly over ship together.
Well, what about it?
Is a sign of death, Mr. Harper. Tonight on this ship, somebody die. You like something else, maybe?
No. No, Kiddo. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Good night, please.
So, I wasn't the only one on board who was feeling something was wrong. I wondered if Cato knew any more of what was back of it than I did. You couldn't tell by looking at him. He could be busting with joy or scared half to death. And that face of his would never show either one. Anyway, 10 minutes later, I was out on the dark fantail, watching the moon cast shadows from the rigging. After a while, I heard her calling my name.
Mr. Harper! Mr. Harper!
Here I am, Miss Burgess.
Oh, thank heaven.
Where's the captain?
I don't know. He didn't come back to the cabin.
All right. Now, suppose you tell me what it's all about and talk fast.
I don't know what it's about, Mr. Harper. Not really. I only know that my husband has gone insane.
Now, you told me that earlier. What makes you think so?
Oh, he tried to kill me.
Yes, I know. Why?
Because of last night. He came into my cabin and woke me up. He was trembling, white as a sheet.
But why?
He said he'd just seen Captain Dayrell on deck.
Dayrell, but he's...
Yes, he died 4 months ago. I told him he imagined it. But he keeps talking about it. He says Captain Dayrell has come back to punish us.
Punish you? For what?
Well, for not waiting longer to get married. Oh, you've got to do something.
Well, if I use force, Mrs. Burgess, it's the same as mutiny.
Yes, but he's insane. He may do anything.
Yes, you're right there. I don't know, but what...
Wait.
Hmm?
There by the mast.
It's Dayrell.
No. Oh, no.
There wasn't any doubt about it. The moonlight behind him threw his shadow toward us on the deck. And he had on that tall, peaked cap and the white muffler he'd always worn when he was alive. He didn't move, didn't say anything, just stood there looking at us.
No, please.
Miss Burgess!
No!
Before I could stop her, Miss Burgess turned and ran for the rail and jumped overboard. One of the Kanakas saw her, grabbed a life preserver, and went in after her. I ran to the longboat hanging in the davits at the port rail.
What happened, Mr. Harper?
I don't know. Let's get this boat in the water. Mrs. Burgess is overboard along with one of the boys. Did you see anything on deck?
What I see, I don't believe.
All right, come on, move. Here, take the oars. Schooner's not got much steerage way, so they shouldn't be far astern. Come on, come on.
Hey, somebody's shooting on deck.
All right, never mind. Keep rowing, will you? We'll find out about it later. We've got to pick up those two before they go under. We didn't find them, though. The shooting on board stopped after a while. We rowed around for a half hour or more. We couldn't find a trace of them. Finally, there wasn't anything else to do. So I told the Kanaka to pull for the schooner. We were about 10 yards away from the side when
Mr. Harper, look!
I looked up at the rail, and there stood Dayrell. He didn't say anything, just stood there. He had a gun in his hand. Dayrell, what are you trying to do? Grab that oar, Joe. We gotta get away from him. Joe, I said... Oh! We were drifting away from the side of the schooner. I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder where the bullet had hit. But the Kanaka was worse off. Blood was running down over his face from a hole in the center of his forehead. That's when I passed out. When I came to, it was broad daylight. The boat I was lying in was bumping up against the side of the schooner. And Captain Burgess was calling down to me from the rail.
Mr. Harper, are you alive?
I'm all right, Captain Burgess.
It's been a horrible night, Mr. Harper. But it's all right now.
Can you help me aboard, sir?
Yes. Can you lift up your arms?
Yes, sir. Here.
Easy now. Cato, give me a hand here. Careful now. All right. There. It's a pretty bad wound.
I'm kind of weak. Guess I lost a lot of blood. Sorry about your wife, sir. We couldn't find her.
I know. There's only 3 of us left alive on board now, Mr. Harper. You and I and Cato here.
What happened?
You may not believe it. It was Captain Dayrell.
Yes, I saw him.
Got a hold of the ship's guns and killed the whole crew. Locked me in the cabin while he did.
But he's dead, Captain Burgess. We buried him at sea 4 months ago.
No matter. He's come back now, Mr. Harper. It's his ship, the Evening Star is, and he wants it.
No, it's not possible. The man is dead.
That's what his wife... my wife said when I told her I'd seen him. Said I was crazy. I think she knows better now.
Maybe we could search the ship.
Cato and I went through it at daylight this morning. We found nothing.
Well, there has to be some explanation.
There is. The wicked shall be punished for their sins.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing, Mr. Harper. Nothing at all. Well, I was his friend. I always thought a lot of Captain Dayrell. You know that, don't you, Mr. Harper?
Yes, sir.
It's all right now in the daylight. But he'll come back tonight as soon as it's dark. It's only the three of us now to face him, Mr. Harper. 4, if you count Satan. And I'm thinking there's more than one Satan on board this ship.
They helped me to the bunk in my cabin and left me there. That was about noon today. I could tell by the look on Captain Burgess' face that, well, it was pretty certain I wasn't going to live. That's why I decided to write this account. Try to set down everything that happened. In a way, this is the real log of the Evening Star, even if it doesn't make much sense. Anyway, right after sundown, Cato brought me in a tray of food.
How you feel now, Mr. Harper?
Oh, I guess not too bad, Cato.
You like something to eat, maybe?
Later, maybe. You can leave it there, huh?
Is better. You eat now. Later, I think we all dead.
Has anything happened yet?
It's not dark yet. When it's dark, then he come.
Yeah. Where's Captain Burgess?
I no see him. He's hide somewhere, I think.
Cato, all those who were killed last night, what happened to their bodies?
He's buried in sea. This morning I helped Captain Burgess. You like something else, maybe?
No, thanks, Cato.
Then I go burn much incense, make peace with many gods. For last time now, I think. Goodbye, Prince.
I lit the lamp over the bunk, and I lay there for a long time. I don't know how long. I didn't know where Captain Burgess and Cato were, or what they were doing. I kept waiting to hear the sound of shooting. Kept lying there, dreading it. And then gradually, I began to realize that somebody was singing on board, way off. And I knew that voice. I'd heard it somewhere before, singing the same song. It was Mrs. Burgess.
Mr. Harper! Mr. Harper, do you hear it?
I hear it, Captain Burgess. What in the name of heaven's going on?
It's her. She's come back, too. She's in there with him now in the cabin.
Oh, that's impossible. She drowned last night. She's dead.
They're both dead, but they've come back. They're in the cabin now, and she's singing for him. She never sang for me, Mr. Harper, but now she's singing for him. Come, Mr. Harper, you've got to help me. I tell you, they're both in the cabin right now.
Yes, sir. I don't know.
Oh, you're too weak. I forgot. I'll go alone. I'll stop them somehow. I've got to stop them.
I pulled myself up in the bunk and I put my feet on the floor. Weak or not, one way or another, I had to get to that cabin. I managed to stagger outside onto the deck. Captain Burgess had disappeared somewhere, and there was no sign of anything moving there in the moonlight, except Satan the cat, who came up and rubbed against my ankles. The singing had stopped, and the ship was quiet. I made my way forward, and finally was looking through the skylight, down into the captain's cabin. One lamp was lit. Its light fell on the hunched figure that strode about the cabin, cap pulled down low, hands sunk in his pockets, all the old familiar gestures. It was Captain Dayrell, and he was alone. I crouched there by the skylight, shivering from the night wind and from the terror inside of me, watching that awful figure. After a while, it walked over and stood beside the phonograph. And then I realized where that voice had come from. Dayrell had always been crazy about his wife singing, and he'd made a lot of records of her voice. He was playing one of them now. The song went on, and he paced back and forth. I still couldn't figure it out. And then, for just a moment, the white muffler fell back from his throat, and for the first time, I saw Captain Dayrell's face. I'm not sure how I managed to stumble back here to my cabin. I'm writing this now just as rapidly as I can. I may be interrupted at any minute. If that happens, I'll try to slip it behind the map here on the cabin wall in the hopes that it may be... I can hear him coming now. Whoever may read this, please try to get word to my family in San Francisco. Yes? Come in.
I thought you might be asleep, Mr. Harper.
How could anybody sleep, Captain Burgess, as long as Dayrell's loose on board?
Yes, that's true, Mr. Harper. Should have seen him down there in the cabin. And her, too. He was walking up and down as proud as ever. And she was singing for him, just like she used to. You should have seen him.
I did see him.
He never sang for me like that, not it. You saw him? Did he look natural? Just as always?
Captain Burgess, it was you I saw, dressed up in Dayrell's clothes that were stored in the sea chest there in the cabin.
Oh, no, Mr. Harper, you're mistaken. It was his spirit come back to punish us.
It was you all the time, you who fired those shots last night. You're insane.
That's what she said, too. That's because he told her.
Because it's the truth.
Now he's been talking to you.
He's talked to nobody. He's dead. And you've never seen him except in your own guilty conscience. Just what is that guilt, Captain Burgess? Did you kill him?
Oh, don't! Don't say that, Mr. Harper. I was his friend. I thought a lot of him, and Mrs. Dayrell, too. Everybody knew we were friends. Did he tell you that?
You're completely mad.
Don't say that, Mr. Harper. I've got to save you from him. He talks to you, and you're weak, and you can't run away. I've got to save
Captain
you.
Burgess, put on that gun. Don't!
Got to
don't!
save you! Got to go someplace where he can't find us, Mr. Harper. Go up deck. I'll take you, Mr. Harper. Come on. Don't worry. I'll save you from him. It's his ship, everything on it, and he wants it back. We've got to give it to him, Mr. Harper. Got to let him have it. Got to get off the ship.
Captain Burgess, what has happened?
It's you! Dayrell! Go away!
It's no Captain Dayrell. It's me, Cato.
You can't stop us, Dayrell. I'll show you.
No!
You see, Mr. Harper? I killed him. Dayrell. Now he can't stop us. There he is again. There by the mast. See him, Mr. Harper? He's coming this way. He won't stop. Got to get away. Got to save you, Mr. Harper. Here's the rail. I'll help you. There! See? He's gone, Dayrell. Now, there's just me. And I'm going too. You see, it's all yours now, the Evening Star, just like you wanted it. No, stay back. I'm going.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you The Log of the Evening Star by Alfred Noyes. Adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Jack Webb as Harper, Alan Reed as Captain Burgess, Gail Page as Mrs. Burgess, Louis Van Rooten as Cato and the Cat, and Pinto Colvig as the Conica. Music is conceived and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week...
When you're tired out from doing nothing all weekend, when Blue Monday stares you in the face, next week at this time when your problems seem just too much for you, we offer you Escape.
Next week, we bring you another exciting story of high adventure. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Escape. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the dark world of criminal investigation. Our next featured program, The Black Museum. True stories about crime scene artifacts from investigations at Scotland Yard.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. From the Black Museum, a repository of death. Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames which houses Scotland Yard is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a piece of carbon paper, a tin ashtray, a broken teacup, all are touched by murder. Now here's a woman's powderpuff, faded pink. We'll open the glass case and take it out. There you are, sir. Perhaps Madame would like to take it. You draw back. The lace is pitiful and torn. Across the puff itself is an ugly stain. Once it was dark red, but its progress through the biological laboratory has left it bleached and pitted, where small areas have been teased out and examined under the microscope.
This sample belongs to blood group 3. Are you sure? Wait. Group 1 is here as well. Blood groups 1 and 3. That means there were 2 victims.
Yes, the faded pink powderpuff was used to gag 2 victims before they were brutally murdered. That's why it can be seen today in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, here we are, in the Black Museum. Yes, beyond these stone walls, London throbs and is alive, but within these rooms, there's silence and death. It's very quiet. Come with me. Under the frieze of death masks, the masks of criminals of bygone days, suspended grimly under the ceiling, we pass slowly along the rows of murder exhibits, not always frightening in themselves, but terrifying when considered in relation to their history. There, matchbox. Here's a nail file. Each exhibit marked with the names of the killer and the victim. But our objective now is the Powderpuff. As it lies on the palm of my hand, let's turn back the clock and meet the man who used it for a grim purpose. His name, Richard William Hyson. The time, dawn on the morning of Friday, October the 18th, 1946. The place, Pentonville Prison.
This is it, boys?
Take it easy, Hyson. You've got about a couple of hours.
Give me a cigarette. Hey, thanks. You're too kind. This is 20 days we've had in here, isn't it?
Yes, 20 days.
You won't forget me, will you?
No, we won't forget you.
Before I go, you must remind me to compliment the management. The food's been excellent. I can thoroughly recommend it to future guests. I've only one complaint.
What's that, Hyson?
The execution shed is too close. I'm sure I could hear the hangman practicing with a sandbag last night.
Nonsense. Here, have a wash.
After I've finished my cigarette.
All right. No hurry.
No hurry. 2 hours to go. 2 hours in which to reminisce. I think I was right not to see my mother and father.
They wanted to see you.
Oh, that's because they remembered me as I was. Big, blonde, and handsome. But they never really knew me. I nearly killed a girl when I was 16.
Did you?
Yes. It was at a kid's party. After playing Postman's Knock, we got tired of that. And I suggested we should play...
The popular parlor game of murder. Somebody commits a crime in the dark, and the rest of the party are supposed to discover the culprit. Young Richard Hyson entered into the spirit of the thing with zest.
Jean, you come with me.
All right, Dick.
Let's go upstairs.
What shall we do?
Oh, never mind. I'll tell you. Let's go up while nobody's looking. Come on. Here's a box room. Let's go in.
No, I'd rather not. Let's hide here.
In you come.
No, Dick.
Don't be afraid. It's only a game. I'm putting this handkerchief in your mouth.
Oh, let me go.
Now I'm squeezing your throat. Shut up!
Jean, where are you? Oh, there you are. Why, Dick. But, Jean, what's happened? Oh, he's killed her.
It was fortunate for young Dick Hyson the girl was not dead, but she was hurt and badly frightened. The warders in the death cell listened to Hyson's prelude to murder in silence, but perhaps their eyes betrayed their emotions.
You're shocked, aren't you? Oh, give me the towel, will you? Oh, thank you so much. You make a good Batman. Have you been in the services?
I was in the Navy.
Oh, interesting. That was the only service I was never in. I began in the Air Force.
Yeah, so I believe. Yeah, better start dressing now.
I enlisted as a pilot. Fighter pilot. They gave me a commission, of course.
Of course. Here's your tie.
Yeah, thank you. I had only one complaint about the Air Force.
Yeah? What was that?
The pay. So I volunteered to take over the mess funds. Well, that helped. So did the uniform.
You better put on a clean collar.
Oh, I'm allowed a collar, am I? Oh. That uniform certainly pulled him in.
Pulled who in?
Well, who do you think? Remember the case of the Air Force girl found in the burnt-out car in Suffolk?
So you were responsible for that, were you? How did it happen?
Now you're interested. Listen, boys, come on, gather round. I'll tell you about it before it's too late.
Richard Hyson could never bear to be anything but the center of attraction. He could never tolerate a disinterested audience. Even in his last hours, he had to hold his listeners. But how much of the truth he told will never be known. Nevertheless, a pretty girl of 21 had been found dead in a car close to the station where he'd been, looking after the mess funds 5 or 6 years previously. And he told his warders how he had stopped her on a lonely road while she was driving a staff car.
Hello there. Want a lift?
Oh, that's very nice of you. I'm going into Ipswich.
Oh, so am I. Jump in.
What's your name?
Parker, sir.
And your first name?
Joyce, sir.
I'm Richard Hyson. You can call me Dick, and drop the sir.
Yeah, I think I've met you before.
Oh, I've seen you, too. At the Commandant.
Yes, it might have been.
Well, it was. I've been thinking about you ever since, Joyce.
Oh, I don't believe a word of it, Mr. Hyson.
Dick. Look out, watch that bend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind, sweetheart. I've got nerves of steel. But I'd be happier if you let me take over.
Yes, perhaps it would be a good idea. Thanks. Oh, don't bother to get out. I'll get out my side. Well, I must say it is nice to be driven for a change.
Good. What are your plans after you drop the car into workshops?
As a matter of fact, I'm feeling rather good today. You see, it's my birthday, and my mum sent me a very nice present this morning.
Well, many happy returns. And how old are you?
21.
Congratulations. She's 21 today. 21. What did they send you?
Money.
Oh, that's always the most sensible gift.
Yes, it is, isn't it? I say, are we on the right road?
Yeah, I think so.
We're not, you know. We're right off the road now. Hey, stop. Hey, I thought you were supposed to be a good driver.
So I am. Come here.
No, you've made a mistake. I'm not that sort of a girl. Let me go.
Yeah, you would you?
You're mad.
Where's the money?
Well, here, take it. Now let me go, please.
Oh, no.
Please let me go. I promise I won't tell.
Hyson had no intention of giving his unfortunate victim the opportunity to tell. He had exceptionally large, powerful hands, his fingers being an inch across the joints. There is no doubt that poor Joyce Parker was helpless in his grip. And when it was all over, he put her behind the steering wheel, started the car, and set fire to it. When the flames had a hold, he jumped off the running board from where he'd been steering, and the blazing car, together with its pathetic little passenger, plunged on until it crashed over the edge of a gravel pit. The crime had every appearance of being an accident, and Richard Hyson went to the picture alone that night, all expenses paid. He hadn't yet left behind any vital clues, such as might be seen today in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
We return to number 2 death cell in Pentonville Prison.
I was cashiered from the Air Force quite soon, and they found out about the mess accounts. So I joined the Army as Paul Colton.
Yes, we know about that.
I built up a new history for myself, and being a pretty useful type, I got a commission.
That was in the early days of the war.
Yes. I probably wouldn't have got a commission later on. They started going into too much detail.
How long did you keep the Army commission?
About a year. I lost it in the Middle East. That was really rather amusing. I was visiting the mess at HQ when I heard the general talking about selling his car before he was posted to a new command. That gave me an idea. Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
My name's Colton, sir. I'm sorry to hear you're leaving the command. I wonder whether you might be thinking of disposing of that private car of yours.
Do you want to buy it?
Yes, sir.
You'd better have a word with my ADC. Smithers.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Colton here wants to buy the car. Sort it out with him, will you?
Of course, sir.
And Second Lieutenant Colton, alias Hyson, wrote out a check for £100, which was exactly £100 more than he had in the bank.
That check bounced quicker than a golf ball. But I'd sold the old man's car even quicker and spent what I got for it.
So, bang went commission number 2,
Yes, they cashiered me. Which I told them I thought was rather hard on a first offender.
First offender?
Well, in the Army, yes. But instead of coming home, I dropped off the ship in South Africa. I joined the Army there. And believe me, it wasn't long before I got myself posted to England. That meant London for me. And those certainly were the days.
Don, I'd like you to meet Muriel. Donald Smithers, Muriel Gerton.
Oh, hello there. And what are you drinking, Muriel?
Scotch and water, thanks.
Yeah, tough baby, eh? Well, good for you. Hi, Stuart. A very large scotch and a very little water for a pretty girl.
You're quite a son of a gun.
Believe me, ma'am, I've had to be.
What are all those medals on your chest?
Oh, Distinguished Service Order.
And this one, I know. The Distinguished Flying Cross.
Right, baby.
I don't know these two.
Oh, the Croix de Guerre. I got it flying with the Free French, and that's the OBE, Order of the British Empire.
My, you're a hero. You must have a drink on me.
Donald Smithers, alias Paul Colton, alias Richard Hyson, had made the first vital mistake, which was to lead him to the scaffold. Needless to say, he was not entitled to any of those decorations. And he had sewn the ribbon of the OBE in the wrong place on his tunic, and, although he was still a captain in the South African Air Force, he was wearing the uniform of a lieutenant colonel. These points were noticed by an observant officer in the Royal Air Force who passed the information on to the security police. A rapid checkup followed, and Hyson was court-martialed and cashiered for the third and last time. Now he lived on women. During one short period, he was engaged to be married to no fewer than 9, and each one financed him to a greater or lesser degree.
Well, that took quite a bit of staff work, keeping them apart. But there was one I quite liked, Doreen Wilson.
You'd better get on with your breakfast.
Yes, time flies. Doreen was a honey. Somehow I never managed to get her alone for any time. Pass the salt, will you? Thank you. I shouldn't have bought her that Powderpuff.
You made a mistake there, Hyson. They all do.
What do you mean, they? I'm unique. Remember that. On the night I gave her the puff, we had a row. She wouldn't come back to the hotel with me, so I snatched back the Powderpuff while she was using it and walked out on her.
So Doreen Wilson was saved.
I was pretty annoyed. I never did take to a brush-off. So I hung around outside the club where I'd met Muriel Gerton, and I didn't have long to wait. Muriel?
Who's that? Why, Donald Smithers.
Hello, honey. Come and have a drink.
Okay, let's go up to the club.
Well, I haven't any money till the morning.
That's all right. I've got plenty.
Have you? I don't believe it.
Then look at this.
A handbag opens, stuffed with notes. The fate of Muriel Gerton is sealed.
Look, sweetheart. I'm not the type of man who takes money from a pretty girl. Not even from you. If you'll come back to my hotel, we can get all we want on my bill.
So back to the hotel in South Kensington. And at the last moment, Hyson stopped abruptly, as if struck by a sudden idea.
You'll have to go gently, honey. I just remembered. They won't serve drinks to visitors after hours. We'll have to go in the back way, where we won't be spotted.
So in they went. Not into the hotel where Hyson was staying, but into another one where he had stayed sometime previously. Hyson knew the geography of the place perfectly. He took his unsuspecting victim through the deserted trade entrance and up the servants' staircase to the first floor, where he found an unoccupied bedroom.
Okay, in you come.
Thanks. Donald, are you sure this is your room?
Of course, why?
It looks so empty. No clothes, nothing on the dressing table.
Well, I'm naturally a tidy person. Now, come and sit down.
This was an invitation to a drink.
No, there are better things to do than drink. Come on, sit down.
Now, look here. I may be tough, but I'm not... Sit down. Why, you beast! I'll scream.
There's a present for you. Powderpuff, in your mouth. That'll keep it quiet. Now, my beauty, I've got you exactly where I want you.
Again, those big, strong hands did their dreadful work. And when it was all over, Hyson removed the improviser's mouth, took her money, and returned unseen to his own hotel, where the chambermaid awoke him from a sound sleep at 8 o'clock the following morning.
Morning, sir. Not a very cheerful one, I'm afraid. I'll pull back the curtains. Oh, it's pouring outside, and nasty and cold. Now drink your tea while it's hot. And here's your newspapers.
Huh? Oh, the papers, yes. Oh, thanks. Thanks very much.
Not at all.
Papers. Now, let me see.
Woman found strangled in small hotel. Murder in South Kensington. Police are making widespread inquiries amongst the deceased friends and acquaintances in the hope of tracking down the murderer. The staff and members of a well-known Kensington club are being questioned this morning.
They are they? Then the chances are that the swine who split on me to the South African War Department is going to open his mouth again. He'll remember I was with her. I must get out of London quick.
It so happened that Hyson's panic was needless. The RAF officer was posted now, and he didn't come forward. Neither did the man who had introduced Hyson to his victim. But the scientists at Scotland Yard were becoming interested in traces of pink wool, which they found in the dead woman's mouth.
There's no doubt we've got particles of face powder on this fragment. So the murderer must have gagged her with a powder puff of all things.
But our own powder puff, which is white, was still in her handbag. That means the puff which was used by the murderer was taken away by him.
The fibers are quite new. There's no dust on them, and the powder hasn't had time to get into the material. Well, there's a thread of lace here, too.
We'd better let the superintendent know right away.
Superintendent Brandruth of Scotland Yard was then faced with the tremendous task of trying to trace an unknown man who might have bought a pink powder puff with lace trimmings. The information and the request for assistance was published in newspapers throughout the country, and Hyson read about it in the seaside town of Eastbourne. For the first time in his life, Richard Hyson panicked. In a split second, he saw the net closing in. He reasoned that Doreen Wimson, the girl he'd brought the powder puff for, would very soon tell the police. If he was caught, he must plead insanity. To establish insanity, he must commit another murder, and this time there must be no motive. So that night, in a deserted street on the outskirts of the town, he waited for an unknown victim. It was dark. The few houses were scattered well back from the road. For nearly an hour, nothing stirred, while murder waited to strike in the shadows. Go back, little girl, go back, go back. No, she must come on. He's waiting with those big, strong hands, tense and ready. The powder puff becomes a gag for the second time. the deed is done.
I might have got away with a lot if Doreen Winston hadn't remembered the Powderpuff.
She identified it, didn't she?
Yes. I knew she'd get me.
The chaplain's here, Hyson.
Tell him to go to blazes. I'll be waiting for him. Got another cigarette? No, thanks. I was picked up by the police the next day. Even then, I nearly convinced them that they'd got the wrong man. They held me from 3 in the afternoon until 2 the next morning before I told them I was Richard Hyson and proud of it. But still, they couldn't really prove I'd killed the 2 women until they had my coat pocket examined in the laboratory. Then they found traces of face powder and little shreds from the puff in it. Tough, that. Tough, wasn't it, Padre, eh? Why, what are you looking so mournful about? I'm the one to worry. Ah, so the hangman's here at last.
Yes, Hyson. It's nearly over.
Well, if nobody's going to say anything, I will. Come on, boys, get the straps on and let's get going.
And so Richard Hyson is led to his appointed place on the trapdoors of the scaffold. A white bag is slipped over his head. The rope lodges under his chin. And while the chaplain intones the service of the dead, the trapdoors open and Hyson goes fluttering down into the dark cavity below. Justice has been achieved. And all because of the faded pink powder puff which can be seen now in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
Hyson loved the limelight, and he was nothing if not bold. He did serve in the Army and the Air Force, but his decorations and his tales of gallantry and action were all lies. He lived on lies, forever hoping that they would never catch up with him. But one by one, they did. And with them came the evidence. From the bad check he gave to the general in the Middle East, to the pink powder puff he gave to the one girl he admired in London. He hoped, of course, that the world would believe him to be insane. That would have spared him the final horror of the scaffold, and he might have been alive today in the grim fastnesses of Broadmoor, the criminal asylum. Was he mad? Well, you've heard the story. So another chapter of murder is closed, and the little pink powder puff, faded now, has its place in criminal history. And now, until we meet next time in the same place, I tell you another story about the Black Museum. I remain, as always, obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Black Museum. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for another journey of detective stories. Our next featured program, The Secrets of Scotland Yard, will take you into a world of crime, mystery, and suspense.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
When one woman meets another, there is a subject they'll nearly always talk about. The servant problem. Or so I'm told. Anyway, this program concerns the same question. The servant problem. There are all kinds of servants. Loyal, disloyal, honest, dishonest, pleasant, and unpleasant. However, I doubt if there was ever a servant who was quite such a problem to her mistress as Kate Webster. Now, in olden times, when a servant left her employment, there was always the suspicion that she packed in her box more than she brought with her. In the case of Kate Webster, that was certainly true. For in her box, she took with her the body of her mistress. You're right. It's a case of murder. To begin our story, we will pay a visit to a world-famous exhibition which as yet has not appeared in this series of programs. I refer to Madame Tussauds and the Chamber of Horrors. Occupying the basement of the famous Madame Tussauds building off Baker Street, the Chamber of Horrors is a waxworks exhibition of some of the infamous criminals of the past. We pay our admission price, 2 and 6pence. It used to be only a shilling, but horror, like everything else, is suffering from inflation. And down we go. Off on the left as we go in is the effigy of a tall, gaunt woman dressed in the period of 1880. She wears a black coat, and round her neck is a thin fur tippet. Her black hair is drawn back severely from her stern face. Her whole appearance is grim and threatening. I'm sure if she'd come to me for a job, I would have thought twice about engaging her. And yet on that January morning in 1879, Mrs. Martha Thomas must have thought differently when she answered the door at Mayfield Cottage, Richmond, and met for the first time Kate Webster.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. I'm Miss Webster, ma'am. Miss Loder said she'd told you about me. Oh, yes, that's right. I happened to mention to her that I was looking for a servant, and she mentioned your name. I forget it now.
Webster. Kate Webster, ma'am. I've done some charting to Miss Loder, and I'm looking for a regular job. She told me you'd be wanting a general servant.
Well, I do really need someone. Of course, I'm not sure that...
I'm strong, ma'am, and very willing.
Well, I'm usually in the habit of making careful inquiries. Still, you say that Miss Loder sent you.
That's right, ma'am. I can start right away.
It's really difficult to make up my mind.
You can rely on me, ma'am.
Well, there'd be no harm in giving you a trial. After all, I am in rather a fix. You're prepared to sleep in, of course.
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, I brought my box with me, just outside.
You must have been very sure of getting the situation.
I usually get my way, ma'am.
Well, you'd better bring your box inside. Is it very heavy?
No, ma'am. Not very heavy. Just a few clothes. Plenty of room inside.
And so, Kate Webster went to work. Let's pause for a moment here and examine the previous history of Miss Webster. It isn't, I'm afraid, a very edifying story. Born in Ireland, she was sentenced to a term of imprisonment for thieving at an early age. When she came out of prison, she went to England and soon perfected a system of robbery which was to be her principal livelihood for some years to come. Her method was to call at boarding or lodging houses in quest for a room. If the opportunity occurred, she would steal anything she could without engaging the room. Failing that, she would take the room and then disappear, having robbed either her fellow tenants or her landlady. By the time she was 28, she was serving a sentence of 4 years penal servitude. No sooner out of prison than she was up to her old tricks, and yet with all this, she never seemed to fail to attract the confidence of innocent people. So, in 1879, we find her living at Richmond among unsuspecting friends. Her new employer, Mrs. Thomas, was regarded in the neighborhood as distinctly eccentric. She wore a good deal of jewelry and posed as being much better off than she really was. Twice married but widowed, she lived on her own until she engaged Kate Webster. And so we find these two living under one roof. Mrs. Thomas, prim, genteel, a little nervous. Kate Webster, clever, cunning, and evil.
Kate? Kate?
Oh, right, I'm coming. I can do you. What do you want?
Kate, I don't want to speak to you again about the manner in which you addressed me. Kindly have a care.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Clean the steps.
I did them yesterday.
And you will do them again today.
What if I don't?
I think I just heard about a lot of people. Perhaps it would be good if you left at the end of the...
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Why, yes, of course I do.
You're sure you've made up your mind?
Why, yes, Kate. That is, unless you're going to improve yourself, I don't want to be difficult.
No, Mrs. Thomas didn't want to be difficult. But there was a look in Kate Webster's eye which had terrified sterner women than Mrs. Thomas. Determined to get rid of her servant, Mrs. Thomas was terrified of offending her. Even now that Kate was under notice, Mrs. Thomas was frightened of living in the same house with her. In a matter of weeks, the servant had begun to dominate her mistress.
Well, I'm afraid you think I'm very silly, because... But you're the only person I can turn to.
Now, Mrs. Thomas, I really think you are making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, what do you know against this woman?
No, nothing. I haven't any weapons, I admit, but it's just that now I've been in the same house with her for these weeks, I can't help feeling that there's something wrong with her. She's wicked.
Has she stolen something from you or done anything positively wrong?
No.
And you've given her notice?
Yes, that's because she's rude.
Oh, nothing to worry about. She can leave at the end of the month. And what you tell me, you'll be well rid of her. Of course, she had done something wrong. It would be different, but as I said before, Mr. Thomas, a mountain out of a molehill, eh?
Yes, but I must say I'm nervous.
Have faith, Mrs. Thomas. Have faith. I'm sure you'll be quite well.
And so back to Mayfield Cottage went nervous little Mrs. Thomas. The usual arrangement was for Kate to have Sunday afternoon off. And the following weekend, Mrs. Thomas went as usual to Sunday morning service. When she returned to Mayfield Cottage, Kate was out. She must have spent an afternoon drinking, for she didn't get back until late. Mrs. Thomas, who didn't like having the house left unattended, had, despite her fears, become quite impatient and annoyed when eventually Kate did return.
Oh, there you are, Kate. Where on earth have you been? No, I can't go to church until you get back. It really is too bad of you.
What's the matter with you?
I've had more than enough of your influence. I give you the afternoon off, and how do you repay me? By coming home late. And if I'm not mistaken, intoxicated.
And I've had enough of you. You silly old woman. You don't think you can tell me off? Oh, you're scared to death, and I'm right, that's so. I wonder if I don't give you what's coming to you. All right, I'm not going to touch you. I'm going to my room.
And you're going to leave in the morning. Not another night will you spend in this house. You awful person.
Now, where are you going?
To church.
When she arrived at church that evening, Mrs. Thomas's friends noticed how agitated she appeared to be. She didn't sit in her usual seat near the pulpit, but on that particular night she chose a pew close to the door. Probably her thoughts were not on what the preacher was saying.
This evening, I am taking the text of my sermon, the story of the faithful servant. As warned up, it is a story of...
You can tell me off. Why, you're scared to death, and Christ, little. The one who won't give you what's coming to you.
I am going to a park.
Now comes one of the strangest and most terrifying aspects of the case. Although Mrs. Thomas was almost paralyzed with fear, she actually went back to the house, went back to Kate, without even asking a friend to accompany her. You know the simile of the rabbit and the snake? Well, that's the only explanation I can give for her action. Perhaps Kate, when she originally came to the house, had not intended to murder Mrs. Thomas, but by the evening of that awful Sunday night, her mind was made up. Passers-by noticed that the gaslight in the hall was lit. Kate thought that a darkened house might scare Mrs. Thomas away. And by now, Kate was using all her evil cunning to attract back the fly to the spider's web.
Kate, where are you? Kate, where...
So much for the crime of Kate Webster. Now let us leave the murderess and cross over to the other side of the street to learn the story of the case as it affected Scotland Yard. It is now 2 days later. Henry Winkley, a coal porter living at Mortlake, is driving his cart along the banks of the Thames. Just before reaching Barnes Bridge, he catches sight of an object lying half in and half out of the mud of the Thames.
What's the matter? Over there, sticking out of the mud. It's a trunk, ain't it? Yeah. Well, you never know. Might be something valuable washed ashore. More likely old clothes. Ah, well, I'm going to have a look. Please yourself. Waste of time, I called it. It's a box. wooden box. Here, come on, give us an hand. All right, all right. Let's pull it out of the water. Now, go on. There. Oh, well tied up. Here, lend us your knife, Paul, and open your name. Well, come on in. I'll put it in. Now, let's have a look. Yummy. Yummy.
I leave the horrifying contents of the box to your imagination. The coal porter reported his discovery to the police at Barnes. At first it was thought that the box contained butcher's meat, but examination by the doctor revealed a more horrifying truth. Some of the newspapers of the day attributed the discovery to a hoax perpetrated by medical students. The police, however, thought otherwise.
The person who did this had no knowledge of anatomy. The body has been roughly chopped up. No, this is no medical joke. But how in heaven's name we're going to identify the body, I don't know.
For over a fortnight, the case rested. There was no way of identifying the human remains with any degree of certainty. And then, as nearly always, the criminal made a fatal slip. Inspector Pearman, the officer in charge at Richmond Police Station, received a visit from a Mr. John Church.
Good evening, Inspector. What can I do for you, Mr. Church? Well, it's like this, Inspector. Of course, there may be nothing in this, but, frankly, I felt a bit suspicious. And I thought the best thing was to go to see the police. Yes, very wise, Mr. Church. Now, let's hear your story. Well, as I expect you know, I'm the proprietor of the Rising Sun, the pub in Royal Gardens. About a week ago, two customers of mine, Mr. and Mrs. Porter and their son William, came into the saloon for a drink. They had with them a lady called Mrs. Thomas. She was rather a hard-looking woman, but quite well-spoken. So we got to talking of one thing and another, and this Mrs. Thomas tells me she's giving up her house and that she wants to sell the furniture. She's very nice about the whole thing, very polite indeed.
Yes, I've decided to move. You know, I won't get tired of the place. If you get a good offer for the furniture, I'd sell it tomorrow.
Well, of course, it all depends on the furniture.
If you're interested, why don't you come and have a look at it?
Hold on a minute. I haven't said I want to buy it.
Well, there's no harm in having a look, is there? Why don't you come?
Well, maybe I will. The following Tuesday, I went round to Mayfield Cottage in Richmond. That's her house. Nice little place. She opened the door to me and showed me around the house.
It's very nice of you to come round. Come into the parlour first.
Well, thank you very much. Very nice, too.
I'm glad you like it. You see, I'm getting ready to go. I've got all the papers ready. Come into the dining room now.
What is that for, folks?
Oh, that. Mr. Thomas, my late husband.
When did he die?
Several years ago.
Natural death, I hope?
Oh, yes, most natural. What made you ask?
Oh, well, I was reading about that box they found in the Thames last week.
Those newspapers. Can't believe a word they say. Like the furniture.
Yes, very nice. Rather depends on how much you want.
We won't quibble.
Well, let's start making a list of what furniture you've got. We'll see what it amounts. So we made a list and I made her an offer for the furniture. The following Monday I went round to the cottage and together with Mrs. Thomas, we got some of the stuff loaded up to move away. I was just walking after the van when I noticed Mrs. Thomas speaking to her next door neighbour. I couldn't know her when living.
Oh, what's happened to her? Where is she?
I don't know, but you must have seen her. I tell you, I don't know. Well, it's most unsatisfactory. If she's disappeared, you ought to go to the police about it. You ought to do something. About it at the time, but that night Mrs. Thomas came round to the Rising Sun. She looked a bit excited and borrowed £1 off the missus. The following day, I went round to collect the remainder of the furniture. Mrs. Thomas's next door neighbour, who had the key of the cottage, she locked the door and I couldn't get in. I paid Mrs. Thomas the money, or rather the deposit, and I didn't know what to make of it. When I got back to the pub, I had a good look through the furniture I'd already collected. In the wardrobe, I found a dress, and in the pocket was a letter signed by Mrs. Thomas. It was not the same handwriting as the Mrs. Thomas I knew.
Kate Webster's impersonation had failed. Inspector Pierman, the officer in charge, immediately set to work. He went round to Mayfield Cottage, the residence which Mrs. Thomas, alias Kate Webster, had so recently left.
Sergeant, come over here.
Yes, sir.
Look at this copper. He's burning something. If I'm not very much mistaken, something human.
The cottage was full of evidence that the bird had flown. Flown where? Kate Webster, who had been so ingenious in perpetrating a crime, had lost her nerve. She had gone to the one place where the police were sure to look, her home in Ireland. On the 28th of March, she was arrested there and brought back to London. Focused upon the case, the horrible circumstances on which the body had been removed from the scene of the crime attracted the attention of newspapers and the public. Whilst the case against Kate Webster was already a formidable one, another link was added when a fresh came forward. Now you will recall how Church, the publican of the Rising Sun, had first met Kate Webster in the company of a Mr. and Mrs. Porter and her son William. This young man related how Kate Webster had used him to aid her in her flight to justice.
Some while back. We had not seen her for several years until she came round to us that Monday morning. She told us that she'd come with some money. She'd married a Mr. Thomas who was dead and had been left to herself in Richmond, together with all the furniture and everything. She said she was going to live with her parents in Scotland and wanted to sell the property. She asked Dad if she knew anybody who would be interested in buying it. Dad thought of Mr. Church. That's when we went round to see him. After we left the Rising Sun, she asked Dad if I could go home with her and give her a hand with a trunk she wanted to lift. He said all right, and so we went back together. It was a wooden box tied up with cord, and she told me that she wanted to take it to Richmond Bridge to deliver to somebody who was buying it. Oh, it's heavy, isn't it? It won't be fine now. No. I didn't know it was having a seat. Well, isn't the farther to go? We're at the bridge now. Where are you meeting your friend? Just here. Bring the box over this alcove. That's it. There. Well, shall I wait here with you? No, you walk back. I'll catch up with you. I don't see anybody. Be off with you. All right. I'll walk on down the river. Come on. It was quite dark and I was a bit nervous. But I walked to the end of the bridge and stopped there. I waited a few seconds, and then I heard... I wondered what it was. And then a few seconds later, she comes up to me. Oh, there you are. I told you to walk on. I was nervous. What are you going to be nervous about? Nothing. What's happened to the box? I've given it to my friend. The one who's bought it. He must have come up quickly. Yes, he did. Now, don't stand here all night. You'll get along with you. Anyone would think you were frightened of the dark.
William Porter identified the wooden case as the box which he had helped Kate Webster to carry to the bridge. The chain of evidence was complete. On Wednesday, the 2nd of July, 1879, at the Central Criminal Court in London, she was brought to trial. But this time she put her nerve. Her defense was ingenious but unsuccessful.
Now, is any other person in custody for the murder? Ought to be. The innocent shouldn't suffer for the guilty. I didn't kill Mrs. Thomas. It was Churchill did it. Well, Miss, I impersonated her. Then to get her money like I'd done before. I brought Church round to the house and it was he who killed her. I certainly helped him. I'm innocent.
But her lying tricks were not up. Church had been direct in his dealings with the police, and there was no reason to disbelieve it. Realizing that her original defense was leading nowhere, Kate changed her story once again. But by this time, the more she lied, the more her lies were apparent.
All right, I admit I helped with the murder, but it was Church who really killed her. I helped cut up the body. It was on the Sunday that the victim. She'd come back from the services. We killed her, then the two of us. It was an accident. I put her up the stairs and she slipped in it. It was an accident.
Lie upon lie, each contradicting the other, until at last even Kate Webster realized there was no hope. She was found guilty and sentenced to death. On the eve of her execution, she confessed to the crime, but even then the habit of lying had not entirely left her. In a signed statement, she said,
We got from church before our usual hour. Mrs. Thomas came in and went upstairs. I went up after her, and we had an argument which wasn't into a quarrel. And in the light of my anger and rage, I threw her from the top of the stairs to the ground floor. She had a heavy fall. I thought that she was seriously injured, and I became agitated at what had occurred, lost all control of myself, and to prevent her screaming and getting me into trouble, I caught her by the throat, and in the struggle she was choked. I threw her on the floor.
but if this story was true, the next-door neighbor would have heard at least some sound. No, Kate, right up to the last moment, lied and lied until she could lie no more. Well, that's the story of Kate Webster. The next time you see dust on the mantel, or you can't get anybody to scrub the front door step, don't complain of the servant problem. After all, there are worse things than having no servant at all. You might have one like Kate Webster. That's over now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Liebrook saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
How do you do? This is...
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Secrets of Scotland Yard. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to Los Angeles. For our next featured program, Dragnet. The stories you are about to hear are true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. 4 young hoodlums wanted for a series of robberies are headed for your city. They're armed, reckless, cold-blooded. Your job, get 'em.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke king-size Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Friday, December 10th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 7:55 a.m. when I got to room 27A, robbery detail. Morning.
Hi, Joe.
Morning.
Hi, Joe. Cold out, isn't it?
Frank, what are you doing here this early? Can't you sleep?
I'm waiting for something. Special delivery letter from my brother.
One up in Frisco with the police department?
Yeah. Only up there they don't like it when you call it Frisco.
Yeah.
He's in robbery detail. Called him last night. All 3 kids had their tonsils out the same day. Thought it'd be nice to call, see how they were.
All 3 at once?
Yeah.
Tonsils are nothing these days.
How'd they make out?
Good. They're home already.
What's the letter got to do with it?
Oh, well, my brother told me he was sending down some dope on 4 pretty rough characters. Thinks they're headed our way. Sending mugshots, too.
You and your brother running a detective agency on the side?
It's a little irregular. The official correspondence will come a little later.
What do you know about the guys?
Almost killed a man. I didn't get any details. It's all in the letter. Ought to be here any minute. Mailed it at noon yesterday.
How come you moved down here with your family, Frank? Don't you like it up north?
Well, I like L.A. better. More elbow room. Here you live in a house and lot, not just an apartment.
I get it. Robbery, Friday.
This is Wilson. Tony shop is there, Joe?
Yeah, I think so. Hold it, will you? Tony here?
Huh?
Oh, I didn't see you behind that paper.
For me?
Yeah, he's here.
Well, if he's not busy, ask him to come over to auto theft. Questioning a couple of Mexican girls. Can't speak English.
I guess we can spare him for a while. I'll tell him.
What's up?
Well, that's Wilson in auto detail. He'd like you to go over and act as interpreter for a couple of Mexican girls.
Are they pretty?
You're not going down there to marry him.
I'll bet you while I'm at parties.
Yes. Nothing much doing. Slow day. They don't come often enough for me.
If they did, we'd be out of a job. It was one of those those rare slow days. I killed a couple of hours going over the daily reports, cleaned out the top drawer of my desk, sharpened a few pencils. At 10:15 a.m., the special delivery letter came for Frank. He slit the top open with his pocket knife and shook out 4 mug shots.
Here it is. Following 4 men wanted for robberies, auto thefts, and safe burglaries in San Francisco Bay Area. Cliff Small, 19. George Shum, 20. Both escaped from Preston. Julius Carver, 18. Fred Malik, 20. Both Army deserters.
Well, that checks out with that APB from SF last week.
What do the records look like?
Small shot an Army captain during an argument at a bar. On 2 capers, these men shot it out with us and escaped. Information shows all 4 left for Los Angeles several days ago. Driving stolen car, blue Chevrolet, probably using cold plates.
Mm-hmm. Let me see those mug shots.
Here.
Well, now we know who we're looking for. Brother, tell us where?
Just a couple of nice girls that got mixed up with the wrong guys.
Hey, take a look at these pictures, will you, Tony?
Oh, the mugs from San Francisco.
Yeah. It says they're in a stolen car, cold plates.
That's how these girls were picked up, in a hot car.
Huh?
They went for a ride with a couple of guys they met at a movie. When the car ran out of gas, the boys dug, the girls got picked up.
Did they have a lead on the guys?
No, not a thing.
The young guys?
Around 20. You think these might be the ones from Frisco?
Well, let's talk to the girls. Come on. Frank, you want to cover the office?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Do they speak English at all?
Not enough to make sense. That's Dolores, and this one is Marie.
Sí.
Señoritas, estos señores son empleados del robbery detail. Desean hacer a ustedes algunas preguntas.
Nosotras no hicimos nada. Nada.
She says they didn't do anything.
I suppose they told you all they know already, huh?
They're not much help. They say they don't know anything about the fellows they were with.
Show them these. Ask them if they've ever seen them before.
Yeah. ¿Conocen estos individuos?
Sí. Estos dos. ¿Estos son los muchachos? Sí. Sí.
These are the guys that took them out last night?
Ask them.
¿Quieren decir que estos dos son los que las llevaron anoche?
Sí, ellos son.
Carver and Malik, the Army deserters. Ask them to describe them, will you?
¿Cómo eran los muchachos?
Ya les dijimos. Estuvimos en el carro todo el tiempo. Estaba oscuro. Pero parecían muy guapos. Y hablaban bien.
She says they sat in the car all the time. It was dark. But they look very handsome and they talk nice.
Where did the fellas pick them up?
They told me in front of the Jubilee Theater, 2nd and Broadway.
Yeah. And then what?
The girls couldn't understand English, but they understood when the boys motioned them to hop in. ¿Han aceptado ustedes paseos con extraños antes?
Por supuesto que no. María creo haberlos visto en la iglesia el domingo.
She says no. Marie thought she recognized them from church Sunday.
Pero estaba equivocada.
But she was mistaken.
Must have been some date. The boys couldn't talk Spanish and the girls couldn't talk English.
Where'd they go on this ride, Tony?
They don't know the streets. They just know they got to the beach, and then they turned around and were about halfway back when the car ran out of gas.
Ask them again. See if you can get Marie here to talk.
María.
Sí.
¿Qué camino tomaron para ir a la playa?
Yo no sé. Ay, María. Primero, paramos cerca de un hotelito. Esperamos mientras los muchachos llevaron a un perito y lo dejaron en su cuarto.
She doesn't know, but she remembers they stopped near a little hotel. The girls waited while the boys took a little puppy out of their car and put it in their room.
A puppy?
Well, if they don't know where the hotel was, maybe they can tell us what it was near.
¿Qué edificios había cerca del hotel?
En la esquina había una estación de gasolina.
She says there was a gas station on the corner.
What else?
¿Qué más?
Del otro lado de los rieles había 2 o 3 garajes.
2 o 3?
Creo que sí, 2 o 3.
She says across the car tracks there were 2 or 3 big garages.
Yeah.
Could be in the Westlake district. Lots of garages and second-rate hotels around there.
Or East 1st Street?
Maybe Grand Avenue and Pico.
Pico! Pico! Ahora me acuerdo. Esa calle era Pico.
We took the girls with us and drove out to Grand and Pico, and then up and down Pico slow until the girls pointed out a hotel just south of Flower. They weren't sure. Ben and I got out. We walked up to the hotel desk. The clerk was just starting to vacuum.
We're looking for Julius Carver and Fred Malik. Are they staying here?
What's the names? Can't hear you over the vacuum.
Julius Carver and Fred Malik?
Nope, not here.
Police officers. You take a look at these pictures?
Well, could have been two of the boys that checked out this morning, but they didn't look as tough as this.
How many were there?
4.
Here are 2 more pictures. You have a look, please?
Could be. About the right age.
How long did they stay?
Just 2 nights.
Did they have a pup with them?
What?
I said they have a pup with them.
A puppy dog? Yes, they did. Yes, sir. A little collie pup.
Did they pay up?
No, they skipped out, owing me 2 days.
Can we see how they registered, please?
Shut off this dang vacuum. Person can't hardly hear himself think over that racket. Now, you want to see the register. We use cards here.
All right, sir.
Let me see. Now, here they are. Bob Reynolds, Jack Sharp, Jim Smith, and William Grant, Las Vegas, Nevada.
I must have picked those names out of a hat.
They say where they were going?
Nope, no forwarding address.
Did they write these cards out themselves?
You bet they did. That's the law.
You mind if we borrow them for a while? We'll have them photostated and returned to you.
We're supposed to keep them, you know.
You'll get them back.
I like to do everything legal. Are those boys in some kind of trouble?
They leave anything in their room?
They did. It's all in the vacuum.
If they happen to come back, give us a ring, will you? Here's our card.
Robbery detail. Who'd they rob?
They took you for 2 days' rent. It was 2 p.m. when Tony Chavez picked us up. He had Frank O'Donnell with him. We stopped at a dairy lunch, and I called the office, and we split up into 2 teams. While Tony and Frank checked parking lots in the neighborhood for stolen cars, Ben and I ran down the other hotels. In the next 3 hours, we talked to a dozen desk clerks and rooming house managers. Always the same answer, no. 5:30 p.m., we tried the Achilles Hotel on Grand Avenue. We walked into an overheated lobby crowded with modern furniture. There were a couple of canary cages in front of the faded wall tapestries. The desk clerk was a woman in her early 40s.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Police officer.
Police officers. Walter! Walter, will you see what these policemen want?
We'll just take a minute. We'd like to know if you recognize these pictures here.
No.
This one?
No. No, we only take in honest, hard-working men.
Sure.
Don't like anybody lazing around in the rooms all day. It keeps me from cleaning up.
Maybe your room has got a collie pup.
A dog? I'd die before I'd allow a dog in this house.
Well, if these fellows with a dog try to rent a room, would you please phone us? Here's the number.
Millie. Now, get on back in there, honey, where it's nice and warm. Go on, Millie. Go on. Millie's on the nest now.
Yes, ma'am. We'd appreciate you watching for these men.
For your own protection, too.
No, I'll let you know.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's go
Oh,
back.
say, before you go, would you gentlemen do me a favor seeing as how you're policemen?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marinelli up in room 14's a week behind his rent. Would you do me a favor and go up and talk to him?
I'm sorry, lady. We can't handle that. That's a civil matter. I'd advise you to go to room 260 and out to City Hall. See the city attorney. They'll help you.
Walter, what'd I tell you? They won't do it.
That's the way it went. It was dark out now and getting cold again. We walked back to Pico and Flower to pick up Frank and Tony. Tony was there waiting for us.
Hi. Come on up to the next corner. Frank's up there. We got a hot car staked out.
Yeah?
Just half a block from the hotel where the guys checked out. You had any luck?
No. Did you find anything in the car?
Key's still in it, nothing else.
Well, they could have stolen it last night after they left the girls, huh?
I called in and checked. It was taken in front of 1192 Doheny Drive between 2 and 4 this morning. We got out of code 4.
Mm-hmm. That's about 6 blocks from where they ditched the car with the girls in it.
They were out of gas. It's all downhill. Would have been the natural way for them to go.
Could be the right car. Better keep the stake on.
Well. Oh, hi, Frank.
Hi. You do any good?
No.
Frank, you and Tony want to go eat, and Ben and I'll cover the car. When you get back, we'll go for chow.
Good deal.
Swell.
So long. Well, let's sit in the car, huh?
Yeah, all right.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Get the radio on.
Want a cigarette?
No. What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe it's the same guys, maybe not.
Same neighborhood. A couple of things might tie in. You can't be sure.
We're really making headway. About all we know is they're in town.
Yeah, and it's a good-sized town.
Right now, it's the biggest in the world. 7 p.m. We knew the 4 gunmen were in town. We knew they'd been seen. We figured there was no reason for them to skip town until they pulled a job or heard that we were looking for them. Time was in their favor. Time to rob, time to kill, time to get away. The check on the hotels continued. We left Frank O'Donnell and Tony Chavez on the stakeout, and Ben and I picked up the hotel routine, one place after another. 8:30 p.m. We walked down a long, narrow lobby to a little bald-headed man at the desk. He was wearing glasses and reading a magazine called Astrology. When we walked in, he tried to hide the bottle.
Police officer.
Oh. Would you take a look at these pictures, please?
What for?
See if you can identify them.
No, they don't look familiar to me. They may be carrying a collie pup. Collie pup? Let me see those pictures again.
All right. They look familiar now?
They had a pup with them, all right. Yes, I think so. I study faces. Yes, the same.
Are they here?
I don't know. Mean they're out for the evening? I don't know.
Are they registered here?
Yes, they are.
What room?
Are they expecting you?
Now listen. This is important. Just answer the questions.
What did they do?
What's their room number?
Second floor, room 22.
You have the key?
Just a sec. Here.
Thank you. Come on, Ben. Cover me, huh?
Yeah.
22. Give me the key. Watch it. Well, maybe we're home.
Clothes, shoes, all their stuff's here.
They'll be back.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1.
The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality.
Step 2.
Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Step 3.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree
it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So enjoy king-size Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
In the files of the Los Angeles Police Department, there are countless case histories that never got space in the daily newspapers. The case of Cliff Small, George Shum, Julius Carver, and Fred Malik was one of these. 4 young hoodlums wanted for a series of robberies and petty burglaries. These men were armed, and they'd shown that they wouldn't hesitate to shoot. By comparison with the sensational crime headline, the news value of this story rated an inch of type on the 4th page of the 2nd section. Yet the line separating these 4 young thieves from banner headlines and back page space is much thinner than the average citizen realizes. The danger in a criminal case isn't always determined by the space allotted to it in the newspapers. Many a peace officer's name has appeared in the obituary column of the same newspaper that allotted 1 inch of back page space to the crime story that was considered unimportant. I phoned the office and asked for 2 men to cover the stolen car. As soon as the replacements arrived, Frank O'Donnell and Tony Chavez left the stakeout on the stolen car and joined us at the hotel. It was 8:55 p.m.
When do they due back? Any idea?
No, sir. I told these other officers. I did tell you, didn't I?
Yeah, you said they were out for the evening.
That's it. I knew I told you something. Was it you two? Or was it you two?
It was this fella and I.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember things I say so good, but I know faces, things.
Are you the manager here?
Oh, no. This place belongs to Claude.
Claude who?
Tinney.
Then you're in charge now.
Only when Claude's not around. This is one of his places.
Where are we going to stake out, Joe? Not enough room to turn around this lobby.
That's what I've been telling Claude. Claude Tinney. This is one of his places.
Yeah, maybe you better leave that bottle alone till we get this straightened out, huh?
Oh, no, I don't hit it heavy anymore. Just a little nip now and again. Drafty in here.
Any idea where we can wait for these fellas and keep an eye on the lobby?
No, not enough room in this lobby to turn around in. I've said that to Claude.
Yeah, we know.
Hey, clerk. Where does this door lead to?
No, don't go in there.
There a light in here?
I save old bottles. Ragman gives me a penny each for them.
Is that a storage room?
What's that?
That room over there.
Oh, that's the linen room. We keep all the linen there.
That's about the only place there is, Joe. Unless we want to wait out in the car.
All right, we'll wait in there.
There's a couple of chairs in there. I'll send the boys back when they come in.
Be better if you tell them nothing.
How are they going to know you're here?
We'll tell them. You just don't say anything.
All right, sir. Now then, if I can just have your names, I'll see that the boys get the message.
Now, look, mister. You just sit there and read your magazine. Don't say anything. You got that?
Okay. That's the way you want it.
Come on, let's go. What's that smell in here?
Bleach, I think.
Strong.
What time is it?
Can't see.
Frank, you got a luminous watch.
9:28.
Evening, Mac.
Evening, Mr. Sweeney.
Give me an 8 o'clock call.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right.
That smell's giving me a headache. Air's bad in here.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can get you, gentlemen?
No, you just stay at the desk, will you, please?
Say, Claude Tinney's his name. He's the manager. Remember you asked me about that?
Yeah, we know.
What do you want him for?
Look, you're going to have to stay away from this door. We don't want him to know we're here.
Okay. That's the way you want it.
I could use a cigarette.
Yeah.
All we need in here now. Smoke.
What time is it, Frank?
Oh,
Never mind. That's it. There's two of them. Ben, you come with me. Frank, Tony, stay here.
right.
All right. We're checking out tomorrow.
It's Carver and Malik. Let's go, Ben.
Yeah, come on.
All right, get your hands up.
Hey, what's going on?
Stand still.
Okay. What's the beef?
Frisk 'em.
There's a .380 automatic on Carver, 38 caliber revolver in this hip pocket. Another 38 on Malik.
I'll hold it.
That's it. Put out your hand. Let me have your cuffs, Joe.
Here you go. Where are your pals?
What pals?
Cliff Small and George Shum. We know you're running with them.
If you know that, you know where they are.
How old are you?
18.
What's your name?
Fred Malik. I'm 20.
Tony.
Yeah,
You and Frank want to take them downtown?
right. We'll see you down there. Let's go, Frank.
Say, you got him, huh?
Got two of them. We're going to wait for the other two now. You just play it straight and stay away from that linen room.
How long you going to be in there? Chambermaid starts making up the beds around 7 a.m. You'll have to be getting out that linen in there.
It's only 10:30. Lots of time.
We change the sheets 3 times a week in this hotel.
Not a worry in the world.
Let's get back in there.
I know what that smell is in here. Lysol.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that pup.
That'll be the tip-off.
I'll go get him. All right, come on, little fella. Here we go. Come on, boy.
He's hungry, Joe.
Yeah. Look, I'll put him down on the floor. Don't step on him. Yeah, what do you want?
Are you going to wait for the other 2 boys?
Yeah, will you get away from the door?
Say, I want to help you all I can.
Yeah.
That fuzzy little pup of theirs, he's running all around the lobby.
Yeah, we've got him in here.
Yeah, you better go out there and get him. He's barking. It'll tip him off.
Yeah, all right. Now go on back to the desk.
All right, then. You stay in here. I'll see if I can catch him.
He comes around here again, he'll have to wait in here.
Let me see your watch.
No?
Must be around 11.
Yeah, must be.
Oh, it's that clerk again. Yeah.
Say, listen. I've been all over the lobby. You fellas are in the clear.
What do you mean?
That dog of theirs. He's gone. You're in the clear.
Look, he's in here with us. Now, will you stay away from here, please?
Yeah, it's okay. The dog's gone.
Hey, Pop, give me the key for room 22.
Yes, sir.
That's their room. Come on.
Yeah. Get your hands up. Watch him, Joe.
Wait a minute, you.
You hold it.
Get your hands
Come
off
on,
me.
Get your hands up.
No. Oh, you didn't have to slap me.
You didn't have to pull that gun. All right, now over here. Stand still. 38 revolver on this one. Here it is, 45 Colt. What's your names?
I'm Cliff Small. He's George Shum.
How old are you?
19. Cops?
We weren't. You'd be in a lot more trouble than you are.
That's all of them.
Yeah. Now let's feed that pup. 12:15 a.m. We took the prisoners down to the city hall to the interrogation room. Tony Chavez and Frank O'Donnell were there with the other two, Carver and Malik. While Ben helped question the suspects and made out the necessary reports, I went across the street to the Federal Cafe. I picked up 2 10-cent bottles of milk and a few slices of bread.
Look at him go. He was hungry.
Yeah. How'd you come out?
Well, I got it all here. Let's see. 4 stolen cars, 8 known robberies in San Francisco they copped out to. 3 jobs in Portland they admitted. You remember that Bakersfield liquor store holdup about 4 weeks ago?
A Watson job? They pull that?
Yeah, probably a lot more. They haven't told us all of it yet.
Got out an APB. We'll probably get a lot more wants on them.
Well, that's it. None of them are even old enough to vote yet, but they've committed practically every crime in the book.
Just one thing more left to work out. What do we do with the pup?
How about the SPCA? They'll find a home for him.
No, not this little guy.
Why don't you take him, Tony? You got kids.
You got a deal.
Aquí, perito.
Tu madre era cole, pero de hoy en adelante eres perro policía. Translation. Your mother was a collie, but from now on you're a police dog.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 9th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, king-size Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Clifford Small, George Shum, Julius Carver, and Fred Malik were released to San Francisco authorities where they were tried and convicted on 8 counts of robbery in the first degree. A hold was placed on them by the state of Oregon. They are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police, W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow, hear the Ronald Coleman's charming series, The Halls of Ivy, on NBC.
you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your skills. You'll learn how to create databases, design user-friendly forms, and generate insightful reports, all using Microsoft Access.
Call us now at 615-420-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses. Don't miss out on this opportunity to become a Microsoft Access guru. Visit G3PL.com to start your learning journey today. G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
Subscribe for more videos.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 33, it's a shooting. Officer Rodewald, badge number 734, held up, shot and robbed by two men who escaped in the Hudson coast. License number unknown. That's all. Rosenquist.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the maxim, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. This is just a little more classical way of saying a slang phrase that was current some years ago. Show me, I'm from Missouri. The modern man is a practical man. He wants proof. And when he gets proof, he is sensible enough to accept it. The Rio Grande Oil Company makes no extravagant or exaggerated claims. They state simple facts. Listen. 1. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is made by the most efficient process known to the oil industry, the cracking process. 2. To this cracked gasoline, tetraethyl lead is added. 3. This gasoline averages 10 points higher in natural anti-knock rating than gasolines that are not cracked. Is it any wonder that Rio Grande crack is demanded by police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment here in the great Southwest? Is it any wonder that more and more motorists are swinging to crack? Consider the facts before you buy. Remember that you get police car performance at no extra cost with Rio Grande crack in your tank. For dependable lubrication during the summer months, why not try Sinclair Pennsylvania or Sinclair Opaline motor oil? These famous oils are extra refined and therefore have longer life. You are guaranteed against substitution because they are sold only in tamper-proof extra measure cans. Give either Sinclair Pennsylvania or Sinclair Opaline a fair trial. They cost no more than most bulk oils. And now Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department has sent as his personal representative this evening Inspector F.T. Hawtrey, who has a personal message for you. Inspector Hawtrey.
Good evening, friend. The modus operandi, which is known in police parlance as the method of operation of criminals, is one of the most recent police systems for running down criminals. It is a highly efficient department of the Bureau of Records and Identification. Your police department maintains files on every type of crime and every type of criminal, so that even the most inexperienced can quickly and effectively go through the cataloged files and determine what criminal or gang of criminals may be playing in a particular part of the city and committing particular crimes. This system went into effect in the Los Angeles Police Department 11 years ago. It is rapidly reaching a state of perfection. The story we bring to you tonight is of particular interest because it explains in story form how certain types of criminals follow certain criminal pursuits. In all of these programs, it is the desire of the Chief of Police, James E. Davis, to educate the general public in little-known facts concerning the intricate operation of this, one of the greatest law enforcement agencies in the United States. We believe that programs such as these are of tremendous benefit in inspiring public confidence, and Chief Davis will appreciate an expression of public reaction to it.
Well, that was pretty good show, Sam.
Yeah. I get a big kick out of that Dolores Del Rio.
Oh, she's swell, all right. I like to have a date with her some night, eh?
That's just you, that will
Stick
tell
it
you.
up. Madre Dios, stick it up quick.
Well, I walk back to that building and be quiet or I'll blow your head off. Yeah, let's see what you got on you. 16 bucks. And a watch. Hey, you there.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Fork over.
Here you are.
11 bucks, huh? And a couple of pikers you guys are. Got a watch?
Yeah.
Give it to me. There you are. Good. Now, if you guys know what's good for you, you'll keep your mouth shut and stay right there for 3 minutes. I want to talk to you before you go in the house.
What?
You heard me. How's the gas station business?
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. I know you've been collecting the day's receipts for the Servio gas stations, and I know you got the take in that briefcase.
What of it?
See this gas? That's one of it. Give me that bag.
Why, look here.
Give it to me or I'll push daylight through you. Okay, Jack, let's go.
Go on in, Mary, while I put the car in the garage.
All right, Jim. Hurry up. I've got to get the doorbell.
Yes, I know.
Mary, I'm being robbed. What?
Shut up. I'll talk to taking care of your husband. Now get on inside there. Feel that gun?
Oh, God.
Quiet. I'll kill you. Give me those rings.
No, please.
Okay, I'll yank them off.
Oh, no,
There.
don't.
And the other hand. Come on.
No. Oh,
There.
help, police, robbers.
Quiet, you fool. Okay, Jack, let that guy go. I got the dame's rings. Come on.
You'll get that order in a few days, Mr. Burnbloom. You shouldn't keep me waiting. If you do, I'll be keeping you waiting when it comes time to pay the bill. Don't worry. You'll get the stuff. But I think you're making a big mistake not to order those gold-filled Masonic emblems and that new line of wristwatches we're featuring.
Oh, no. Mr. Doyle, I couldn't be using any more stuff. I ain't in business for your help, you know.
No, that's right. Well, I'll be back to see you next month.
Okay, Mr. Doyle, then. Goodbye. So long.
So long, Mr. Burnbloom. What do you want? What's the matter?
This gun's the matter. Open up. This is a stick-up.
Oh,
Now get going and don't make any noise.
where do you want me to go?
Drive north on Alvarado up into the hills. If you try to wreck the car, I'll kill you. Put that rear vision mirror up. My pal's following us. I want you to see him.
But I need that rear vision mirror. I'll have an accident if I don't use it.
Put it up.
Oh, but it's dark. I couldn't make out your partner's license number anyway.
Okay, then. But don't try any monkey business. Okay, stop right here. Get out.
What do you want?
Where are your jewelry samples?
Why, in these cases here in the back seat.
Yeah, I know that. Where else?
That's all.
You're lying. What about the back compartment?
There's nothing there.
Nuts. Come on, you're opening that up, too.
I tell you...
Shut up. Get out. And open up that back compartment.
I tell you, there's nothing in it.
Give me those keys. Nothing in it, huh? Think I didn't know what you was carrying.
What are you going to do now?
Nothing to you if you're a wise guy and keep quiet. I'm taking this car of yours and meeting my pal. We'll leave it for you down on Glendale Boulevard, and everything will be okie-dokie if you're smart enough to lay low for the next half hour. If you're not, well, I ain't guaranteeing nothing. Oh, I nearly forgot something.
What's that?
Your pocketbook. Hand it over. Thanks. Got a watch?
No.
Come on, hand it over. Geez, you're not to be trusted.
Such are the crimes committed by a daring pair of bandits during the latter part of 1926 and the early months of 1927. Descriptions furnished by victims are meager. The bandits seem to be about 24 years old, about 5 feet 10 or 11 inches tall, both Americans, both dark-haired. There is little for the police to go on. These crusty criminals are careful not to leave fingerprints, are careful to keep their identity guarded. Then one evening in early fall, Patrolman Siebert Rodewald is walking his beat on Mariposa Street when he observes a couple of men changing a tire on a Hudson sedan. Another sedan of similar make is parked behind it. Rodewald approaches the two cars.
Hello, boys. Having some trouble? Yeah. What seems to be the matter? Can't you see? We got a flat. Who's these cars belong to? Oh, who do you think? You don't need to get tough about it. Oh, yeah? Hey, let's see your registration card. Here's our registration card. No, mister, that's just a sample. The next one will go clean through you. Get into the car. Better get out of here quick, Jack. No telling me. Come on, copper, get in. You drive, Zeke. Keep fixed on this mug of the rod. Okay. Now listen here, Bull. You keep your face down there and don't look at me, thing, or I'll bump you off. I ain't gonna have you identifying me and no show-up. You better get his badge and his gat, Johnny. Okay. Don't mind if I frisk you, do you, pal? Just a matter of form in our business.
Oh,
I know.
shut up.
I'm not gonna fool with you. I don't like cops, savvy? I'd just as soon plug you right now or sit on this seat beside you.
Almost an hour, the bandits drive around the city with their victim stuffed in the corner of the back seat. They relieve him of his badge, his revolver, his belt, whistle, and handcuffs. Finally, they drive up to the corner of 83rd and Van Ness Avenue in front of a partially finished house.
Okay, copper. Get out. Take off your coat. Oh, you're bleeding in the arm. That's too bad. I'm sorry I didn't get you in the heart. Now walk straight ahead. Into this building, huh? This looks like a good place, Zeke. Looks okay to me. Okay, copper. Step up to them two before us. Put your arms out. Right up, boy. Now we'll show you how it feels to wear your bracelet. Now give me the other arm, like a good boy. That's just dandy. Now you can stay there until you bleed to death.
But the bandits fail to fasten the handcuffs securely, and Officer Rodewald manages to work his hand loose. Bleeding profusely, he makes his way to the nearest house and reports the shooting. Still, there is little positive identification. Then the next day, an abandoned Hudson coach is found in Long Beach. The upholstery is splattered with blood. And Officer Rodewald's cap, bearing the number 734, is on the floor. Howard Barlow, the police department fingerprint expert, searches the car for latent fingerprints, discovers several, photographs them, and running through his file for identification, he makes several astounding discoveries. He loses no time in reporting to Chief Davis.
Well, Lieutenant, did you make anyone on those prints? Did I? I'll say I did, Chief. Jack Hawkins is one of them. Hawkins? Yeah. You remember I reported to you about 10 days ago about identifying a latent print from one of those robbery jobs as belonging to Hawkins? Oh, yes. Yeah, of course I do. Well, Hawkins is an escape from the St. Louis County Jail. I got in touch with St. Louis, and they sent me his mug and prints, along with those of Zeke Hayes, the man he escaped with. And I've just identified 2 latent prints from that abandoned Hudson as belonging to Hayes and Hawkins. So they're the boys we're after, eh? That's right, Chief. Why, look at those prints. More than 20 points of similarity. Here are the pictures and descriptions. That's great work, Lieutenant. Now that we know who we're after, I'm going to throw a traffic blockade all over this town. Men of this type must be made an example of. No one can shoot a police officer in Los Angeles and get away with it. Send my secretary in, will you, Lieutenant? Yes, sir. Keep walking, Miss Bowler. Sit down, Miss Bowler. Take this order. To all division and detective commanders. Beginning tonight and every other night until further notice, place a blockade at the important intersections in your district. Stop all cars and detain all suspicious characters. Arrest one Zeke Hayes, alias Robert N. Hayes, alias Robert Albert Williams, and one John Neville Hawkins, alias James Elmer Fox, alias John Neville Wright. Hayes is described as American, 30 years of age, height 5 feet 6.5 inches, weight 165 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. Hawkins, an American, 23 years old, height 5 feet 11.5 inches, weight 170 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. Tomorrow's police bulletin will carry pictures of these men, but I want you to start looking for them at once. These men held up, shot, kidnapped Officer Siebert Rodewald. I want you to bring them in. That'll be all. Get it out right away.
Yes, sir.
Night after night, citizens are conscious of the power and numbers of their police force as the traffic intersections swarm with uniformed officers scrutinizing the occupants of every automobile. But for all the efficiency of the police blockade, Hayes and Hawkins are not apprehended. The statewide teletype carries their descriptions to every police headquarters in California, and still the wily criminals escape detection. Although the men have not been placed in custody, Detectives Cato, Cahill, and Seeger prosecute their investigation and get from the victims positive identifications of Hayes and Hawkins as the robbers who held up the jewelry salesman, the gasoline station collector, the woman with the ring, and many other citizens. If caught, the two bandits are bound to go to prison for extreme terms on the basis of the case developed against them by the three hard-working detectives. But weeks go by, and nothing is heard or seen of Hayes and Hawkins. Then two jobs are pulled in San Francisco that resemble in technique the work of the bandit pair. And a few days later, a wide-awake patrolman recognizes Hawkins on the street. He is brought into headquarters and fingerprinted.
Listen, I tell you, you've got the wrong guy. I never done nothing wrong in my life. I'm going to dental school. I'm studying to be a dentist.
Oh, yeah? Well, you may be studying to be a dentist in the daytime, but you've got a more profitable business at night.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, then I'll tell you. You're John Neville Hawkins, and you're wanted both here and in Los Angeles for robbery.
Well, listen, that's all wrong, I tell you.
Well, I don't think so. These fingerprints don't lie. You're Hawkins, all right.
Did you see this, Inspector?
What's that?
It's a receipt for a water bill made out to Alfred Nelson at an address on Columbus Avenue.
Alfred Nelson, eh? Another alias, huh, Hawkins?
Listen, you're all wrong.
Well, we'll see about that. Hold this man on suspicion of robbery, Frank, while I check on that address.
The officers go to the address on Columbus Avenue and find a veritable arsenal in Hawkins' apartment. Hoping to round up Hayes, too, they secrete themselves in the place. After several hours' wait, the second bandit arrives home to be met by the cold blue steel automatics of the police officers.
See him up. We're police officers, Hayes.
Oh, well, you caught up with me, huh?
Yeah, and your pal, too. He's down to headquarters.
Well, what's the beef?
Oh, robbery, assault with a deadly weapon. What would you like?
I'll talk to the chief about that.
Hayes and Hawkins insist on an interview with Chief Dan O'Brien of the San Francisco Police Department. Finally, Chief O'Brien grants the request.
Now, look here, Chief. What have you got on us? Couple of robbery jobs. Nice ones. Well, we'd never worked your town if that blockade down in L.A. hadn't been so tough. What did you boys want to talk to me for? Well, if you send us up, they can't bring us back from the big house to face that beef in L.A., can they? I don't know. That's their business. Well, then don't put you away for robbery. We'll plead guilty if you send us up right away. I'm making no deals, boys. But, Chief, there's 3 dicks down south that'll make it too hot for us. We want to go up quick. Yeah. And if we can ever get Cato, Cahill, and Seeger down there, are we going to do it? You're damn right we are. What do you got against these men? Plenty. They didn't have to build a case against us like they got. Well, forget it, Seek. That's water over the dam. How about it, Chief? Will you send us up? You're darn right I will. I don't know what all this chatter is about, but I do know I'm going to send you up pronto, even if you didn't want to go.
Hayes and Hawkins are quickly sentenced to from 5 years to life in Folsom Penitentiary on one count of first-degree robbery. The officers in Los Angeles are furious at thus losing their game.
I tell you, Cato, we got to get those men down here and try them for the crimes they committed in Los Angeles.
But how?
Yeah, that's the question, how.
Is there any way?
If there is, I don't know. By the time they get out of Folsom on their prison sentence, the statute of limitations will have run out, and we can't touch them.
Well, we've got an assault with a deadly weapon charge on them. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea.
What is it?
We'll get the grand jury to indict them.
What good will that do? We can't get them out?
Yes, we can. We'll subpoena them as witnesses in their own trial.
Well, I never heard of anything like that before.
Neither did I, but I don't see why it wouldn't work.
Oh, it's worth a try at any rate.
And so Hayes and Hawkins are subpoenaed as witnesses in their own trial. But when they arrive in Los Angeles, they insist on going before a grand jury. And in secret proceedings, Hayes testifies.
You gentlemen are naturally interested in getting to the bottom of the crime wave that has been sweeping Los Angeles. It's your business to discover who is responsible for the open operations of criminals in this city. Well, it's a good thing you subpoenaed me and my partner as witnesses. When we get through, you'll realize we are witnesses. You'll realize that we aren't on trial, but that we are the star witnesses against the real criminals. The brains of the Los Angeles robbery ring are 3 police officers. Captain Cato, Captain Cahill, and acting Captain Seeger.
Hayes' accusation explodes the grand jury like a bombshell. An investigation is ordered. And although the prosecution tries again and again to bring Hayes and Hawkins to trial in Superior Court, each attempt is met with an order of postponement to permit the grand jury more time in its investigation. News of the charges leaks out, and the 3 police officers are publicly suspected. In the meantime, Hayes and Hawkins, as guests of the county jail, hugely enjoy the trouble they are causing.
What's written at fixing up those 3 dicks? Well, they won't have a friend in this town when we're through with them. Yeah, but how long can it go on? Well, can't prove anything. What of it? This is better than Folsom, ain't it? We don't have no work to do here. Just lay around and smoke all day. So long as Ella keeps kicking in a little dough now and again, we're sitting on top of the world. She's a great kid, that gal of yours. You're telling me? There ain't many that'd stick to a guy the way she has. Well, the good she is to you. You'll be an old lady before you're out on the street again. Yeah, guess you're right. Sure, I'm right. Once in a while, I want to do something about it. What do you mean? I mean, I want to get out of this joint. Yeah, fat chance you have of doing that. Oh, I don't know about that. What are you talking about? Well, do you know Tom, the trustee? Yeah, sure. Yeah, he used to hang around Tony's in the old days. That's right. He's on the junk, you know. Yeah? Sure. And it's a cinch he ain't getting much in here. So? So, I'll get Ella to hustle up some dough and promise it to old Tom if he'll pack us in a gap. Then what? Well, do you know the way Cato and Seeger always sit in the front row in the courtroom? Yeah. Well, next time we go into court, we buff them off, see? Then we make a dive for the elevator, go down the street instead of up to the jail, and we're out. Gee, that's a pretty big chance. Yeah, what of it? I'd rather take a chance like that than look through bars the rest of my life. Okay. I'm with you.
Hayes and Hawkins offer old Tom enough money to supply himself with plenty of cocaine if he'll get them a gun. Then on the next visiting day, Hayes whispers his plots through the screen to Ella in the visitor's room.
Oh, Zeke, you're taking an awful chance.
Now, what of it? It's better than this, ain't it?
Yes, I guess that's right.
Now, look, honey. I want you to be in the courtroom when the bailiff brings us in. You nod your head if Cato and Seeger are there, okay? Of course, there's no doubt about them being there. They always have been. Then when I start shooting, you wait until all the excitement is over before you leave. I'll meet you back at your apartment.
Oh, Zeke, I'm afraid for you.
Don't worry, babe. We're just seeing.
Hands up.
Bye, honey.
Oh, goodbye, Zeke. And be careful.
Once more, the case of the people versus John Neville Hawkins and Zeke Hayes is called. Once more, as they had so many times before, Hayes and Hawkins are led into the courtroom and stand facing the judge. Once more, a movement is made for postponement.
Your Honor, I move this case be postponed.
Johnny,
sick in her head. Ada and Seeger are in the courtroom. Oh, my God. What do we do now? They'll find that cat on us if we go back to jail with it. They're going to shoot our way out just the same. Right now? No, just as soon as they put us in the elevator. Okay.
Do I hear any objections? Case is postponed until July 13th. You may take the prisoners back to their cells.
All right. Come on, you guys. Oh, we're coming. You're lucky, guys, always getting your trial postponed.
Yeah. Guess you sort of like our jail for this time, huh?
Yeah, just love it.
Here's the elevator. Let's go.
Yeah, sir, gentlemen. Going up.
Attaboy, Sam. Up to the jail.
Okay, Johnny, let him have it.
Hey, what the... Hey, drop that gun.
Hush, you cop.
Oh. Shoot my partner, will you? You hurt bad, Teddy?
I'm all right.
Well, you're bleeding. Get us downstairs, Sam. We got to get Casey to the hospital.
Yeah, but how about me? I'm hit too, and so's my pal.
Oh, your pal's not hit. He's dead. Look at him. Dead as a doornail. And that's the way I wish he was. Shooting my partner in the back, you rat!
Yes? John Neville Hoskins was dead. Dead as a doornail, as Deputy Sheriff Tom Higgins put it. Captains Cahill, and Seeger were, of course, cleared of the preposterous charges made against them by the two criminals. And Zeke Hayes eventually went to trial before the Superior Court. And although he originally entered a plea of not guilty, the testimony of his girlfriend, who turned state's evidence, was so damaging that he changed his plea to straight guilty and was sentenced to Folsom Prison for life as an habitual criminal. Recently, his sentence was reversed, making Hayes eligible for parole. But it is to be hoped that the State Parole Board will realize its duty to the citizens of California and not release such a dangerous criminal into civil life, a criminal who has 3 times proven his inability to go straight. For such incorrigibles, there is only one place, and that is the state penitentiary.
Thank you, Inspector Hawtrey. If it has done nothing else, we are certain that Calling All Cars has brought home to you, the average citizen, the hazards and dangers of police work. In their war against crime, the police must be provided with equipment that is dependable and ready to meet an emergency. The officers in a police car must be armed with the latest of weapons. Their ammunition must be the best. Their car must be mechanically perfect. And the gasoline in the tank must be able to meet instantly any requirement of power, quick starting, and speed. There can be no sluggishness, no failure to start, no lack of speed. A life might be lost through such a failure. Rio Grande cracked gasoline gives police equipment that needed dependability. That is why in the great Southwest, where Rio Grande products are sold, more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, motorcycles, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked than all other brands combined. Rio Grande has prepared for your information a complete list of forthcoming cases to be broadcast on Calling All Cars. Drive into your neighborhood Rio Grande service station tomorrow and ask for the Rio Grande radio log. It's free.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 33. The shooting of police officers. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
charge is based on the confidential files of the Los Angeles Police Department and is written and produced by William N. Robeson. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your skills. You'll learn how to create databases, design user-friendly forms, and generate insightful reports, all using Microsoft Access.
Call us now at 615-420-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses. Don't miss out on this opportunity to become a Microsoft Access guru. Visit G3PL.com to start your learning journey today. G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
Presenting Joel McRae as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Living Death.
It is 2 a.m. on the morning of October 3rd, 1948. A man stands in the brush on the American side of the Rio Grande, watching another man wading rapidly across the river from the Mexican side.
Come on, hurry up. Senor Green? Senor Green, where are you?
Over here. And shut up.
Oh.
I almost fallen.
Never mind. You crazy wearing a white sombrero with that moon?
What is the harm, Senor Green? Nobody see the ego but you.
Don't be too sure of that. Somebody followed me down here. I don't know whether I shook him or not.
The Border Patrol?
No. Hijacker, maybe. You got the package?
Oh, see. Right here. 20 ounces.
Okay, here's your money. 200 an ounce. $4,000.
Oh, gracias. Will be another shipment next week.
Yeah, I know. I'll meet you here again on the 12th. Same time. And be a little more...
You all right, amigo? Someone does follow you?
Quiet. Sound came from over there. He's moving this way. You'll have to crawl through that clearing first, and the moon's right on it.
You going to use a gun?
What do you think I got it for? Keep quiet.
There he is, coming into the moonlight.
Yeah, and he doesn't see us. Just like a sitting duck.
Oh! You hit him, senor?
Yeah. But it looks like I didn't hit him good enough. Yeah, that's better. Grab his leg.
Senor,
Grab his leg and get him out of this clearing into the brush. The longer it takes to find him, the better.
Senor Green, we shouldn't have met this place again. It will not be safe.
All right, drop him here. No, we can't use this place again. It'll be too hot.
I must get back across the river. Where do we meet next time?
Next time, use our old crossing near Lajitas. I'll get lost. Fast!
The body of the slain man was discovered, but for 2 months there was no clue to point to his killer. And then suddenly another man was shot to death on the streets of a small town in West Texas, and Captain Stinson of the Texas Rangers radioed Ranger Jace Pearson to meet him at the county morgue.
Body's on this slab, Jace.
Shot right through the heart, Captain?
Yep. And here's our ballistics report. .45 caliber slug. Look at the markings on this photo of it. Uh-huh. All right. Now, look at this ballistics photo. This is a report on the slug they took out of the man who was killed near the border 2 months ago.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Both slugs came from the same gun.
Mm-hmm.
Autopsy report on this man completed yet?
It's being typed up. We'll have it in a minute. Clyde Mooney's waiting for it.
Mooney? Oh, is he here?
Yeah, I sent for both of you. Mooney worked on the border killing. Since it's tied up with his second killing, I thought you'd better tackle it together.
Suits me fine.
You got some special reason for wanting to see the autopsy report, Jace?
Yeah. Look at the body. Marks on the left forearm. Look like the kind we usually find on drug addicts.
Well, we'll know in a second. Now, here's Clyde now.
Howdy, Captain. Hi, Jace.
Howdy, Clyde. Good to see you, boy.
Heard you talking as I come in, Jace. You hit it all right. Here's the autopsy report. Man was a drug addict.
Yeah, he's probably just as well off dead then. Bullet ties this one right up with your border case, Clyde. Guess we're both after the same killer.
Yeah. I've been hunting wetbacks for 2 months trying to find the man who was toting the gun those slugs came from.
Anything else you boys want to see here?
No, Captain.
No, Captain.
Well, let's get out of here then.
Any identification on this man we just saw, Captain?
Not a thing. Was dressed like a hobo. Doesn't fit any of the descriptions on missing persons reports either.
Might help a lot if we knew who he was. 'Cause I can't see this killing as a job done by a wetback.
Why not, Jace? It was somebody sneaking across the border. Tracks weren't clear by the time the body was found down there, but there were tracks.
Both your cars in back near mine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Jace, go ahead with your theory.
Well, a wetback sneaking into the country to earn a few dollars working is usually too poor to own a gun, unless he's carrying something across with him.
You thinking of those hypo marks, Jace?
It adds up to me. Narcotic smuggling.
Might be. Man who was killed in my territory could have been shot because he spotted somebody crossing with the stuff.
Well, that's possible. But how about the dead man we just left? He wasn't shot near the border.
It looked like he was down and out. Had the habit, but not the price. Might have tried to get some narcotics by threatening to expose the peddler.
I'll buy that, Jace. How about you, Clyde?
Best bet I've had so far.
All right, Jace. Where you planning on starting?
Back along the border.
What, my area?
No. Killing was made that spot too hot for them. They'll go back to some old crossing that's cooled off. I know a few, and you probably know a few.
Well, yeah. Place west of Laredo. Then there's Devil's River. That's been quiet lately.
Yeah, and the Castellon area and the Big Bend, up through Lajitas and Redford. It's a big border.
Yeah, so the sooner we get started, the more of it we can cover.
You're dragging a double trailer, Jay. Suppose I load my horse in with charcoal. We'll use one car.
Good. Let's go. Mooney and I covered the old smuggler crossings one by one. But weeks passed, and we hadn't found anything by the time we reached the Big Bend. We were riding the river near Lajitas.
Getting kind of late, Jace. We ought to make camp, turn in.
Yeah, might as well quit this spot tomorrow. Move on toward Redford. There's a good campsite ahead, clearing near that clump of honey mesquite.
You've got eyes like a cat.
We can make radio contact when we get back to the car tomorrow. Captain may have something for us.
Yeah. What was it he said he'd check on?
Narcotic possession cases. Trying to pin down areas where the drug traffic seems to be the heaviest. Man who's smuggling narcotics must be picking up for a central distributor.
Well, it could be just a small operator.
A small operator's business wouldn't warrant the risk of crossing the border. Whoever makes the pickup is working for a boss.
Well, why couldn't he be the distributor making his own pickup?
Big boy'd play it safe. Stick somebody else's neck out, not his own. Here we are. Ooh, charcoal.
Ooh, boy. You want to get the bedrolls off, Jace? I'll strike a fire, get some chuck cooking.
No, let's skip the fire and eat cold.
Well, why? We're moving out of here tomorrow.
I'd like to watch one more night. It's too quiet here. Haven't been reports of any trouble in this section in almost 3 years. We haven't even spotted a wetback trail.
Okay, no fire.
Might as well let the horses drink before we hobble them. Come on, Charcoal.
Come on, boy.
I want to rub Charcoal's legs down tonight. Lechuguilla's been cutting him up.
Yeah, I got a few nasty scratches myself. Attaboy. Drink up. You looking for something over there, Jace?
Yeah. Let the horses go for a second. Come here. Bring a flashlight.
What is it?
Slight depressions in this mud bank. Just barely saw 'em. Flash the light.
Yeah. They were tracks, all right. Not much left, though.
Something else here. Piece of paper half buried. Must have been stepped on.
Brown. Looks like that brown stickum paper they use to seal packages.
No. This is the kind of paper a bank uses to wrap money. Look. There are traces of blue on here from an ink stamp.
Yeah, can you read it?
No. Maybe the lab at Austin can. Anybody who tore a band from a packet of money in this spot must have been counting it.
Yeah. This isn't exactly a business neighborhood.
Let's stake out, boy. We found some kind of a crossing, and it may be the one we're looking for. We didn't dare move out of the area. We took turns sleeping and keeping the horses out of sight as much as possible. At night, we crept out along the river, moving slowly under cover.
5 nights now, Jace. Maybe they won't cross again in the same spots.
I know. A mile above or below us, and we'd never even see them.
We found tracks in a couple of places along here. They might... What? Oh. One of our horses. Thought we had something for a minute.
Clyde, that isn't one of ours. It's coming from the wrong direction. Put your ear to the ground.
I don't have to. I can hear him coming now.
It can't be our horses. They're hobbled, and the one we hear is moving free. Come on. Don't show yourself on the riverside. That's where his contact will come from.
Coming now. There's something moving in the water out there.
A few hundred yards down. Our horses would have to be up the other way. We'll have to try it on foot. We haven't time to go back and get mounted.
If they make a fast pass, we'll never get there in time anyhow.
We'll have to risk a little noise. That moving horse will cover our approach until he stops. Step it up.
The contact is across to this side by now. I can't see him out there anymore.
Wait. The horse is stopping, too.
Diego? Go ahead, senor. Come on, give me the stuff. Here's the money.
They're not wasting any time, Jace.
No. Let's go.
Stay where you are! Both of you! Keep going, Diego. Run! Get up, boy!
I'll get the one in the river, Jace.
Stop that horse! Come out of that water!
You get him, Clyde?
He shot at close range, Jace. I had to kill him.
We got to leave and get after that rider. Let's get to the horses.
Right. Only we've been 50 yards closer to him back there, Jace.
He went over the ridge up ahead. We can pick up his trail up there. I could swear I hit him when I fired.
I hope you did. Narcotic traffic's the filthiest thing on earth. Oh, here's the ridge, Jace. Whoa, boy.
Whoa, Charcoal. Boy. Yeah. Look where we have to track. Mesquite and Greasewood. Ground as hard as rock.
Won't be much of a trail here, Jace. It'll take us hours to cut back and forth looking for soft spots.
No time for that. Get off.
Yeah.
It's going to be too bad if I didn't hit him. A blood trail's our only chance.
Yeah. They'll find another contact for narcotics across the border.
Sure they will. Unless we get to the man we're after. He's the only one who can lead us to the ring on this side of the border. And we've got to get to him before he gets rid of that package.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Today marks our first Sunday broadcast, and we sincerely hope that all our old friends who listened to us on Saturday night will be with us at this new Sunday time. Also, we extend a cordial welcome to our new listeners and hope that you'll be with us every Sunday at this time. Now we continue with tonight's case, Living Death, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We combed the ground for a blood trail, and we found it. Not much, but enough to follow. It led through the Mesquite and Greasewood, but the rider knew the country. He'd been weaving through the roughest spots.
He's a smart one, Jace.
Yeah, slowing us down all the way.
Got a good hour on us by now.
And an hour's too long. He's probably just using that horse to get to a car someplace.
We can't waste any more time trail cutting them.
No. He must have headed for cover someplace to take care of that wound. General direction seems to be northeast. We'll have to gamble on it.
Okay.
Let's ride. Get up, Charlie. After 2 miles, we reached a road and picked up the trail again. We had horse tracks to follow now, and they led to a dilapidated barn near a rundown ranch house. He was here, all right, Clyde. Blood in the hay and this torn cloth. Ripped a piece off his shirt to make a bandage. He knew this spot and headed right for it. Must have been here before.
Yeah, but we're still way behind him. Main road's only a mile or so from here. He's got into his car by now.
The ranch house is dark. Let's wake him up. They might have seen something or heard something. Leave the horses here.
Okay. This place sure has gone to seed, Jace.
Yeah, it's a big house, but it's falling apart.
Fences sagging, no stock. Must have been a nice ranch once, though.
It isn't anymore. A man gets his living from the earth, you'd think he'd take better care of it.
Here's the house.
Open up. Hey, wake up in there.
Who is it?
Texas Rangers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
Just a minute.
There was an electric power line to the house, but when she opened the door, she was carrying a candle. The inside of the house was almost barren.
What do you want?
We're looking for a rider. Came through here tonight.
He stopped in your barn. You see or hear anything?
No, I didn't.
You rent out a horse to anybody?
A horse? Range, if I had a horse, I'd have sold him for food for my kids.
Sorry we have to bother you, ma'am.
It's all right. What difference does it make?
You know anybody around who... Ma'am, would you mind holding your candle over the mantel of this fireplace?
Why?
Jace, that picture.
The picture was a photograph of a man. The face was younger, full and healthier than when we'd seen it last. But there was no doubt about who it had been.
Jace, that's a picture of the man we saw with the cap, the body in the morgue.
Oh, no.
Take it easy, ma'am. Take it easy.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
When? When did you see him? Oh, he can't be dead. He can't be.
I'm afraid he is, ma'am. And you'll help us a lot if you'll tell us who he was.
Jack Prentice. My husband. Oh, my poor kid.
Oh, why didn't you report him missing?
Because he left me 2 years ago. He'd sold and lost everything we owned. He was sick, half crazy, acting like a madman. I don't know why I didn't do anything. He'd never been like that before.
You got any idea at all what started it?
A friend of his. Jack was all right. He was a good husband and father till he took up with Virgil Green. Then he spent more time with him than he did with us. He must have been gambling or something. We had a good place here. Then it was all gone.
This isn't going to be easy to take, ma'am. Your husband wasn't a gambler. He was a drug addict.
Oh, why didn't he tell me? I begged him to go to a doctor, but he wouldn't.
When did you see him last?
I told you 2 years ago. When Virgil Green left here, Jack left right after him.
You seen this Virgil Green since then?
No.
You know where Green went after he left here?
No, but it must have been Chino. I got a couple of letters from Jack, came from there. And then he stopped writing. Not even a word to his kid.
Ma'am, I hate to leave you like this, but we'll see if we can get you some help later on.
Nothing can help anymore. Not for me. But I'd beg for my kid.
You won't have to. You'll hear from us. Come on, Clyde.
We got to get the boy who gunned her husband, Jace.
We got to get more than one. We got to get them all. The whole ring. Or there'll be 100 more like her husband, dying slower and worse than he did.
You think this Virgil Green is the link?
It must be. Fits the cards we've been playing. Jack Prentice couldn't raise money to buy from Green, threatened to expose him, and Green killed him.
Then he killed a man near the border, too.
Got to try to pick up Green at Chino. He knew this place. It's a fair bet he's the man we've been chasing. Get up, Charcoal.
Oh, boy. Taking him is going to be a pleasure.
We can't take him. Not until we find out if he still has that package. We better knock on these ponies until we get to our car.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We got to the car, but before we headed for Chino, I put in a phone call to Captain Stinson.
All right, Jace. I'll have a Ranger plane pick up that bank wrapper and send it to the lab.
It may be a bank in Chino.
Well, that fits with a few other things. My checkup shows a heavy drug traffic in and around the Chino area. And the town where Prentice was killed is only 60 miles from Chino.
Good. That narrows it down. See if you can dig up a Chino address on Virgil Green while we're driving up there. He's only 2 hours ahead of us. If we can burn up road, we may reach there almost as soon as he does.
Let you know by radio, Jace. I'll head for Chino myself.
Thanks, Captain. We'll see you there. We were less than an hour out of Chino when our short wave came through with Green's address.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Address of subject Virgil Green is Greendale Ranch, State Highway 39, 14 miles west of Chino.
Got it. Any report from lab on bank money wrapper?
Stamp on money wrapper restored by Austin Lab. Money and packet came from Chino State Bank, corner Main and Crockett in Chino.
10-4. Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
That's all we need, Jace.
Yeah, if we can get Green in sight before he unloads that package. It was dark when we reached the Greendale Ranch outside of Chino. We'd made up time on Green's head start because we saw a car and horse trailer pull into the ranch just ahead of us. A man got out of the car and limped up to the house, and he was carrying a package.
Walks like a man's been shot in the leg, Jace.
Yeah. Don't turn in after him. Go on past the ranch.
Okay. Where do you want to stop?
Where we can watch the house and keep the car shielded.
Well, there was some heavy brush on the other side of the road just across from Green's place.
All right. Turn around and go back. We'll keep an eye on him from there. We kept a watch on Green's house all night, but nobody showed to pick up the package. The next morning, Green came out and got into his car. We followed him into Chino.
He's pulling into a parking space up near the next corner, Jace.
Yeah, slow down.
He's getting out. He's got the package, all right, sticking out of his pocket.
Park here, quick. He's going into that building on the corner. Come on, before we lose him. Hey, the street sign, Main and Crockett.
And he went in there, Jace. Chino State Bank. That's where the money wrapper came from.
Don't go in. Just walk around the corner. We can look through the bank windows.
There he is, Jace. Last counter, the rear of the bank.
Safe deposit boxes. Going through the rail into the vault.
Must have a box he's going to plant the stuff in. We going to grab him?
No. Wait till he comes out.
But he won't have it on him then.
We got enough on him. We can pick him up any time. We got to stay with that package until we know who gets it next.
Hey, he wasn't in there long. He's coming out.
Yeah, the package isn't in his pocket now. All right, get out of sight.
Yeah. All right. He was in there just long enough to open up the box and drop it.
Yeah, you've seen the package now. Drift around to the front of the bank. See that nobody leaves that vault with it unless you follow him.
Okay, where are you going?
To meet the captain and get a court order to open that vault. We got the order. Then we waited until the bank closed and the employees were out. We got the president of the bank at his home and took him back to open the vault.
Narcotics, most distressing, gentlemen. Oh, come in, please.
All right. Which box is Green's?
421, right here.
Want to open it for us?
Why, of course.
What?
Say.
It's empty.
Now, couldn't you have made a mistake, Ranger?
No. Clyde, are you sure that package wasn't taken out?
Positive, Jace. I watched every single person went in or out till the bank closed.
Our order covers the rest of these boxes, doesn't it, Captain?
Yes.
All right. Let's open them all. found what we were after, but not the way we expected to find it. The stuff was there, all right, but it had been split up into smaller quantities. The owners of these boxes must be names you have on your list of dope peddlers, then, Captain.
I'll check that on the bank records.
Yeah, but how'd this stuff get split up? Green wasn't in here long enough to do it.
No, he couldn't have done it. His key would only give him access to his own box.
They have to be done by somebody with a set of duplicate keys. Somebody working here.
Well, that's impossible. Only the head cashier and I have duplicate keys.
Were you in the vault after the bank closed?
No, sir, I haven't been in here all day.
That's truth, Jace. I could see him through the window.
And then the head cashier's our boy. He's the distributor.
And a pretty clever distribution scheme, too. No direct contact, and he has access to the vault after the guard has left.
If he's handled those packets, there'll be fingerprints on them. What's his name and where does he live?
His name is August Weber. He's got a big ranch over near Estrella on Highway 39. And I know how he got it now. He said he was making money on investments.
Investments? He meant a black market in human souls. Come on, Clyde. Let's get him and Virgil Green. We found the house. An elaborate building on a fine ranch. There was another car in the driveway when we pulled up.
Hey, Jace. That car in front of the place.
Yeah, we're in luck. It's the car Virgil Green was driving.
Light around the side of the house by that French door. Maybe they didn't hear us drive in.
Good. Let's slip up on that side of the porch and find out.
Might be able to take him easy.
Don't count on it. Cold-blooded killer like Green. He'd keep on killing as long as he has a gun. We slipped up to the French door. It was locked and we couldn't see through it. But their voices drifted out through an open window.
I'm telling you, Weber, my leg's infected. I gotta see a doctor.
Have him report a bullet wound?
You want me to die? I could put a bullet in you, too.
Well, let me know when you want to try. I've done a little killing myself, Green. Only I've been smarter about it.
Nobody's caught me yet.
All right, Clyde. Let's kick a hole in this door.
All right, don't move.
Rangers! Don't reach for...
Clyde, you hurt bad?
My side. You're hit too, Jace. Blood on your head.
Yeah, just a nick. Come on. I'll get you to a hospital.
How about them?
Leave them for the coroner. They're both dead.
The gun found beside the body of Virgil Green proved to be the murder weapon the Rangers had been seeking. Narcotics peddlers having safe deposit boxes at the Chino State Bank were rounded up, and they admitted they had been supplied by August Weber. They were tried and sentenced. The traffic in living death was halted.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
A friend of mine returned recently from a visit to Texas. While he was there, he'd seen a Texas Ranger, and he asked his host, a rancher, what the requirements were for a man who wanted to be a ranger. The host looked thoughtful for a moment and said, well, I'd say if a man could ride like a Mexican, trail like an Indian, shoot like a Tennessean, and fight like the devil, he might have a chance to get in. Well, I hope you'll be with us again next week. Same time, same station. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Barney Phillips, Larry Dobkin, Byron Kane, Ken Harvey, and Lillian Byam. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Tales of Texas Rangers. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Now let's travel across the globe to exotic locations with A Man Called X, the globe-trotting adventures of secret agent Ken Thurston as he navigates international espionage, solving mysteries and thwarting villains.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Your attention, please. During this program, Frigidaire will make a very important announcement. Please listen for it. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. You're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. And it is this association of Frigidaire and General Motors, this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American homes have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. More Frigidaire refrigerators serve in more American homes than any other make. And our Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
Listen to this news dispatch from Rome, Chief. The Italian government today announced the beginning of an all-out drive to destroy the secret Sicilian organization known as the Mafia, whose systematic terrorism against the Sicilian people has defied Italian law enforcement agencies throughout the years.
It's been rumored, Ken, that the guns and ammunition the Mafia are using have been smuggled in from America.
Yeah, that means a special responsibility in finding out how the Mafia is getting those guns. And since this is out of the Bureau's jurisdiction, I'd like to take on this assignment on my own.
Okay, but it's a tough one. The Mafia is hard to put a finger on. They've existed for generations, terrorizing their victims to the point where they're afraid to go to the law for protection. I'm sorry, but officially we won't be able to give you any help.
Well, something done up this morning that might be a lead. Take a look at this.
A pair of tickets for the circus at Madison Square Garden tonight.
Yeah, Chief, look at what's written on the back of the tickets.
Importante. Perilli. Importante. Well, who's Perilli?
Here's the report I just received on him. Alfredo Perilli, famous Italian acrobatic clown, owner of a bankrupt circus, just arrived from Palermo, Sicily, came to this country to earn money to keep his circus going.
Palermo, Sicily? Well, that's the base of the Mafia organization.
That's right, Chief. It's only a hunch, but fear of making a direct contact with me could be a clue. Well, I think I'll pick up Pagon, stopping at Madison Square Garden to see the circus.
Look at it, Mr. Thurston. It's more like a musical comedy than a circus. Even the clowns are wearing nylon costumes. Now, when I was in the circus
Look,
business...
going up to the top.
That's Perilli in the clown suit.
That trapeze is 6 stories up and no net. I get dizzy just watching him. What's he going to do?
Perilli swings from a trapeze bar by his mouth. He uses a steel and rubber bit and has been known to do as many as 50 full loops, hanging by his teeth.
The guy could get pink toothbrush from doing that. There he's up on top now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great Perilli, hanging by his teeth 85 feet in the air, will try to beat his own world record of 57 loops on the trapeze.
There he goes.
1, 2.
There must be an easier way of making a living.
3.
Come on, Fagel, quick to the artist entrance. Doctor, may I have a word with him? It's very important.
You better hurry. He just has a few moments.
Yes. Really, this is Mr. X. You wanted to tell me something.
Please, Mr. X, the shame of it, the mafia.
What about the mafia? Did they try to murder you on the trapeze?
No, it was an accident.
What about the mafia, really?
The laughing lady. Mafia.
What about the laughing lady?
The mafia. Palermo, laughing lady.
Perilli. Dead, Pagan.
Was he murdered, Mr. Thurston?
Perilli told me it was accidental.
Accidental murder, he means.
Pagan, pick up a ticket for Palermo tonight.
Me? Alone? What'll I do in Palermo, Mr. Thurston?
Go find out about the laughing lady. Then call me in Rome. I'll be at the embassy.
Hello?
Ready with your call to Roma, Signor Selschmidt. Go ahead.
Hello, is that you, Mr. Thurston?
Yes, Pagan.
I found the Laughing Lady right here in Palermo.
Go on.
The Laughing Lady is the name of Perilli's Circus. It's called that because the main attraction is a Laughing Lady clown.
What about her?
There's a prize of 10,000 lire to anyone who can insult her and makes her stop laughing. Boy, the things I've said to her.
What about the mafia? Any signs of it, or the guns?
I've taken a job running the shell game and the sideshow, but I've seen nothing suspicious yet.
Well, keep your eyes open. And remember, not a word to anyone about Perilli's death. I want to see the reaction personally. Now, meet me at the airport in Palermo in the morning. I'm coming to buy a circus.
How do you like this Jeep, Mr. Thurston? In Sicily, it's practically a Rolls Royce. Lucky I was able to borrow it.
Sicily knows real poverty. 20 years of being robbed by Mussolini, and now the mafia is picking its bones.
Can't say that again. And Perilli's Circus is the first good love they had in years.
I wonder. The report I got in Rome indicates that after the Laughing Lady Circus leaves the village, the mafia terror begins.
Or maybe Perilli could have been killed because he found this out and wanted to tell you.
We'll know more about that when I hear from the chief.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Thurston. This radiogram. It came for you this morning, and I didn't even take a peek this time.
And this time I know you're telling the truth.
I am? How can you tell?
Because you still think Perilli was murdered.
Of course he was murdered.
The chief's wire says, new evidence established. Positive proof Perilli's death was suicide.
Suicide? But it couldn't be. Why should he? What was that?
Someone over there on the olive trees. Just missed welcoming to the slug of steel.
Where? I don't see anyone. Besides, nobody knows you're here.
Look. Bullet landed here in the back end of this Jeep.
Maybe we should leave. I don't think they like strangers here.
Look at this.
I'd rather keep my head down under the seat.
An American-made bullet. 22.
The mafia. We're probably going to be killed. Oh, let's go home. This is no place for a brave man.
Keep going to the circus, Pagan. We can't turn back now.
I think the laughing lady's expecting us.
You don't think she had anything to do with that shot?
Parilla's last words were, Mafia, laughing lady.
I don't think it would make sense, her being with the Mafia.
Why not?
Because the laughing lady is Parilli's sister.
Parilla's sister?
Yeah. I told you the whole thing didn't make sense. First, this Parilli kills himself. Then he sends us after the Mafia with the clue that it's the laughing lady that's connected with it. Then we find her. And what have we got? His sister. It's crazy.
You're wrong, Pagan. Parilla's suicide is just beginning to make some sense. He must have found out something between the time he sent me the tickets and the time I arrived at the circus. Found out something he'd rather die than live with. There's the circus.
You mean he must have found out that someone in the circus connected to the Mafia was close to him?
Someone near and dear.
You mean maybe like a wife or a brother or...
Or a sister. I'm Ken Thurston, Signora Parilli. I knew your husband in New York.
Alfredo, mi caro, mi Alfredo.
I'm Fred Cole, Mr. Thurston. I'm on the show. I'm afraid Signora Parilli is too upset to talk.
I'll come back later.
Oh, please, you stay here.
Why do you come here?
Oh, please. If the American is a friend of Alfredo's, he is welcome. Signor Thurston, this is my sister-in-law.
I'm a Signor Parilli's sister.
Oh, the laughing lady.
In this hour of grief, must we talk to strangers?
I'm sorry, Signorina Parilli, but I understand your brother made great sacrifices to keep the circus going. Sent money from America.
What the business is that of yours, Signor Thurston?
Please, the gentleman speaks the truth. Alfredo went to America so the circus might bring joy to his people. Now, I don't know how we will carry on.
This show never made any money.
It's an awkward time to speak of it, but I came to offer to buy the circus.
Buy it?
What would you want with a circus that has no profit?
No, please. That I cannot speak of now. Excuse me, please, Signor Thurston.
I do not know who you are or what you want, but my advice to you is to get out of Sicily now, while you are still alive.
I'll think over your advice.
Say, Mr. Thurston.
Yes, Cole?
Sure good to see another American here in Sicily.
Yeah, I was surprised to see an American here myself.
I feel I ought to tip you off, Mr. Thurston. This circus isn't anything you ought to buy. You'll lose your shirt in it.
Think so?
Worse than that. These people here don't take to strangers.
Cole, if there isn't any money in this circus, and if it's tough for strangers here, why do you stay?
Can't go back to the States. Federal indictment.
Thanks for the advice, Cole.
Well, the least I could do for a countryman. Drop around to see my act. Pistol, rifle expert. Use a human target for my finale. Kind of sensational.
I was snooping around the sideshows like you told me when this gypsy dame came up and said she wanted to see you. Read your fortune free. Her wagon is at the top of this hill.
Might be a good idea. I'd like to ask your gypsy friend why Parilli's widow and his sister, who own this bankrupt circus, won't sell.
Well, maybe it's sentiment. The Parilli family have owned the circus for years.
Could be. Then again, it could be the circus is bringing in money from another source. The Mafia, for instance.
Here we are. Knock on the door of this wagon. She's inside.
You wait outside.
Fancy?
I was told you wanted to see me, Signorina.
Never mind the signorina, Mr. Thurston. What's the gag about buying this broken-down circus?
Well,
Yeah, that's right. Jane Bishop, Miss Omaha of 1937. I tell fortunes with the show.
and what makes you think, Miss Bishop, that my wanting to buy this circus is a gag?
Because buying a circus is a pretty expensive way of finding out how the mafia is using it. And who in the circus is working with the mafia.
You know a cheaper answer to those two questions?
Much cheaper. For the price of 2 tickets to New York.
A ticket for you and who else?
That's my business, Thurston.
Well, fair enough. How soon do you talk?
How soon can you get the money?
In an hour, say 3 o'clock.
Meet me here in the wagon. I'll sneak away from the show just before the pistol act goes on.
Pistol act?
Yeah. I've got another job besides telling fortunes. I'm the human target in the pistol act.
Must be a good racket telling fortunes. No overhead. A crystal ball and a new bunch of suckers every day.
I got 5 minutes after 3. She said she'd meet us here in the wagon at 3 o'clock sharp.
I told you to leave the dames to me, Mr. Thurston.
Step outside, see if you can see her.
Hey, this door. It won't open.
Maybe it's stuck. Kick it.
It's locked from the outside. The wagon. It's moving.
Someone's taking the brakes off and pushing us down the hill.
Oh, our gooses are cooked this time.
We're heading for those olive trees at the foot of the hill. Hold on, Pagon.
Mr. Thurston. Mr. Thurston.
You all right, Pagon? On your feet?
Yeah. Where are we going?
Back to the circus to find Jane Bishop. The only person who knew we were in that fortune-telling wagon.
In just a moment, we will continue with A Man Called X, created by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. Every good cook knows how much trouble it saves to have everything handy right where it belongs and easy to get at. Frigidaire engineers know that, too. That's why Frigidaire refrigerators are designed the way they are. The Frigidaire Deluxe, for example, has a super freezer chest that holds up to 50 pounds of frozen foods. For fresh fruits and vegetables, there's the big Frigidaire Hydrator, glass-topped so you can see what's on hand, easy rolling so you can get at things quickly. A sliding basket drawer stores eggs and other small articles. And as for all the other foods you keep in a refrigerator, well, Frigidaire's new design gives up to 50% more storage space in the same kitchen space. And think what you could do with all that extra room. Of course, foods must be safe as well as handy. And that's where the famous Frigidaire Meter Miser comes in. It's the simplest cold maker ever built. So simple, it uses only a trickle of current. So powerful, it keeps even the biggest Frigidaires filled with cold. Remember how Frigidaire refrigerators keep everything handy. And remember, for all the advantages you want, ask to see the name Frigidaire when you ask to see a new refrigerator. In a few moments, Frigidaire will tell you about a great new radio show that starts next week. Be sure to listen for the announcement. And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken is in Sicily trying to find out how a small circus is being used to supply the dread mafia terrorist organization with American-made arms. His only clue, 2 words, Laughing Lady, spoken by a dying clown, leads him into a dilemma, where he finds the circus is called the Laughing Lady, and its star performer, a woman clown, is called the Laughing Lady. Ken and Pagon are returning to the circus after an attempt has been made on their lives while they were waiting to meet a Miss Jane, the human target in the pistol act.
Hurry, Pagon. We've got to get to Jane Bishop before she goes on. If she offered to sell information to us, she could just as easily get a higher price from the mafia not to sell.
Well, business is business.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen me shoot the ace out of a cord, a coin in the air, but now I'm ready for the greatest test of all.
Here she comes now. Grab her, Mr. Thurston, quick.
Signorina Bishop, the world's most beautiful human target.
We can't get to her now. The mafia would identify us.
The lovely Signorina is lighting a cigarette.
She won't look this way.
Now she is smoking it. And when the lovely lady tells me she is ready, I will shoot the cigarette from her mouth.
Ready now, Senor Cole.
She is ready. I take aim. Silence, please.
He hit her. did you do it, Cole?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't. I couldn't kill Jane.
1,000 people see him bump off the dame and listen to him.
I didn't. I couldn't. Believe me.
Please, senor. It was an accident.
You lie. It was no accident. He killed her. He wanted to get rid of her.
Why did you want to get rid of her?
I hated her. I wanted to get rid of her, Thurston, but I couldn't. I couldn't miss my target.
Please, Senor Thurston. Have pity. Leave him alone.
It's your fault, Senora. For years I tell you to get rid of this foreigner. Always you say no. Now we are in trouble. The police will come.
Alfredo, he insisted Senor Cole stay.
I still want to know why Cole wanted to get rid of Jane Bishop.
This is not your affair, Senor. You go, please.
It is my affair. Someone tried to kill me a few minutes ago.
I swear I didn't kill her. I wanted to be free, but I didn't kill her. She was my wife.
But, Mr. Thurston, they've tried to kill us twice, and you're out here in this dark looking at trees. Let's get back close to the circus line.
Quiet, Pagon, and hold that flashlight. There we are.
What is it?
A bullet. An American 22. The same kind someone let go at me in the Jeep.
But the tree's 50 feet from the tent, and Cole was...
It may not have been Cole's shot.
You mean Cole didn't kill Jane?
Someone else fired a shot at precisely the same moment he did. Someone's coming.
Have you not caused enough trouble, Senor Thurston?
Oh. Senor Perilli, did you ever see cartridges like this before?
Oh, they are the kind we use in the pistol act and the shooting gallery.
You're sure?
Certainly. I have a charge of the circus ammunition. Before it is too late, Senor, get out of Sicily.
Perhaps I'm still interested in buying your circus.
If that is what you're staying for, you may leave now. The widow of my brother and I sold the circus today.
Senor Thurston, this is the bullet taken from the dead woman.
Another American 22. Thank you. Matches the other two. Now, would you take me back to Senor Cole's cell?
Si. Follow me, please.
Thurston, isn't it just like an American to help a countryman in trouble? Thanks for coming.
I'll try to help you, Cole, but I want the truth.
How could I lie to you now?
Well, you did all right with that cock and bull story about a federal charge keeping you from going back to the States. I checked and found you were lying.
I love Alice Perilli. That's why I don't go back to America.
Alice Perilli, Alfredo's widow.
Yes. She needs me now. The laughing lady hates us both.
What do you know about the mafia? How is it using the circus, and who's connected with it?
The mafia? I don't know, I swear.
You're lying. Your wife, Jane, knew about the mafia and was going to tell me. She made the mistake of telling someone else and got killed.
But I didn't kill Jane. I couldn't.
If you didn't, whoever did is using you for a fall guy. Who was it, Cole?
I don't know, so help me, I don't.
Okay. Just have to sit in jail here until I find out.
No! Don't leave me here!
Senor Thurston, a stranger just came with 50,000 lira for Senor Cole's release.
50,000 lira? The only one around here with that kind of money is the mafia.
You think Senor Cole is with the mafia?
I don't know. But I'm sure the mafia is getting guns tonight from the circus. I'm going to need you and your men.
Why wait till tonight, Mr. Thurston? Grab the laughing lady.
I've no proof she is the mafia agent yet, Pagan.
But Perilli said she was the mafia agent. She has charge of the circus ammunition, and now she sold out her share of the circus.
Yes, but Perilli's widow sold out her share of the circus, too.
Oh.
And someone in the mafia just bailed Cole out of jail.
Well, maybe all three of them are in the mafia.
You can find out how much each of the women got for her share of the circus. I'll know which of the three is the mafia agent.
Well, that's easy to find out. But please, Mr. Thurston, arrest the laughing lady now.
I can't. I've got a few questions I want to ask her in front of the townspeople tonight.
You'll never make her stop laughing. Never. no one will ever get the 10,000 lira prize.
You find out how much each of the women got for the circus, and I'll stop the laughing lady.
I could hardly get inside to you, Mr. Thurston. Here, on this paper, the amounts the two women got for the circus.
Step right up, folks. A win of 10,000 lira. Make the ladies stop a laughing.
Thanks, Pagon. Stick close to Cole.
You are a bigger-faced god, laughing lady. Oh, no, you look like a donkey, laughing lady.
Tonight, while you laugh, laughing lady, terror is being planned by the mafia for the people of this village. And you and the widow, Alice Perilli, know that the mafia is using your circus to distribute arms. You, laughing lady, are permitting this crime out of fear of the mafia. You think your partner, Alice Perilli, also fears the mafia. Your brother knew the truth and killed himself out of shame when he found out it was his wife, Alice, who was connected with the mafia.
You lie.
Out of fear, you sold your share of the circus for a few $100s. But Alice got $100,000 in gold from the mafia. You and your brother were betrayed. Tell the citizens here where the guns were hidden before it's too late.
Ah, in the livestock tent, buried in the bales of hay.
Pagon, grab the widow.
Alice? The mafia? No, she couldn't.
The widow killed your wife because Jane was going to tell me about the mafia. You were blamed for it.
But she bailed me out of jail.
To make the story stick with the laughing lady. Your beloved Alice was leaving for Rome alone.
Mr. Thurston, you won the prize, 10,000 lira. What a way to stop the laughing lady.
I'll forfeit my winnings this time, Pagon. The laughing lady is going to need it.
Don't tell me she's going on with that phony laughing act.
I hope so. Now that the false laughter, the mask for terror is cleared away, the people can get the joy of laughter Perilli tried to give them.
Here's the big announcement Frigidaire wants you to hear. Next week, Sunday, October 3rd, Frigidaire will present the new Lum and Abner show. A full half hour of comedy with those two delightful Pine Ridge characters. Yes, Lum and Abner, the favorites of millions of American families, will bring you a new half-hour show starting Sunday night, October 3rd. Listen to Frigidaire's new Lum and Abner show over most of these same stations, Sunday, October 3rd. See your newspapers for the exact hour. And now, in saying goodbye to the man called X, we say goodbye to our good friend, Herbert Marshall. Bart, on behalf of our sponsor, Frigidaire Division of General Motors Corporation, thanks for the grand job you've done and for the fine performances of the entire cast. Leon Belasco, Ted Von Eltz, all the rest. And I'd just like to add, for all of us here in the studio, thanks, Bart. Thanks for being such a swell person.
Oh, thank you, Wen. Thank you. Thank you for myself, for Johnny Green, who composed and conducted our music, for the many writers who contributed scripts for The Man Called X, and for our director, D. Engelbach. Will you please express our appreciation to Frigidaire for a most happy association? It's been a great pleasure to be with you. The best of luck from all of us to you on your new show.
So long, Bart. And so, folks, this is Wendell Niles saying good night for Frigidaire. See you all on the new Lum and Abner show next week. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of A Man Called X. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Now we will visit Agent K7, a riveting program centered around the daring exploits of a top-secret spy as he battles against espionage, crime, and international intrigue, showcasing his resourcefulness and cunning as he strives to maintain global security.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star tonight is Mr. Sidney Greenstreet, one of Hollywood's most sensational newcomers in a number of years. The famed fat man who lent his suspenseful talents to the Maltese Falcon and across the Pacific. Mr. Greenstreet is with us to create on the air John Dixon Carr's celebrated detective, Dr. Gideon Fell. The story called The Hangman Won't Wait is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with The Hangman Won't Wait and Mr. Greenstreet's performance. We again hope to keep you in suspense. He comes striding towards us now, beaming like old King Cole. You can probably hear him chuckle. If he wheezes a little, that's due to weighing more than 300 pounds.
Slander, sir. Gross slander.
You notice the 3 chins in the bandit's mustache and the eyeglasses on the black ribbon. He removes his hat with old-school courtesy. Don't try to bow, Doctor. He is Gideon Fell, Doctor of Philosophy and expert in crime, if he tells us something about the Barton case.
Sir, I have only one remark to make about the Barton case. Everybody was wrong.
I'm afraid we don't quite follow that.
The judge was wrong, the jury were wrong, the prosecution was wrong, the defense was wrong.
But, Dr. Fell, you can't have a murder case in which everybody is wrong.
In my cases, sir, you can have practically anything.
Oh, yes, that's true enough, but...
I want you to imagine yourself in the position of that girl, Helen Barton.
Well?
Imagine yourself waking up suddenly in the middle of the night. You're terrified. You don't know why. The room is cold and nearly dark. All of a sudden, you realize it's a room you've never seen before. There's a queer smell like old stone and disinfectant. There's no sound except...
What is it? What was that?
Now lean back in your bed, dearie. It's all right.
Yes, take it easy, miss. I was dreaming.
You were having a nightmare, dearie. But it's all right now. Nothing's going to hurt you.
Not yet.
Be quiet, Anna.
All right, all right. Would you like us to turn on all the lights, miss?
Please, would you do that? You see, I don't understand this. Where am I, and how did I get here? And who are you?
Now, don't start that all over again, please.
Start what all over again?
Saying you've lost your memory and don't even know what your name is?
Are you insane? Of course I know what my name is. I'm Helen Barton.
Ah.
But it's all I do know. Where am I? Why on earth is it so cold?
Well, that's not unusual, you know, for England in the middle of December.
Did you say December? That's right, dearie. 18th of December. You're fooling me. You're playing a trick on me. My head feels queer and I want to start crying, but I won't. It's not December. It's the end of August. I was going up to see Philip. Oh, that's it. was going up to see Philip.
Philip?
Philip Gale, the man I'm going to marry.
Be quiet, Anna. And don't turn on these lights yet. She's having us on. Anna, this child's shaking all over. And so help me, she don't know where she is. Listen, dearie. I'm going to sit down on the bed beside you. Now take my hands. Hold them tight.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
This is Maidhurst prison, miss. Steady, dearie.
I'm still dreaming. I must be. You can't mean I'm in prison.
Now look, dearie. I'm afraid it's worse than that.
Worse than that?
Look over there. You see where there's a little bit of fire in the grate?
Well?
And paper on the wall, and pictures, and a carpet on the floor. Oh, why don't you come out straight and tell her? They're going to hang you in the morning, miss. This is the condemned cell.
With sudden shock, the prison clock smote on the shivering air. But I won't quote that any further. I have too vivid a memory of sitting up that night with Colonel Andrews, the governor of the prison. Over here, you'd call him the warden. There's a little office with a lamp shade tilted so that I could see his face. And he said,
I hate executions, loathe them. Can't even sleep the night before. If you hadn't offered to come here and save my life...
This is a strange place, sir, to talk of saving lives.
No, it's no good being sentimental about the thing. That's the law. I didn't make it.
But I gather you're not exactly happy about this case.
I'm not. That's a fact. Mind you, there's no doubt whatever about the girl's guilt.
I'm gratified to hear it.
But if only she'd confess. Most of them do, you know.
They confess to you?
To me or to the hangman. Not often to the chaplain, because they think he'll threaten them with the hereafter. But when Kirkwood goes in with the strap to bind their arm, he says to him, I don't like to think I'm doing something that would be on my conscience. So if you'd care to tell me...
Quite a sensitive fellow you are, Hangman.
And look here, I'm serious.
So am I.
Sometimes I wish I had any job in the world but mine. If only the girl would confess. If she'd just stop this nonsense about not remembering.
Not remembering what?
Not remembering how... Well, not remembering how she shot Philip Gale. Not remembering anything, even her own name. Total amnesia, covering a crime.
Sir, you frighten me. You mean to say that a woman suffering from loss of memory can be tried and sentenced to death?
No. Not if she really has lost her memory.
Well, then...
But this defense was a fake.
You're quite sure of that?
Naturally. The judge would never have allowed it to come to trial if he hadn't been convinced that she was shamming. Even then, she might have got off with a life sentence or even with manslaughter if it hadn't been for the nature of the crime.
She didn't cut anybody up, I hope?
No, but it was almost as bad. She shot a man who had raised his hands and begged for mercy. That completely damned her in the eyes of the jury.
And yet, you have doubts.
I tell you, I haven't any doubts. And in any case, it's none of my business.
How has she acted since she's been here?
Oh, a model prisoner. But I wish she'd stop this business of seeming to be in a daze. It's getting on my nerves.
Rather think the prison itself would get on my nerves. I looked into your execution shed once, and I don't want to look again.
Oh, you get used to it after a while.
Helen Barton won't. Tell me about her.
Nice girl, too. I knew her grandfather.
Live near here?
Yes. Born and bred in Maidhurst. She got mixed up with a thoroughgoing swine named Philip Gale. Crazy about him. Wouldn't hear a word against him. Then he threw her over for a woman with money.
I see.
He had a bungalow on White Rose Hill. She went up there one Sunday afternoon.
Alone?
Yes. Herbert Gale, Philip's brother, heard them screaming at each other. He ran in to see what was wrong. Philip was trying to chase the girl out. She grabbed a .32 revolver out of the table drawer and told Philip to put up his hands. That scared him, and he did put up his hands. Then she shot him dead.
And afterwards?
Afterwards, she couldn't remember.
Couldn't remember anything?
No, pretended she didn't even recognize her own family. She said, "Who is Philip Gale?"
Mm-hmm. And you hang her tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Without ever hearing her side of the case?
Well, confound it, man, there's no doubt about the evidence.
Are you sure?
She killed Philip Gale. Gale's brother Herbert saw her do it. This hypocrisy about not remembering.
Emotional shock could do just that, you know.
Oh, she wasn't so emotionally shocked that it disturbed her aim. She drilled him clean through the heart at 15 feet. The bullet entered in a dead straight line through coat, waistcoat, shirt, and heart. You could run a pencil through the holes. Now, don't sit there puffing out your cheeks and waving a cigar at me. I'm only...
Tell me, Colonel Andrews, aren't you talking to convince yourself?
No.
Suppose that girl is telling the truth. Suppose she has lost her memory.
Yeah.
All right. You don't believe that. Suppose it. And suppose in some black hour just before the hangman comes that a memory returns.
Don't talk rubbish.
Sir, I've lived long enough to know that mental suffering is the cruelest form of suffering on this earth. Imagine yourself in that position. Come out of a daze into what you thought was a safe and pleasant world. You don't know where you are. You don't know what's happened. You only know that when the clock strikes 8, they're going to take you out and...
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yes.
It isn't possible.
Very much fear it is.
Sometimes, you know, we have to use drugs.
Drugs?
Yes. When we take them to the execution shed. It's only a short distance, and we try to get it over in a matter of seconds, but sometimes they can't walk. Yes? What is it?
Beg pardon, sir, but I thought I'd better get you, or the doctor, or the chaplain, or both.
Oh, what's the matter with you men? You're as white as a ghost.
Can't help that, sir. I've been a warder at this place for a matter of 15 years, but I never knew anything like this.
It's the, upstairs room, I suppose, Miss Barton?
Yes, sir.
Hysterical?
Yes, sir. She says she remembers now.
I see.
She's carrying on something awful, sir. But that ain't all. She claims she never done it.
What's that?
She claims she never killed Mr. Gale at all.
Never killed? That's all, Harris. You may go.
Yes, sir.
Any other disturbances in the building?
Well, sir, they're a bit restless in A-wing.
That's usual.
Yes, sir. And there's a bloke, outside the prison, who keeps hanging about in front of the main gate. You can see him by the street lamp. First, he'll take a few little quick steps back and forth. Then he'll run and stick his face against the bars of the gate. Then he'll go back to pacing again. Fair gave me the creeps it did, even before this other thing.
You don't happen to know who he is?
It's the other Mr. Gale, sir. Herbert Gale. I hadn't the heart to chase him away.
All right, Harris, go ahead. I'll be along in a minute.
Yes, sir.
So the girl claims to be innocent. You heard that, eh?
Yes, I heard it.
What do you mean to do?
I'll see the girl, of course. But it won't affect the issue.
Not even if she does happen to be innocent?
Well, in the name of heaven, try to understand my position.
Believe me, I do understand it. The jury convicted this girl of murder. Her appeal was dismissed. The Home Secretary has refused to intervene on behalf of the king. You couldn't do anything even if you wanted to. You couldn't even appeal to the Home Secretary without new evidence.
Exactly.
And it's too late for new evidence, because you can't just accept the word of Helen Barton.
All the same, I'm dreading this interview. It's against regulations, but I wish you'd come along with me.
Oh, if there were only something.
There isn't. Where's the whiskey? I think a little stimulant.
She will need the stimulant.
Well, it's a cold night.
It'll be colder yet where she's going.
Steady, miss. It's all right, dearie. The governor and the big stout gentleman believe you didn't do it.
Oh, no, they don't. You needn't try to fool me. Look at them over there in the corner whispering.
Phil, she's lying.
I heard that. You said, Phil, she's lying, but I'm not lying. I'm not.
Miss, you've got to pull yourself together. and have a nice breakfast. What would you like for breakfast?
Suspense. This is the Man in Black. Here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Two of Hollywood's most deft players are with us tonight. Miss Geraldine Fitzgerald and Sir Cedric Hardwicke. Miss Fitzgerald and Sir Cedric are here to match wits in a suspenseful tale by John Dixon Carr called Will You Walk Into My Parlor? If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Will You Walk Into My Parlor? And the performances of Geraldine Fitzgerald and Sir Cedric Hardwicke, we again hope to keep you in suspense. Just how far does any man trust his wife, or his fiancée either, for that matter? An English bazaar, a garden party in the grounds of Leighton Hall in Kent, one fine summer afternoon before the war. Leighton Hall is the home of Major and Mrs. Grant, always ready in the cause of charity. There's the stern red brick of the hall rising above oak trees, against green lawns are the stalls and the swings and the roundabouts and the coconut shies. They are not well patronized now, because a summer storm is coming up, and the wind is whipping at the tents, flapping the gaudy banners in a fantastic manner, and sending the spectators hurrying away in search of shelter. But over in a far corner is the fortune-teller's tent, gaudy in purple and gold, yet with more than just a suggestion of mystery. Beside it is a miniature shooting gallery, presided over by Major Grant himself. Near the center of the bazaar is the bandstand, where the village musicians play lustily to keep the patronizers from leaving. But as the wind rises, it seems that only two of them are oblivious to the coming storm, for they are in love. The young man is tall, in sport coat and flannels. The young lady in a flowing gown of a startling beauty which suggests a halo, a startling beauty that glows against the gray of the sky and the paint of the tents. She has her hand on his arm for protection. Against what, you ask? Nothing. Just for protection.
Philip, darling, I want to get my fortune told before we leave.
Mary, the wind, I'm sure, is going to pour any minute.
It won't take long. We'll beat the storm. Wait and see. I hate to drag you away from the match, but I do want to visit him.
You don't believe in that rubbish, do you, Mary?
No, I don't suppose I do. But I never can resist getting my fortune told.
Well, I suppose it's a woman's prerogative.
And they say this man is awfully good. They say it's marvelous how he can tell you all about yourself.
You know that already, don't you?
Oh, Phil, darling, please don't be so unimaginative.
All right, Mary, I'll be good. Who is the fortune teller, by the way?
There's his sign on the tent, the great Omar, palmist and crystal gazer, sees all, knows all.
No, I mean, who is he in real life? Friend of the Major's?
Maybe the Major could tell us. There he is now.
Oh, hey, you two. Over here.
Oh, Major.
Please, Phil, we don't have to go there, do we?
Go where?
To that shooting range of the Major's. I hate guns.
It's right next to the fortune teller's tent, Mary, and we can't insult our host. Coming, Major.
Look at the Major. He's beaming all over his face and twisting that white mustache into a corkscrew. I suppose he's heard about us.
Mary, my very contrary one, you're not ashamed of being engaged to me, are you?
Oh, you know it's nothing like that, Phil. I'm much too much in love with you. Only all the old cats in the village are probably saying awful things about me.
Now, what the devil could they be saying about
Mary Sherwood, Phil Lester.
Hello, Major Grant.
Oh, you young rascals, you young so-and-sos. Give me a hand, each of you, and many congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Major. We feel rather pleased about it ourselves. At least I do.
And you, young woman,
You come over here, and then you have every one of us Britishers at your feet. What do but snare a fellow American when he's helpless and away from home?
And do I love being snared?
Yes, old girl, it looks as though you had your man where you wanted him. Now tell me your secret. Are you a demon in disguise?
Please, Major Grant.
It's an awfully good disguise, if she is.
Please, Major. Please, Phil.
Why, is anything wrong?
No, nothing, but it's getting dark and the wind's rising. It's going to pour any minute now.
A moment before you were the one who said not to worry.
Oh, that won't matter, my girl. The show's nearly over anyway. We did pretty well, if I do say so myself.
We came over here really to see the fortune teller. If you don't mind letting go of my hand.
No, you don't, my girl. Not a bit of it.
You won't let me go?
Not until you patronize this charity. As a preparation of polishing off your husband after marriage, why not try a few rounds with a rifle? Show us what kind of a shot you are.
No, please.
Now, here's a neat little model, Winchester 61. 22 caliber. Yeah, try it.
I know it's stupid and silly of me, and it's not the rifle, really. It's anything to do with death.
With death?
I mean, anything that suggests death. Ever since I was a child, I've never even been able to look at a dead person in a coffin. It scares me.
Mary, a dead Nobody's going to get killed, darling. You just fire away and see if you can hit the target.
Yeah, here.
All right, if you insist,
Yeah, well, watch out.
Bullseye, you've hit the electric light in the roof. You're not supposed to aim at that.
I'm so sorry.
Look here, speaking of dying, if that's your style of target shooting, darned if I'm not going to crawl out from under this counter and stand behind her. Here, make way.
It isn't funny, Phil. I'm sorry, but I can't go on with this. Here's the rifle.
All right, here I am. Sorry, Mary. If I'd known it was going to affect you like this,
Oh, it's all right.
I tell you what, you run along and see the fortune teller, my dear.
Come with me, Phil, won't you?
He'll only admit one at a time.
Well, why don't you go ahead, darling? I'll wait for you here.
All right, dear.
You know, Major, I am an idiot for upsetting her.
You're a very lucky young fellow, my lad. I hope you realize that.
Oh, I realize it, all right. I hope this fortune teller doesn't keep her in there very long.
Yeah? Why?
Look at the sky. It's getting black as pitch. If you're not careful, this wind is going to blow all your tents into the next county.
Well, these tents are pretty securely pegged, young fellow. I think we can risk it.
It's so dark that... Wait a minute, look there.
Yeah, where?
The fortune teller's tent. He's got a light inside, and you can see his shadow against the tent. It's like a shadow screen. Look, sir. There's Mary going in. Now she's sitting down across the table from him.
I say, young fellow, you happen to know who the fortune teller really is?
No, as a matter of fact, I was going to ask you.
Well, I'll tell you a little secret. He's a detective inspector from Scotland Yard.
A what?
A detective inspector from Scotland Yard. He came down here on business, forged half-crowns or something. So the chief constable and I asked him to be our fortune teller. He's one of these glittering-eyed blokes, and in a turban with brown paint on his face.
Does he know anything about palmistry?
No, but he knows a lot about human nature. That, my lad, is Inspector Brandon. He's a specialist in poison cases. They say he never forgets a face.
Wait a minute.
Why, is anything wrong?
What's he saying to Mary? Look at those shadows. Mary's jumped up and backed away from her. He's pointing his finger at her. Now she's backing out of the tent. Look, Major, he's following her. Can you hear what he's saying?
Remember, my dear, ashes to ashes and dust to dust.
No.
Ashes to ashes and dust to dust.
Mary, darling, get hold of yourself. Mary. Darling, you shouldn't get all upset over that fortune-telling lingo. What's wrong with you? What was he saying to you?
Saying to me? Nothing at all, really. Only the usual thing about a happy life and a little illness, but nothing serious.
Then why were you so frightened?
Frightened? But I wasn't frightened.
Oh, no, Mary. I'm sorry. I saw your shadow on the wall of that tent, and I heard you shrieking. I think I'll go in and get my fortune told and see what all this is about.
Phil, you mustn't.
Why not?
I felt a drop of rain on my head. It's going to pour down in a second. Hadn't we better run for the house?
Well, you go on up to the house, Mary.
Oh, Phil, I don't want to be by myself.
All right, then, dear. There's the Major. Here, give him this gun, will you? I'll be with you in a moment. I'm going to see that faker. Fortune teller. May I come in?
You may. Please to enter.
Thank you.
Sit down in the chair opposite to me. First tell me the date of your birth, then look at the crystal on the table in front of you.
Just a minute, Inspector Brandon. Do you mind if we drop the mumbo-jumbo?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'd like to drop it. It's been a bit of a strain talking like Hamlet's ghost. well, what's on your mind?
Well, maybe it's only the heat or my own nerves, but... What were you saying to Miss Sherwood?
Miss who?
The young lady who was just in here, my fiancée. What's wrong? Why did you jump like that?
Did you say fiancé?
Yes, of course, why not?
Now, look here, Mr...
Oh, my name is Lester, Philip Lester.
And what did you say her name is?
Mary Sherwood. Here, what's all this mystery?
Tell me, Mr. Lester, has she lived here in the village for very long?
No, only about 6 months.
And how long have you been engaged to her? Believe me, I have a reason for asking that. How long have you been engaged?
Well, it'll be a week tomorrow, but...
Week tomorrow? Has she by any chance invited you to dinner at her house tomorrow night?
Dinner?
Has she?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she has, but I don't see...
You know who this Mary Sherwood really is? No? Well, I'll tell you. She's...
Inspector Brandon.
Ah! Never stand with your shadow against the light.
You're hit. Here's her.
Brand, I'm terribly sorry, but Phil shouldn't have given me this dreadful rifle to hold. All I did was touch the trigger by accident. I hope I haven't hit anything.
In the quiet village of Sutton, later that same night, after the unfortunate accident that couldn't be helped, a rather white-faced young man, Philip Lester, slips down the road, pauses in front of the door to the inn, starts to enter, and then changes his mind. He looks over his shoulder and then walks around the building, being very careful to stay within its shadow. He slips in through the side door and makes sure that no one sees him as he makes his way quietly up the stairs to a darkened passageway outside the bedrooms, glances at the number on the first door, and then hurries down the hall. Stops in front of room 27.
Yes? Come in.
Inspector Brandon, I thought...
Hurry quickly.
Yes, sir. You're sitting up.
And taking nourishment, thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Inspector, but I heard you were still unconscious and not expected to live.
Yes, that was the report that I asked Dr. Stiles to give out.
But why?
I had my reasons, Mr. Lester. As you can see, fortunately, I was the recipient of only a flesh wound across the left shoulder. It bled a little, but not much.
Then, Inspector, poor Mary's nearly frantic. She thinks she's killed you. Let me ring her up and...
Stay away from the telephone.
Why?
Because I want to tell you a few things about Miss Mary Sherwood. In the first place, she isn't a miss. She's had 3 husbands already.
What?
All of whom died a violent death by poisoning.
What are you trying to tell me?
Now, just a moment before you lose your temper. 3 husbands and 1 fiancée whom she didn't bother to marry. First, the fiancé. They made mutual wills in each other's favor. Exactly a week after the engagement, following dinner at her house, this fellow was taken ill. He died before morning in tetanic convulsion.
Inspector, that's ridiculous. Mary, why, she's so young and innocent.
Young, perhaps, but...
I don't believe it.
Don't take my word for it. I've sent Sergeant Lambert to London for the file. You can see photographs and fingerprints.
I still don't believe it.
Then tell me, Mr. Lester. You're quite a wealthy man, aren't you?
Yes, I'm fairly well off.
Have you and this woman made a will in each other's favor?
Mary wouldn't need to do that. She's got plenty of money and a collection of jewels worth I don't know how much.
I quite agree, but you haven't answered my question. Have you made a will in each other's favor?
Yes.
Well, whose suggestion was that? Yours or hers?
I don't remember. We started talking and agreed it would be a sensible idea.
But it shocked you a little, didn't it? Now, you wondered why it was necessary.
Inspector, a minute ago you were talking about photographs and fingerprints.
Well?
You don't mean Mary's been on trial?
She has been on trial 3 times. Yes, 3 times, and under 3 different names.
But she was acquitted?
Yes, because she had a cast-down alibi.
There, you see.
Wait. She was acquitted simply because the prosecution couldn't show how the poison was administered.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your skills. You'll learn how to create databases, design user-friendly forms, and generate insightful reports, all using Microsoft Access.
Call us now at 615-420-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses. Don't miss out on this opportunity to become a Microsoft Access guru. Visit G3PL.com to start your learning journey today. G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Colonies have assumed a new importance in the world of today, for many nations depend upon their colonial empires for raw materials. Recently, residents of one nation's colonies have been leaving for their homeland because of fears of an uprising. Authorities investigated and found these fears well-grounded. Enemy aliens were found to be concentrated in several cities and preparing to strike while the mother country was otherwise engaged. Further investigation was found advisable, and my old friend, Special Agent Z, was engaged for this work. John Holbrook will take up the story at this point.
Thank you, K7. Our story begins as Agent Z and his assistant, Patricia Norwood, talk with the Consul General of an important colony. They've just arrived after a long ocean trip, and Agent Z is attempting to get as much information as possible.
Agent Z. Yes? I can't tell you how glad I am that you and Miss Norwood arrived at this time.
Well, suppose you give us the picture as you see it. We know there's been a concentration of enemy aliens. Have they stirred up any trouble?
No, they've been quiet enough. They have a feeling that it's the calm before a storm.
You must have a reason.
I have, Miss Norwood. Here, this report would interest you. Suppose you read it, Agent Z.
Yes.
It was wireless by one of our destroyers.
You received it this morning, I see. Suggest you investigate ownership of fishing smack Tangier. Stopped boat yesterday. Made routine inspection of papers. About 20 minutes later, Tangier went to bottom. Sea was calm. Believed boat was scuttled by crew. Well, this message may be important.
Well, Z, what do you think is the explanation?
Well, Pat, I can only guess. But my guess would be that the Tangier carried contraband of some kind. If it was deliberately sunk, the action was taken to prevent a second and more thorough search.
That's exactly what I think, Agent Z.
But what could the fishing boats be doing?
Well, they could bring in arms, Pat.
Yes. I hesitated to voice that thought, Agent Z.
Well, sir, I'll start my investigation at once. And the first thing I'm going to do is to find out why the fishing boat Tangier sank. And this afternoon, I want a seaplane put at our disposal. Tomorrow, I'll want a small seagoing tug and diving equipment.
afternoon, Agent Z and Patricia flew out over the ocean for an observation flight.
Now, we must be almost over the spot, Pat. The position given by the destroyer was 34 degrees, 10 minutes north, 10 degrees west. We're almost there.
I can still see the bottom clearly, Z. We should be able to sight the wreck.
Yes, I was sure we could. The ocean isn't more than 40 or 50 feet deep here. The bottom is sandy. That makes it easy to see from a plane.
Z?
Yes?
There's a boat off to the left.
I just sighted it, Pat. I'm going to fly over them. Use the glasses.
There are two men, but I can't make out what they're doing. Wait, Z.
Yes, what is it?
Z?
Yes?
That boat is directly over the wreck of the Tangier. I see it lying on the sandy bottom.
Yes, you're right, Pat. And the boat is starting away. They've seen us. Hang on, we're going down.
What are you going to do, Z?
I'm going to land and mark the spot. That boat getting away now is down there for some reason. I want to know why. We'll mark the spot with a buoy and come back here tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to find out why the Tangier sank.
Agent Z landed over the sunken Tangier and marked the spot with a small buoy. Then he and Patricia went ashore. A few hours later, they returned on a seagoing tug and anchored over the wreck for the night. We join them at dawn as Z prepares his diving equipment to go below and examine the wreck.
Well, the sea is calm this morning, Pat. I ought not to be down more than half an hour.
Z,
Yes?
are you sure it's safe for you to go down alone? There are only 4 members of the crew on this tug, and none of them has had any diving experience.
Oh, there's no danger, Pat. We've taken soundings. The Tangier's only 40 feet below the surface. I've gone down deeper than that a good many times.
Yes, but suppose something should happen.
Nothing can happen. I don't even need a diving suit on this job. I'll just slip this helmet over my head, and the force of the air being pumped down to me holds the water out. It's like turning a teacup over in a basin of water. The air is cupped in around my head.
But what about those lead shoes you're putting on?
Well, these shoes are half weight, just heavy enough to hold me right side up on the bottom. There. They're on. Now I'll slip the helmet on. We'll test the telephone lines. Put your headset on, Pat.
All right, Z.
The only way we can talk to each other after I put my helmet on is by telephone.
I'm ready. Can you lift the helmet?
Yeah, sure. Here it goes on, Pat.
Is it all right?
Yeah. Here comes our native captain. He knows how to man the air pump. Tell him to start.
Start the air pump, Captain. Hurry.
Yes, Michel. I'm ready. Don't sound so desperate, Pat. Is your telephone headset working all right? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Z, I can hear you.
All right. I'm going over the side. As soon as I'm a foot or two underwater, I'll stop for a minute and make sure the helmet is watertight before going down. You see that the air keeps coming, and don't worry. I'll talk to you every minute I'm on the bottom.
Z, be careful. The rope ladder's to your right.
I see it. Goodbye, Pat. Pat, I'm under. Helmet seems all right.
You sure it doesn't leak?
Oh, it's okay. I'm going down.
Keep talking, Z. Are you all right?
Yes, Pat. Almost on the bottom now. I can see the Tangier. I'm down. The ship is lying on its side.
Can you see inside?
No. Wait. I'm going to climb up on the side. There's a cabin door broken off.
Z, I can't see you now. I've been watching over the rail.
I'm up on the side. I think I can go in, Pat. One thing I'm sure of. This boat was deliberately scuttled. There are no holes in the hull. I'm going to try and get inside. Keep the line straight up there.
I'm watching them.
I'm inside. I can see, too. Pat, this cabin is full of cases. Here's one broken open.
Can you see what's in them?
Yes. Here's the answer, Pat. The Tangier was smuggling rifles. There are 24 cases down here. I'm going to try and...
Z, can you hear me, Z? What's the matter?
My lines, Pat. They're fouled. It'll be all right. Keep the air coming.
Have you got them loose? Z, can you hear me?
Yes, Pat. The air line is free. It's the telephone line that's fouled. I'll get it.
Z, answer me. Z, answer me, Z. Z, can you hear me?
As Z went below the surface of the water, a powerful motorboat came into sight behind them. A man stood in its bow and studied the tug through a powerful glass.
Keep the motors running. Can you see them? Yes. We'll come up on them on the port side. They're diving off the starboard. All right, let's go.
You're sure they won't see us?
They're all on the starboard side, watching the man who's below the surface. We'll board them before they even know we're near. All right. They can't see us now. The cabin is between them and us. We're closing in.
How many do you think are aboard the tug?
4 or 5. Probably 2 men below the deck in the engine room. 2 more in the girl on the deck. Special agent is probably the one who was diving. Shut off the motors. We drift up on the side. As soon as we are alongside, you and I will board. We'll take them unexpectedly. Have your gun then ready.
I've got it.
All right. I'll go around the bow and surprise them. You're on the stern. Come up behind them. We'll have them between us. Ready. We come alongside. Hold it. Don't let the boats bump. All right. Now one of you stay here. That one, hold the boats together. Come on, Walbach. Remember, have your gun ready.
Z, can you hear me? Are you all right? Something's gone wrong. Keep the air going down.
Yes, Mademoiselle.
Hello, Z. Z, if you hear me, answer. Hello.
You're both covered. Don't try to move.
Who are you?
Remove that telephone headset, mademoiselle.
But
Your friend on the bottom need not know we are here. Search that one, Walbach.
He has no gun.
Wait, you stopped him pumping. There's no air going down. He's down there. He's got to have air.
We will leave him there. Cut the air and telephone lines going over the rail, Walbach.
No, you can't.
It is done, mademoiselle. Your friend will remain down with the Tangier. Walbach, go down to the engine room. There must be 2 or 3 more aboard. Take them prisoners.
At once.
You'll both stand where you are. If either one of you moves, I'll shoot.
Oh, Z, you're safe.
Yes, Pat, I'm safe. When my lion's fouled, I managed to slip out of the helmet and come to the surface. Evidently, I arrived just in time. Now, Pat, take their guns. I've found all the evidence I need. These men are gun runners.
Warships were sent to the colony and are maintaining a vigilant watch to prevent further attempts of gun running. Within the colony, enemy aliens have been rounded up and deported. Peace depends on constant vigilance. We must never slacken that vigilance. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Subscribe for more videos.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and Wonderful Smith. Raleigh cigarette smokers, save your valuable Raleigh coupons for the greatest premium of all, victory. Yes, now your Raleigh coupons are more important than ever before, because now you can redeem them for United States war stamps. War stamps that help put muscles in the mighty arms of America. Already millions of Raleigh cigarette smokers have joined this nationwide drive for victory, and they have received official thanks from the United States Treasury Department. Now, if you have not yet smoked Raleigh cigarettes, try a pack. The smooth, rich mildness of Raleigh's golden, choicer tobaccos will give you real smoking satisfaction. And you will enjoy another great satisfaction by redeeming your valuable Raleigh cigarette coupons for United States war stamps. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you too will agree that it pays in many ways to smoke Raleigh's. Raleigh cigarettes. Playing Happy in Love. And now, the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel great tonight. Boy, I feel
that's
good.
Swell, Red.
Brian's
Don't tell me
barbecue, I feel like.
Red, that's swell. Don't tell me that Mr. Raleigh, our sponsor's left your house.
No, Mr. Raleigh is still there, but ever since Jack Benny mentioned my name on his program last Sunday, I don't have to shine the sponsor's shoes anymore.
Oh, you mean he isn't causing you any more trouble?
No, only he walks in his sleep.
Oh, he walks in his sleep?
Yeah, he climbs out on the roof and walks all around. Last week he caused 3 alerts all by himself.
I see. The Army spotted him.
Yeah, but they finally decided his pajamas were friendly.
What else is new, Red?
Well, have you heard the USO has started their campaign to raise $30 million?
Oh,
Mr. Raleigh and I have already sent our check, but he decided that wasn't enough, see? So he organized a USO party at my house, and he fell in love with one of the USO girls.
Well, hey. That's wonderful.
Yeah,
I'm glad
boy.
Mr. Raleigh's found a nice girl.
Me too.
Do they like each other?
Yeah, every night they just sit in the parlor holding cigarettes.
Red, how many soldiers did he get to come out to the USO party?
6 battalions.
6 battalions?
Yeah, my lawn was just covered with pup tents.
Pup tents?
Yeah, and you should have seen some of those big dogs sticking out of the other end.
You know, the USO does a lot to make the boys happy, don't they?
Yeah, I'll say they were down at Long Point and Rocky Point. I was trying to do everything I can to keep the boys cheered up, too.
What did you do?
Well, I dress up like a Jap gardener, and then they mow me down.
Talking about the USO.
Yeah.
Are you doing your part to keep the soldiers happy?
Yes, I am, Harriet. You should see the beautiful USO girls I got for the soldiers to dance with.
Were they really beautiful?
Yeah, nobody danced. They just stared at each other. I walked over to one soldier doing a swell jitterbug step. See, I said, would you teach me a couple of those steps?
What'd he say?
He said, I am not jitterbugging. I just got out of a Jeep after a 14-hour ride.
What else happened, Red?
Well, they finally decided that they would dance, see, so they started to roll the rugs back, but I stopped them.
Well, what for?
You can't dance on dirt.
I danced with a beautiful girl once.
You did, Ozzy?
Yeah, she was from royalty.
From royalty?
Yeah, she was a handmaiden at the Eagle Laundry.
silly. Who'd send an eagle to a laundry?
Did the soldiers appreciate your hospitality, Red?
Yeah, they sure did. I got a lot of thank you notes this morning.
What did they say?
Well, I'm afraid to open them until they stop ticking.
Say, Red, the next time Mr. Raleigh turns your house over to the USO for a party, let me know, because I know a lot of swell, nice girls.
Oh, yes. I saw that girl you were with last night. Too bad she had such big buck teeth, hasn't it?
Oh, wait a minute, Red. Her teeth weren't so bad.
Oh, no. Every time she smiled, everybody had to duck or get bayoneted.
That was some girl that you had, Red.
Yeah, sort of a vacant expression, bounded by ears.
I had a vacant expression once.
How come, Ozzy?
Well, somebody squirted a fountain pen through the keyhole.
I guess the soldiers like the girls Mr. Raleigh brought.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of them out on the terrace just walking and walking and walking.
Yeah.
Why didn't they stop walking?
They couldn't. The gophers would bite them on the ankles if they did.
So do I take this girl to be my wedded wife and swear to cherish her throughout our married life? And do I promise to protect her and to respect her? I do. And do I vow that I'll attend to all the bills and the geraniums upon the windowsill, to feed the goldfish in the bowl, dear, and shovel coal, dear? I do. Now I realize that gang of mine is gone. The smoker and the poker games are past. Nights we harmonize, sweet Adeline, are gone. This bachelor is married at last. So do I swear to always keep the ashtrays clean, to never turn the rug into a putting green, to say gesundheit when you sneeze, dear, here on my knees, dear, I do.
Now do I take this man for better or for worse, and whether life turns out a blessing or a curse, to make the best of it and share it, to grin and bear it, I do. And when he rings up that he's working overtime, and that he won't be home till 6 or 8 or 9, to never question or mistrust him, if that's the custom, I do. Goodbye to parties and the 3 o'clock, the sewing circle and the picture shows. I'll be much too busy darning holes in socks or rocking a cradle, who knows? So do I vow to try and make the 2 ends meet, to make our shanty look like Lady Astor's suite, to string along wherever you string on just a shoestring, I do.
That was Ozzie, Harriet, and the boys saying I do. And very nicely, did you notice Ozzie's trying to impress the sponsor tonight? He conducted the band using a Raleigh cigarette as a baton. Did you see?
Say, Red, I read in the June issue of Silver Screen magazine that you used to be a clown with a circus.
Yeah, I was with Paul Jerome, Beverly Kelly. They're now with Barnum and Bailey and Ringling Brothers Circus. You know.
Boy, that must have been fun.
Yeah.
Say, what were some of the things that happened?
Well, every time a circus hit town, you'd always find people who wanted to join up. So let's see how Eddie Brazell of The Greatest Show on Earth would handle that situation. All right, Harry, step right up. The biggest show starts in 10 minutes. See the greatest science show on earth. See the Rubber Man captured in Akron, Ohio by Leon Henderson. 500,000 miles without a retread. Watch him give transfusion to tires.
What was that?
Sounds like the Rubber Man just had a blowout, brother. See those yabangies? They're the only girls who can seal envelopes after they've been dropped in the letterbox. Now the admission price is 25 cents.
Do you have a special rate for servicemen?
Yes, brother, it's free. The USO is taking care of everything. Just step right in, fella.
Hey, Doc, there's a guy over there who wants to see you about a job.
Okay, you take over here and I'll talk to him. Howdy, brother. So you want a job, huh? Where did you work before?
I never worked before, but I've been employed. You see, I need some money for my gal Magnolia.
Yeah, what kind of a girl is she?
Oh, she's from the deep south. Yes, sir, the good old deep south.
The deep south, eh? Alabama?
No, Peru.
Sounds like you think a lot of this gal.
Yes, sir. The trouble is, she never goes anywhere without a mother.
No?
And the mother never goes any place without a father. And a father won't go no place without his 10 pounds of sugar.
Well, what do you do on a date?
Nothing. Every night, the four of us just sit out in the kitchen and take inventory.
Well, what kind of a job do you want, brother?
Maybe you could use a tightrope walker.
Well, now, we've cut that out since the last guy got hurt. He fell off the wire and broke his leg.
What's the matter? Was the rope too tight?
No, he was.
Hey, boss, I'm quitting.
Pardon me while I speak to this rubber man, will you? What's wrong, Goodyear?
Well, it's that strong man. That strong man did it again. He's inside writing letters.
Well, so what?
Well, every time he makes a mistake, he uses me for an eraser.
Now, look, forget all about it and go back to work. And right after the show, I'll introduce you to a nice white sidewall.
Well, so now, how about a job?
Well, how would you like to have a job as a lion tamer?
Who, me?
Yeah, you shouldn't be scared. Lions are just like big kittens.
Why, don't tell me about kittens. I married one once. Turned out to be a wildcat.
I didn't know you was married.
I ain't now.
Oh, did you get a divorce?
No, my wife works at Lockheed.
Well, now, there's nothing to be afraid of, brother. A lion is afraid of a man. Now, if he growls at you, just pretend you don't see him, and he'll run.
Yeah, run and tell his folks what he found for dinner.
Come on. Now, I'll take you over to his cage. I'll open the door for you here. Now, don't stand too close to him. Stand back there. Did he scratch your arm, Wonderful?
Either that or I was vaccinated with a rake.
Now, I'll show you just like a kitten. I'll make him do some tricks for you. Come on, sit up. Come on, sit up, or I'll hit you with this whip. Here, take it easy. All right, I'll sit up, but give me my whip back. You know, handling a lion is very simple. Now, all you've got to do with a show is to put your head in the lion's mouth. Then for an encore, the lion puts his head in your mouth.
Yeah, my mouth ain't big enough for that.
It will be by then.
Well, I can't do it. I want to see you stick your head in that lion's mouth first.
Well, there's nothing to it, Wonderful. You just walk over to the lion and take your two hands and you open his mouth like this. Oh, well, I can always write letters with my toes. Then we have Clem, the fellow from the country. He loves the circus, and he's on his way to pick up Daisy June. Well, here I am. Oh, the circus is coming to town. Gee, I hope that circus don't offer me a job again this year as the dog-faced boy. Everybody knows I ain't a boy no more. Well, here's Daisy June's house.
Hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy.
What took you so long to get here? Did you walk?
No, I took the streetcar, but would you believe it? I sat there for 3 hours and it didn't move.
It didn't move?
Nope.
Well, didn't the passengers complain?
No, they just sat there like dope. They just sat there eating and drinking coffee.
Clem, you were sitting in a lunch wagon.
A lunch wagon? Well, no wonder the conductor gave me a hamburger. Hey, do you think the circus will offer me a job this year?
Oh, don't worry about the circus taking you, Clem. You ain't unusual enough.
No.
Why, you'd have to have 7 toes, 2 necks, and 4 elbows to get in nowadays.
7 toes, 2 necks, and 4 elbows?
Yep.
Oh, just my luck. Just missed it by 1 elbow and 1 toe. Well, shall we get going? Well, over there's the circus train. Gee, look at them wagons with all them heavy bars on it. Hey, I wonder what kind of an animal they got in that one.
Well, there's a sign on it over there. It says Tickets. Tickets.
Boy, it must be a mean animal, Oh, yeah, I seen them babies. They are mean, boy. I used to catch them, you know.
Well, what do they look like? I said, what do they look like?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Oh, look, there's a gorilla.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, pardon me, I thought you was a gorilla.
Out of my way. Come on, back up.
Well, stop pushing. You can't push me and get away with it.
Oh, no? Take that!
Deep in the heart of Texas. Hey, how much does it cost to get in?
Tell you what, I'll give you some passes if you'll help put up the tent, drive a few stakes, and carry water for 30 elephants.
30 elephants? How much do each one drink?
About 50 gallons a day.
50 gallons? Hey, Boulder Dam, come here.
Just as I thought, you ain't strong enough to kill a fly.
Oh, yes, I am. I can tear a telephone book in half.
You can, huh?
Yep, I can.
I don't believe it. Here's a phone book. Let's see you do it.
I can do it. All right, I'll do it for you. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. Of course, it takes longer this way.
Come on, Clem. Let's water the elephants, and then you get the passes.
Okay.
Grab them buckets, and we'll fill them up.
All right. Here you are, big boy. Come on. Here, drink it now. What do you want me to do, stick your head in the bucket?
Clem, the other end is his trunk.
Oh, yeah, I had a whole of his suitcase, didn't I? Well, here you are. Come on, drink the water. Here, stop that. He squirted that water in my face. You do that again, big boy, and I'll tie your snoot in a knot. Now, I told you what I'd do if you squirted me again. Come here, you.
Well, did you tie his snoot in a knot?
Yep, and it looked... Well, what do you know? He tied my snoot in a knot. Playing, if you don't like it, don't knock it. Now, getting back to the circus, we find people who always think things are a fake. So let's look in out west.
Whoa! Howdy, partner. What can I do for you?
I hear you got a cowboy with this show. Where is this make-believe Buffalo Bill?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Bill.
Come here, you.
Put me down.
You don't look like a cowboy, and I'll make sure. Now, I'll reach for my guns. We'll count 3 and we'll draw. You ready? 1, 2, 3. He shouldn't carry guns. He don't know how to handle them. Yeah, I knew he wasn't a cowboy, and that's a sure way to make sure, too.
Yes, and there's a sure way to be sure that the cigarette you buy is the best cigarette to buy, too. Look at the color of the tobacco. That's the way the experts choose the superior leaf tobaccos. And that color test will prove conclusively that Raleigh cigarettes are definitely outstanding. Compare the open ends of a pack of Raleighs with any other brand. You'll see at a glance the tobaccos in Raleighs are distinctly more golden in color. Now, by expert acknowledgement, these more golden tobaccos are choicer, more expensive, more sought after by professional tobacco buyers. But Raleighs don't stop there. Their superiority is emphasized again in their exclusive blend of 31 of these distinctively outstanding tobaccos. That's why Raleighs are unrivaled in their richness, smoothness, mildness, in complete smoking enjoyment. Raleighs give you coupons, too, redeemable for valuable premiums. Indeed, it pays in many ways to smoke Raleighs. Next time, get the pack with a coupon on the back. Raleigh cigarettes.
I'm getting out of here. Then we have a lady and her little boy. Naturally, the circus is the big day of his life, and they're walking down the street. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid.
Now, Junior, don't run. Walk slowly like a little gentleman.
Okay, Mommy, okay. We going to the dark. We are going to the dark. Hey, Mommy, you got your skirt pinned on tight?
My skirt?
Yeah.
Well, of course. What a silly question.
Well, if I start to get lost, I'm going to grab for it, and boy, I don't want to cause a riot like the last time.
Come on, let's cross Sunset Boulevard.
Okay. I will blow my air raid warden whistle. Boy, sure blacked them out, didn't I?
Well, oh, look, here's the circus ground.
Yeah, boy.
Come on, we'll miss the show. Oh. And, Junior, try to be a good boy, huh?
I've been a good boy today.
Yes, you always are the week before the circus comes to town.
Yeah, that's me all over. But, oh, brother, when it leaves.
Well, here's the entrance to the big top.
Hold on to me now.
Tickets?
What do you want?
Here you are, for one.
One. What about the little boy? How old is he?
Now, let's not get nosy, Bob.
Junior!
Well, all right, go on in.
Thanks a lot, mister. Oh, Mummy, look at them big rubber cows with two tails.
Those aren't cows, Junior. They're elephants.
Them elephants? No wonder Pop runs and hides.
Well, here now. Here's some peanuts. Hold them out in your hand.
Oh, trying to get rid of me, huh? Put them on the ground. I ain't had this hand very long, you know.
He won't hurt your hand.
No, I ain't scared, because he's bigger than I is. Let him get his own peanut.
I'm surprised at you. You weren't afraid to feed him last year.
Wasn't afraid to feed? I know I wasn't afraid to feed him last year, but last year I also drank from a nipple bottle. But I don't do that now. Oh, Mummy, look at them Alcatraz gophers.
Alcatraz gophers?
Yeah, over there.
Junior, those are zebras. Yes.
Boy, well, that's what you get when you don't pay your income tax. Oh, look, Mummy, hurry, look, the monkey.
Junior, stop that. Now, I told you not to run. Now I'll have to punish you.
Oh, you hit me. You broke my little head, you broke my head.
I didn't hit you. I hit my own hand.
Careful doing that. You might hurt yourself, Ma.
Now, Junior, you stand right here, and I'll go buy some peanuts for the monkeys.
Okay.
Huh?
Ain't they the cutest little fellows? Uh-oh, there's a man in the back of the monkey cage. I think I will follow him. Hello, mister. Is you a monkey?
Why, of course not. Do I look like a monkey?
I better not answer that because it will positively lead to bloodshed.
Well, I have to get some water. Now, don't open this cage door, will you?
Oh, no.
You're a good little boy, aren't you?
You don't know me very well, do you, fellas? Well, the coast is clear. Here I go in the monkey cage. Hello, fellas. How you guys stand in the draft? Uh-oh. Here comes Mummy back. Oh.
Good heavens, I hate to admit it, but there's a monkey who looks just like Junior.
Never mind all that talk. Throw them peanuts in here. We'd hungry.
All right, here you... Junior, get out of that cage!
Well, don't yell at me. You scare me, too.
Get out of there!
Okay.
I I ought to take you home for that.
No, you let me see the rest of the circus or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody that you used to be a head kipper in a herring factory. Yes, you were, and they fired you because you would pickle too much.
You wait till I tell your father what you said.
Won't do you no good. He told me. Hey, Mummy, I want to see the wild man from Borneo.
No. He's wild enough now.
Yeah.
Now, you just sit here. The circus is going to start.
Okay. Boy, what a crummy band. What a crummy band.
Oh, Junior. Junior, you stay here for a minute. I'm going to get a program.
Okay. Well, here I am all alone. I think I will look this circus over. Gonna look at circus over. Now I will crawl under this side wall of his head. Well, here I am again. Gee, look at that funny-looking animal. Hey, mister, what is that thing?
That's a kangaroo.
Kangaroo? Mm-hmm. What are you using for? Pickpockets to practice on?
No, those kangaroos are part of the show, Sonny.
No kidding.
Yeah, when I blow the whistle, he runs around the arena and gets a big laugh.
He does?
Say, who are you? Whose little boy are you?
My mommy.
Where's your mommy?
Looking for me as usual, I guess.
Well, I tell you, I'll get a policeman and have him take you back. And just to make sure you don't run away, I'll just put you inside the kangaroo's pocket.
Would you?
There now. Watch him tar water.
Yeah, that was funny. Too bad it wasn't in the trip. Well, here I am, all alone in the kangaroo's pocket. No, I ain't either. Hey, get out of here, you. That's better. Now I can trust me with a leg. Oh, look what I found in me pocket. My little air raid warden window. The man said if he heard the window, he run. If I do, I get a whipping. I do it. I'm going to get a whipping anyhow. I will blow the whistle and then go for a ride. Giddy up, kangaroo. Oh, we off. Hey, slow down. Hey, what do you hold on to? Hey, why don't you try Highway 66? It's smoother. Hey, boy, this guy is the Jeep of the animal world. Hey, Mommy, look in the kangaroo's pocket.
Be careful, dear. You don't get hurt.
Okay.
Junior, get out of there.
Whoa. Oh, boy, I never do that again.
Lady, is this your little boy?
Yes. Junior, you're going to get a spanking for that.
If I were you, Mummy, I would go easy with those smacks you give me.
What do you mean, Junior?
You heard what the president said. Only 25,000 smackers a year.
While Ozzy and the band do broad jumps, Del King jumps in with a word to pipe smokers.
Pipe smokers, here are 3 little words that mean complete smoking satisfaction. Sir Walter Raleigh. It's flavor-packed with a rich, nut-like mellowness, smooth and mild because Sir Walter Raleigh is expertly blended from extra-choice burleys, cured and aged to perfection. Sir Walter Raleigh never bites, never burns hot or bitter, and its fragrant aroma is welcome any place. In every way, it's the quality pipe tobacco of America. Try Sir Walter Raleigh tonight.
Remember, we'll all be back again next week at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and your announcer, Truman Bradley. Until next week, then.
This is Red Skelton saying don't forget to give to the USO, and goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
Red Skelton is presented by arrangement of Metro Golden Mare Studios. This program is broadcast to our armed forces abroad and came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step. Whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your skills, you'll learn how to create databases, design user-friendly forms, and generate insightful reports, all using Microsoft Access.
Call us now at 615-420-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses. Don't miss out on this opportunity to become a Microsoft Access guru. Visit G3PL.com to start your learning journey today. G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is water. W-A-T-E-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
I thought he went with a wild goose goes. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first?
A couple of Irish people selected from our studio audience just before we went on the air. It's our way of noticing St. Patrick's Day, Groucho, and here they are, Miss Beth O'Haggerty and Mr. John Daniger. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. Mr. How do you pronounce it?
Danaher.
Danaher.
Yes.
What do you got that G in there? Just to fool people? That's a real Irish name, huh?
Real Irish, I bet your life. It's a real Irish name.
And we got a plug for the show, too. Where are you from, Paddy, me lad?
I'm from Roscommon on the banks of the Shannon in the west part of Ireland.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sounds pretty authentic, huh? How long since you were in Ireland?
42 years.
And after all these years, you still have a touch of the old sod?
You betcha. Yes, sir.
Have you tried Fell's Naphtha and a good stiff brush? Miss O'Haggerty, at least I can pronounce that, huh? Beth O'Haggerty, huh?
That's right.
Which part of Ireland are you from, Beth?
Well, I didn't come from Ireland.
Then how is it you're Irish? Was one of your ancestors a policeman?
Both of my grandparents came from Ireland.
Oh, I see. Then you're Irish twice removed. I've been twice removed from Ireland myself. Well, if you're not from Ireland, where are you from, Miss O'Haggerty?
I'm from Los Angeles.
Well, you're a fine-looking lass.
Thank you.
Why is it you're not married, Beth? Beautiful girl like you.
Oh, I just never found any man that was strong enough to take me away from my job, my career.
What are you, a wrestler?
No.
What is this tenacious job that you stick to like adhesive tape, huh?
Well, at present, it's secretary in the tax and insurance department at Paramount.
Yeah, I was there a couple weeks ago. I did a scene in Bing Crosby's picture, Mr. Music. You didn't see me tripping the light fantastic there.
Well, my job doesn't have much contact with the talent.
Well, mine doesn't either. But nevertheless, I'm in that picture. How old are you, Mr. Doniger?
60 years.
60? Well, you don't look it, huh? You're a fine broth of a boy. And when I say broth, I don't mean Irish stew, huh? Well, you're a little old here for Beth, aren't you, huh?
I think so. I really think I am. But besides, I'm married.
Well, then it's not very important, huh? How did you meet your spouse, Johnny?
Well, it's about
more to it than that, I hope.
It's about 45 years ago. It was in a small town in the west of Ireland, and she was out on the street chasing a chicken.
And you were doing the same thing, huh?
And then when I caught the chicken, I took the chicken back and I put it in the hen house at the back of her house. And then I went back the next night and made my acquaintance, and, well, that's all. I'm married to her now anyway.
What happened to the chicken?
I don't know. I never made any inquiries.
Patty, do you speak Gaelic?
A little bit, not much.
Well, could you give us a few words?
Well, K will to Tama Gamai, K will to Hain, Gamai, Garima Haikut, Tasur of Nagan, can take me a reach to.
What does that mean, huh?
Well, it means good evening, how are you? Oh, I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Where's your chicken
I hope
tonight?
I'll see you
huh?
again.
Could you tell me a joke in Gaelic?
No, I couldn't. I really couldn't tell it. I wouldn't be able to remember that. Now, what I could tell you a short one in English, if it's any good to you.
Well, frankly, we could use a joke about here. Let's hear the one in English, huh?
Well,
don't make the English too good, or I won't understand it.
Well, this isn't about the English. It's in the English language.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's about Pat that was up on the 4th floor in a building and was on fire. And he shouted to Mike down on the sidewalk, and he says, Mike, I'm going to jump. Catch me. So he flopped down on the sidewalk, and Mike jumped away from him, and he flopped on the sidewalk and was stretched out. And he says, say, why didn't you catch me? He says, I was waiting to see if you'd bounce.
Well, Pat, if that joke is any indication, you're a much older man than I thought you were. Tell me, Mr. Donay, have you ever seen a leprechaun, huh?
No, I've never seen a leprechaun.
What is a leprechaun? Is it anything like a republican?
No, they're imaginary people.
Well, that's a republican, all right. They're imaginary people these days, too. Huh? Tell me, how do you usually celebrate St. Patrick's Day, Johnny?
Oh, take a couple of nips or something like, you know. Hang around the rest of the day and take it easy.
What's the real reason you Irish celebrate St. Patrick's Day?
Well, because St. Patrick is the patron saint of Ireland, and he drove the snakes out of Ireland.
And where are they now? Huh? And then after a nip or two, I suppose they all came back again, right? Well, after talking to you two, all I can say is a happy St. Patrick's Day to you both. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for a chance at $1,000. You bet your life.
When you call on any one of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you'll find it's their honest desire to please you, no matter how small the job to be done. The DeSoto Plymouth dealers offer you the benefit of not only the best tools and equipment, not only the factory-trained mechanics, but they also feel it's important to be courteous, to give their customers a square deal. That's their creed, their way of doing business. So no matter where you drive, remember there are DeSoto Plymouth dealers anxious to serve you. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now let's see if an Irish Carleen and her partner will be the ones who get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of foreign countries as your category. Is that correct? Okay, now you have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
What is the capital city of Denmark?
Oslo.
Is that the answer you two agree upon? Do you agree with that, Beth? One answer between you now. I'm sorry, it's Copenhagen. Now remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $10 will you bet?
5.
What is the capital city of the Netherlands?
Netherlands. Don't know.
Take a guess, Beth.
I can't even think at this point.
Well, it's Amsterdam.
They now have $5.
Now you're down to $5. Now here's your third question. How much of the 5 will you try?
The 5.
What is the capital city of Spain?
Madrid.
Madrid is right.
Well, on their way now. They have $10.
All right, now you got $10. Now here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 will you try?
10.
All right. What is the capital city of Portugal?
Lisbon.
Lisbon is right.
And they wind up with the $20 they started with.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still water. Perhaps the next couple will say it. They're a barber, Mr. Arthur Fredman, and a housewife, Mrs. Dorsey Ridgely, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, folks, Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word at any time, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. A barber and a housewife, eh? Mr. Friedman, you're the barber, I presume, huh?
That's right.
Well, there are lady barbers, you know. Where are you from, Mr. Friedman?
1533 Vine Street, side of Orr's Barbershop.
Is that where you were born?
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
I thought perhaps you were born on the third chair as you come in. Huh? You were born where?
Minneapolis, Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes.
The land of 10,000 lakes, and you left all of them, is that it?
That's right.
Where are you from, Mrs. Rigney?
I'm from Green Acres, Washington.
What sort of work does your husband do?
My husband is a disabled veteran, but I'm a truck driver.
Truck? What kind of a truck?
Well, now I'm hauling house trailers with a truck.
People live in these
Oh,
things?
yes, people live in them.
And you pull them across the country while they're living in them?
No, I just pull them and set them on their lot, and they use that in place of a house, most of them.
Oh. How long have you been a barber, Mr. Friedman?
17 years.
17 years, huh? You don't look it. You're a very young-looking man. Where does your husband get his hair cut, Mrs.
Well, he doesn't have any steady barber.
What, is he stewed? Do your customers ever ask you what's a good way for a man to save his hair, Mr. Friedman?
Yes, they do.
Well, what do you tell them?
Put it in the cigar box.
You know, that there's a sister joke to that one you just pronounced over there. The one where the fellow writes in and says, how do you avoid falling hair? And the fellow writes back, step nimbly to one side. You know, incidentally, I know of a hair tonic that'll grow hair in a frying pan. But who wants a hairy frying pan? No joke, but then this is a very old frying pan. How did you get to be a barber? Did you start out when you were a little shaver?
Went to barber college.
Huh?
I went to barber college.
You went to barber college?
Yes.
What influence has the electric razor had on the barber profession?
It cuts down the shaves about 25%.
Mm-hmm. And what do you do? Every time there's another razor sold, you raise the price of the shave. Is that it?
Do you use electric razor?
I use an electric razor, yes. Someday I hope to get the chair. You know, there's something I've always wanted to know. Where do you get all these old magazines for your customers?
We don't have old magazines.
Do you buy them from dentists?
We don't have...
Or are you in business for yourself, huh? Where do you get them? You don't have old magazines?
No.
Well, if one of your customers brings in the latest issue of Look magazine, be sure to see it, will you? There's a flattering piece about me and our show in the current Look magazine. And maybe it'll help them forget that they just lost your ears in your barber shop. Huh? Why is it women don't get bald as often as men, Mr. Friedman?
Well, the female is different than the male.
Well, that's about as accurate a statement as I've ever heard. Nobody is more aware of that than I am, Mr. Friedman. Well, now, let's see if a professional clipper like you can clip an old cut-up like me for $1,000. Now, you beat the other couples, and you earn the chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The Irish couple won $20.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs about anatomy as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, you have $20. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
What's the name of this song? Okay, Jerry. Well, what do you say, kids? What do you say?
I'm
if
sorry.
the smoke gets in your eyes, huh? Now, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. That's the big prize anyway. Now, how much of the $10 will you try?
5.
$5? Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry. Tiptoe Through the Tulips is right, huh?
They now have $15.
All right, now you got $15. How much of the 15 will you try?
10.
Okay, here's your third question. Let's see if you can identify this one for $10. What do you say, kids? Take a guess. I'm sorry. It's In My Arms. You should have known that.
They now have $5.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 5 will you try?
5.
What's the name of this song? Play. Take a guess.
Body and Soul.
Body and Soul is right.
And they wind up with $10.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, in just a minute, our last couple will try for the chance at $1,000. Fenneman, who's ahead?
Well, the Irish couple is leading with $20. And the secret word is still water. Perhaps the next couple will say it. We invited some collectors from the Bureau of Internal Revenue and some Hollywood business managers to the show tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected collector William Kenny and manager Maurice Dolman. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome. Well, between the two of you, you've succeeded in confusing all three of us. Now, you're going to try for a chance at $1,000. You beat the other two couples, and that's all you have to do. You're pretty smart fellas. I can't tell you how much they won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The Irish couple is ahead with $20.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected instruments played by orchestra leaders as your category. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you try?
We'll try for 10.
Okay. What instrument does Harry James play?
Trumpet.
Trumpet is right.
Off to a good start. They have $30.
I want to warn you of one thing, boys. You know, if you win any money here tonight, you've got to put it on your tax. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
20.
What instrument does Gene Krupa play?
Drums.
The drums is right.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50?
40.
What instrument does Tommy Dorsey play?
Trombone.
Trombone is right.
They're way up there now. They have $90.
Well, you slid right into that one with the trombone. Now, you got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Shoot the works.
What instrument does Carmen Cavallero play?
Piano.
The piano is right.
And they wind up with $180. And that means the tax man and the business manager get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. What do you expect of the folks who service your car? Efficient service? Courteous service? Service at a fair price? Well, you get them all when you visit one of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You'll find they're not only ready and willing, but able to give your car the very best in service. And that goes for the major repair jobs as well as the simpler ones. DeSoto Plymouth dealers have factory-trained mechanics who know cars inside and out, no matter what make or what year it happens to be. And in the hands of these expert mechanics are the most modern tools and equipment made. Yes, that's the kind of top service you can count on when you drive your car in at the sign of any authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the tax man and the business manager, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, and think carefully. And please, no help from the audience. Here it is. In 1777, the American Army defeated the British under General Burgoyne in what has become one of the truly decisive battles of world history. The American victory marked the turning of the tide of independence. What is the name of this battle? Okay, now what is the answer you two have decided upon, and talk right up into the microphone?
Battle of Yorktown.
No, I'm sorry. It's the Battle of Saratoga. I'm sorry. That's the correct answer. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much? $200, $180 in cash? Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $1,500.
Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder. Meeting human needs is the objective of all Red Cross services. Respond willingly to the 1950 Red Cross Fund campaign. Remember, you're not giving to, but through the Red Cross. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your skills. You'll learn how to create databases, design user-friendly forms, and generate insightful reports, all using Microsoft Access.
Call us now at 615-420-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses. Don't miss out on this opportunity to become a Microsoft Access guru. Visit G3PL.com to start your learning journey today. G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.